हेलो हेलो चेक। चेक चेक। हेलो 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 हेलो। माइक चेक माइक चेक माइक चेक। मेरे को ऐसे कैसे बंद करो सर। हेलो 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 हेलो। आ रहा है ठीक।
बाकी आपको ये नहीं छेड़ना है या
मेरे को कुछ छेड़ना ही नहीं। हेलो 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 माइक टेस्टिंग।
Torch bearers, please help attend this to seat. Torch bearers, please help attend this to seat.
Rupalika, all
Yes.
good?
Yes. Shivam. बंद करो इस डोर को.
Ready. Hello. 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 Check.
Check, check.
Check. Check.
Check, check.
Check. Rupalika ready?
Yes.
Aman ready?
Check. Hello, check, check.
शिवम. गाइस प्लीज स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे. फोकस लाइट यहाँ पे. Where the first ray of dawn touches our land. Here,
करता करता बात
stories are not merely told, they are painted, woven, sung, and from one generation to the next. Her heritage lives not only in its monuments but in the hands of its people. And those stories inspire generations.
Where mountains stand as silent witnesses to history,
and rivers carry the dreams of countless generations. Traditions have endured the test of time. Here, every stone, every pathway, every story reminds us the strength of civilization, the strength that still echoes through Bharat.
Where knowledge became discovery, where art became identity, where curiosity becomes to shape your future, generation has been transformed to learning into progress, honoring the past and while building the future. Because every generation behind a new dream.
where colors celebrate life, where journeys connect people, where dreamers transform possibilities into reality, where generations have shown that courage that shape creativity into future, and that journey continues.
Different landscape, different tradition, different stories. Yet together, we all are one. One team, one dream. Bharat Dreamin.
We welcome you all to Bharat
Bharat
Dreamin.
Dreamin.
Every unforgettable experience is made possible by people who choose to dream together. Meet the team behind Bharat Dreamin 2026. I'm Kuldeep Sharma. I'm a Salesforce MVP.
I'm Aman Tiwari, Salesforce Marketing Champion.
I am Kumar Swami Matpati, Golden Hoodie recipient.
I'm Rupalika Sahu, CGL WIT.
I am Parth Ravani, CRM Analytics Ambassador. And right now, we are going to have a great start to this event. Every great journey begins with a dream, and every dream begins with the people who believe in it. Firstly, we would like to acknowledge the visionaries whose guidance helped us to shape the Bharat Dreamin into what it is today. We would like to introduce our advisors.
It's our privilege to be guided by two remarkable leaders who have continuously inspired the Salesforce ecosystem through their hard work, dedication, and selfless contributions. Their encouragement, mentorship, and unwavering belief in the community have helped countless trailblazers grow, connect, and lead with purpose. Please put your hands together for Kavindra Patel and Gilda Hilaire. Woo!
We are Bharat Dreamin, and we welcome you all to Bharat Dreamin 2026.
Yes.
Every moments begin with someone willing to take the first step, and Bharat Dreamin was no difference.
Proudly recognize the individuals whose passion and commitment laid the foundation of this journey. Please welcome our co-founders, Joshna Mitra, Kapil Batra, Kuldeep Sharma, and Om Prakash. Woo!
begin this journey together, we invite our distinguished guest to join on the stage for the ceremonial lamp lighting. We request Kavinder sir, Grida ma'am,
Co-founders.
our beloved co-founders,
Kiran, Aditya,
A big round of applause, please.
meanwhile we're arranging the candles. Please give us a moment.
Candle, candle. Please.
as we all know that there is a saying that goes, many hands make light work, and this is the true example of it.
I will wait. Shoes है. Shoes है. I will wait. उधर लगाओ, उधर लगाओ. Done. Done. आ रहे हैं.
As we are in Rajasthan, we say Padharo Mare Desh. With that, we have safas for every one of us. So we would like to give you all a safa representing Rajasthan as we are here. Welcome to Bharat Dreamin. Thank you, everyone. Before we leave the stage, we would like to have a selfie moment with all of you. Can we have a selfie camera?
Excuse me. Excuse me. Par, par, Rupalika. JP को इधर JP Rupalika.
They're
जा
exchanging
बाल
with
अंदर
each
लो.
other. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Selfie ना.
Yeah, you can you can wear it
Guys,
off.
selfie.
Okay,
आ जाओ.
Gilda.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Hmm?
मैं कर
From different corners of Bharat, we came together with one dream. Today, from the heart of Rajasthan, Padharo Mare Desh. Thank you so much, everyone.
Check. Yes. So, our first keynote speaker hardly needs an introduction. Okay. So, so just a second, we have something really exciting coming up for you, and hope you all like it.
वारी जान मैं तुझ पे वार ना, 100 वारी जान मैं तेरे कुर्बान मेरी माँ। वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम। You're glowing, you carry the world on your back, but look at you tonight. Your face, your eyes, exploding like fireworks in the sky. Touching on your body while you're pushing on me. Don't you in the party? I could do this all week. We'll be dancing till the morning, go to bed, we won't sleep. Chumma, 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 kiss it, daddy, body, pushing on me. Don't you in the party? I could do this all week. We'll be dancing till the morning, go to bed, we won't sleep. Chumma, 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 kiss it, daddy, body. When the sun dies, till the day shines. When I'm with you, there's not enough time. You fireworks in the sky. Set fire on your body while you're pushing on me. Don't you in the party? I could do this all week. We'll be dancing till the morning, go to bed, we won't sleep. Chumma, 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 kiss it, daddy, color and fracture the light. Look at you tonight. Set fire. हनेरे घट दे उंगड़ा छुपा के तू धनक फिर दी की वे रब ने दो नाड़ा उते नीलम जड़े चम 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 के सितारे वाली pushing on me. Don't you in the party? I can do this all week. We'll be dancing till the morning, go to bed, we won't sleep. Chumma, 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 kiss it, daddy, body.
Hello. So guys, this was an amazing performance, right? Did you guys like the energy? Did you guys feel those moves in your body? Would you like to have some other kind of feelings? Let's say some sort of vocals? Would you guys like to sing something? How many of you are bathroom singers? How many of you like bit shy but you can give it a go? Okay, you guys don't have a choice. We are going to sing right now. So, we'll just do 2 stamps and a clap. We have done this like 2 or 3 times before at different events. We'll just do it right away, right now, once again. So we want you to do is 2 stamps. 1, 2, everybody together. Once more. Let's hear it. We have so many people over here, up in the balcony. Come on, let's go. 1. Once more. Once more. Once more. Yeah, so now we're just going to add one more thing, which is a clap. Okay, so let's go. 1, 2. 1, 2, clap. Just single clap, just a single clap. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, clap. 1, 2. Yeah. Sounds good. You know which song it is? Everybody does. So we are going to sing it together. So the main part, everybody, we'll just practice it, right? So it goes like, we will rock you. Okay, so everybody together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, hit it. We will rock you. Once more, louder. We will rock you. Okay, this was way better. Could you be any louder? Let's try the loudest. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, hit it. We will rock you. Amazing, guys. We'll just club both the things together now. We'll have the beats and the singing. Let's go. 1, 2, clap. 1, 2, clap. Sing it. We will rock you. We will rock you. Buddy, you're a boy, make some big noise, playing in the street. Gotta be a big man someday. You got blood on your face, big disgrace. Kicking your can all over the place, singing. Gotta rock you, baby. Amazing, guys. Give a good round of applause for all of you all. Amazing audience, and yes, we all are talented. Apart from the technical part, we have like amazing talent out over here. So, this was kind of a Western part. How many of we have some Bollywood fans over here? Let's try some Hindi songs. So, how many of you are Arijit Singh's fan? Atif Aslam? People also generally name songs with like Shah Rukh Khan songs or Imran Hashmi songs. I mean, they are not singers. So let's try one song. Again, we'll start with some basic phrasings. Again, we'll all know what it is. So all we want to do is sing. Everybody together, we'll do whoo. Okay, we just want a whoo from all of you. Okay, 3, 2, 1, whoo. Yeah, it sounds amazing. Once more. 3, 2, 1, whoo. Now we'll do one more thing. We'll do ha. Come on, trust me, it's going to be amazing. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Ha. Okay. So now we'll do both together. Say hoo. Say ha. Say hoo. Say ha. 3, and the next part is something you guys already guessed it, right? Which song it is? No? Okay. Yes, that's it. So now another part we'll practice, which is na 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 na. So 2 parts. Na 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 na. Okay, everybody together. 3, 2, 1, go. Na 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 na. Little bit louder. Breakfast हुआ है सबका? कैसा था breakfast? Okay, good, best. So थोड़ा energy. 3, 2, 1, go. And इसी में we'll do some claps. Na 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 na. Say whoo. Say ha. Say whoo. Say ha. शामें मलंग सी रातें सुरंग सी बागी उड़ान पे ही ना जाने क्यों इलाही मेरा जी आए आए इलाही मेरा जी आए आए 3, 2, 1, go! Na 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 na. Say whoo. Say ha. Woo! Salesforce Trailblazer community has really got a lots of talent. So do we have anyone in the crowd who would like to give it a go? Would like to sing something? Anybody? Yes, we have couple of hands raised. Would you like to step forward for a moment? Big round of applause for, I don't know her name, we'll get it once she's on the stage. Can we get a mic? Can we get a microphone for her? Hi. And her name is Preeti. Just waiting for a mic, just a second. Here we have.
Hi, good morning.
Thank you so much for giving me this stage. Good morning, Rajasthan, Khamma Gani. Okay, so let's start with Ganesha. Is it fine, all of you? Okay. एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरी तनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गौरी तनय धीमहि चन्द्राय श्रीगणेश गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मनि गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुणवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलाक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्म सदा राध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्राते गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि. Thank you so much.
It takes a lot of courage to do that in front of a lot of people. Thank you so much for coming up on the stage. Big round of applause once again for Preeti.
So thank you so much for having so patience, and thank you so much, Path, for entertaining the audience. But you know what we were missing? Every good thing starts well with Lord Ganesha. And the moment she started singing, we had Arunanti ma'am here. So, as you all know that our first keynote speaker hardly needs an introduction. You name it and she has achieved everything. She has led some of the world's most respected organizations, championed innovation at scale, and continues to inspire leaders. Please join me in extending a warm Bharat Dreamin welcome to our first keynote speaker, Mrs. Arundhati Bhattacharya.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we are able to hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. First and foremost, my sincere apologies for being about 15, 16 minutes late. But then that gave me the pleasure of listening to the pain on Lord Ganesha, who blesses every single venture and removes all beginner or in all obstacles. So thank you again for waiting for me. It's my fault that I didn't get here on time. You can imagine it's a Saturday, so in a way, I suppose I was taking it a little slow, and somehow in my mind it was supposed to be 9:30. But anyway, please do excuse me for that. My sincere apologies. So let's start afresh. So good morning to you all there in Jaipur. I'm sure it's wonderful to be there in that magnificent city. I wish I had been there as well. It's a city of craft, of enterprise, courage, color, and community. Jaipur, in fact, always reminds me that the future is never built by abandoning tradition.
फोटोग्राफर के पास से
It is built when tradition and imagination
यहाँ
meet.
पे सेटअप आ रहा है
And in many
यहाँ पे आ
ways,
रहा है चेंज हुआ
that is why this event, Bharat Dreaming, feels so special. Bharat Dreaming is not just another technology conference. It is a community led gathering built on the One India Trailblazers vision, bringing together MVPs, community leaders, partners, professionals, students, and people from non technical backgrounds into one shared space of learning and possibility. It's the theme CRM plus data plus AI plus trust, which could not be more relevant to the moment than the one that we are living in. I want to begin with a simple thought, a thought that technology changes the world only when people have the skills, confidence, and the ecosystem or the community to use it well. During my years in financial services, I saw many waves of transformation: core banking, ATMs, digital payments, mobile banking, cloud, and now artificial intelligence. Each time, people ask the same question: will this technology replace us? And each time, the deeper truth was this: technology did not replace people who learned. Technology replaced old ways of working. It created new expectations, new roles, new opportunities, and new forms of leadership. Today, AI is asking us that same question again, but with much greater urgency. The AI revolution, by the way, it's not a distant future anymore. It is already here. It is changing how customers are served, how developers build, how sales teams sell, how marketers personalize, how service agents respond, how leaders make decisions, and how organizations create value. The question before us, therefore, is not whether AI will transform work. The real question is, will we prepare enough people to lead that transformation? That is why skilling is no longer a side conversation. Skilling is national infrastructure. Skilling is an economic strategy. It is inclusion. It is creating confidence. And for India, skilling is perhaps the greatest bridge between demographic potential and global leadership. The Salesforce ecosystem in India shows us what is possible when technology, talent, and community come together. India's Trailblazer community now includes more than 3.9 million members. The ecosystem includes over 900 partners and 128 active community groups across the country. Additionally, Salesforce and its ecosystem of customers and partners in India are expected to create a net gain of 1.8 million jobs and generate 88.6 billion in new business revenues between 2022 and 2028. These, by the way, are done by institutions that are independent of us, and therefore these are not merely Salesforce estimates. But behind these numbers, there are people. Behind every job is a learner. Behind every learner is a family. Behind every career transition, there is courage. Behind every certification, there is sacrifice. And behind every community event is someone who chose to give their Saturday not only to learn, but to help someone else learn, just like all of you present there today. That is the true power of the Salesforce community. Trailhead can give you the path, certifications can give you credentials, projects can give you experience, but community gives you something equally important. It gives you belief. Community tells a student from a small town, you belong here. Community tells a professional from a non-technical background, you can transition. Community tells a woman returning to work that your journey is not over. Community tells a young developer, don't solve it alone, learn with others. Community tells an admin, a marketer, an architect, a partner, a founder, and a customer innovator, you are part of something larger than yourself. That is why community events like Bharat Dreaming matter. They convert curiosity into confidence. They convert learning into relationships. And they convert individual ambition into collective progress. And they remind us that the future of technology will not be built only in headquarters or boardrooms. It will be built in rooms very much like the one you are in by people who mentor, share, build, ask questions, give back, and lift each other up. We have seen this in action across India. Let me share just a few stories that show why this matters. Take Hero FinCorp. For many customers, especially first-time buyers, a two-wheeler loan is not just a transaction. It can be the start of a job, the ability to reach college, a way to support a small business, or a step towards independence. But the loan process was complex and manual. What once took more than 2 days can now take less than 30 minutes with Agentforce powered automation. The result was an 80% improvement in turnaround time with fewer handoffs and far fewer errors. This is not a story about machines replacing people. It is a story about removing friction from people's lives. It is a story about extending service to where we were unable to do it merely in the brick and mortar manner. It is about helping teams serve customers faster. It's about giving a customer the dignity of time. It is about using AI to make opportunity move at the speed of aspiration. Or you can consider Royal Enfield. This is a brand built not just around motorcycles, but around community, riders, journeys, clubs, events, and a shared sense of identity. By unifying data from more than 80 data streams into millions of unified customer profiles, Royal Enfield created more personalized and consistent engagement. Its targeted campaigns improved engagement rates by 100% while reducing communication value by 50%. That story is important because it teaches us that AI and data are not only about efficiency, they are about relevance. They help companies understand people better, communicate with respect, and build deeper relationships. In a country as diverse as India, relevance is not a luxury. It is the foundation of trust. Or take Air India, an iconic Indian brand on a major transformation journey. With large call volumes, decentralized data, consistent service was a big challenge. Salesforce has helped connect data and provide agents with 360-degree customer views and predictive AI recommendations through Einstein for Service. Again, the lesson is clear. AI is most powerful when it supports human judgment. It should help a service agent see the full customer context. It should help a business respond faster. It should help employees spend less time searching for information and more time solving the actual problem. These stories, by the way, are not isolated. They represent a new pattern in enterprise transformation. Data as the foundation, AI as the accelerator, trust as the guardrail, and people as the purpose. This is the age of agentic enterprise, where AI is not simply a tool we occasionally use, but a teammate that can reason, act, automate, and support humans at scale. But let us be very clear. AI agents do not remove the need for human talent. They raise the importance of human talent. We will need developers who can build agents responsibly. We will need admins who understand business processes deeply. We will need architects who can design secure and scalable systems. And we will need data professionals who can make fragmented information usable. We will need consultants who can translate business problems into trusted solutions. We will need marketers who can personalize without being intrusive. We will need service leaders who can combine automation with empathy. And we will need AI ethicists, governance specialists, and leaders who understand that speed without trust is risk. So when we speak of skilling, let us not reduce it to learning a feature or passing an exam. The skilling challenge before us has three dimensions. First, we must build technical skills, that is AI, data, CRM, automation, security, integration, and platform development. Second, we must build business skills as well, which is understanding industries, customers, workflows, outcomes, and the value that you can bring. Third, and very importantly, we must build human skills, foremost of which is curiosity, communication, ethical judgment, collaboration, resilience, and very importantly, the ability to keep learning. The most successful professionals in the AI era will not be those who know one tool. They will be those who know how to keep learning as tools change and the best tools to use for the problem at hand. That is why Salesforce's commitment to equip 1 million learners across India with AI-focused skills by 2030 is so important. This commitment uses Trailhead, academic institutions, government-backed programs, virtual internships with AICTE, centers of excellence, and partner networks to create pathways from learning to employment. And this must reach beyond the large metros. India's technology future cannot be limited to Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, or Pune. It must include everyone from Jaipur, Jodhpur, Kota, Udaipur, Indore, Bhubaneswar, Guwahati, Lucknow, Kochi, Coimbatore, Nagpur, and thousands of towns where ambition is abundant but access is uneven. The next great Salesforce architect may be sitting in a tier 2 college today. The next brilliant admin may be a commerce graduate who has not yet discovered Trailhead. The next AI innovator may be a woman returning to the workforce. The next founder may be a community group volunteer. And the next agent force solution for healthcare or agriculture or education may be built by someone in this very room. That is India's opportunity. We are not merely a market for AI. We can be a maker of trusted AI. We can build for scale, but also for diversity. We can build for English, but also for Bharat's many languages and dialects. We can build for large enterprises, but also for small businesses. We can build for productivity, but also for inclusion. We can show the world that the AI economy should not belong only to those who already have access. It should open doors for those who are ready to learn. True to our founding fathers, we should democratize AI. But this will not happen automatically. It will happen because communities make it happen. So today, I want to leave this community with three invitations. First, learn one new AI skill, not someday, but now. Complete a Trailhead module, try Agent Force, understand Data Cloud, learn responsible AI. Do not wait for certainty. Please start with curiosity, not apprehension. Second, mentor one person. The Salesforce ecosystem grows because people give back. Someone answered your first question. Someone reviewed your first resume. Someone explained your first flow, your first trigger, your first dashboard, your first certification path. Now, become that person for someone else. Third, and not least, build one responsible use case. Do not build AI for the sake of AI. Build AI that reduces waiting time, improves access, strengthens trust, helps an employee, serves a customer, supports a community, or solves a real problem. Because in the end, the measure of technology it is not how advanced it is. The measure of technology is how much human progress it enables. Bharat Dreaming is a beautiful name because it reminds us that dreams are not passive. Dreams require builders. Dreams require skills. Dreams require community. And dreams require courage. So let this gathering in Jaipur be more than a conference. Let it be a commitment to learn continuously, to build responsibility, and to include deliberately in order to lead confidently. The AI revolution will be one of the defining transformations of our time. India has the talent, it has the ambition, it has the community, and together we have the responsibility to ensure that this revolution creates opportunities, not for a few, but for many. Let us skill Bharat. Let us trust Bharat. Let us build for Bharat. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Arundhati ma'am. Your insights into the future of Salesforce, the transformative power of AI, and the opportunities that lie ahead have truly set the tone for an inspiring day. We all had got a very good, insightful, and now this should continue. So as we continue this journey, let's hear from someone who has spent years empowering the Salesforce community and helping trailblazers grow across the globe. Any guesses? Please help us in welcoming the father of Indian Trailblazer community, Kavindra Patel.
Thank you, Aman. Wow, I hope you got inspired by the words of Arundhati ma'am. It's exciting. Every time I see her, I just get excited, but she inspires me, and I hope she inspired you this morning. The words and sentences she picked are very purposeful and for the time right now. And I hope you take it to heart because we're going through major changes in the digital transformation, and it's going to impact all of you. So anyways, do we have a clicker? Okay. I'll just get started here and then. Okay.
1 second, I'll project it.
Okay. How's everyone doing? Is everyone excited to be here? That's all the energy you have? I came thousands of miles and I still have energy. I don't stop. I've got batteries that never deplete. But is everyone excited? Yes. That's better. I hope you can do better. Is everyone excited? Yes. There you go. Beautiful. All right. I'm just excited to be here in Jaipur, the Pink City, especially at Bharat Dreaming 2026. Bharat Dreaming is special. It's something that it's special because it was put together by the community. And if you look at it, with the team that you saw earlier put together this event and did it while they are working for full-time jobs and at the same time, taking away time from their family. So anyways, I'm excited to be here. One thing I wanted to point out that I love Bharat Dreaming because it brings the One India Trailblazer community together to celebrate, have fun, give back, and at the same time, get deeper into learning from top-notch experts that are going to deliver quality content. And at the same time, you get the opportunity today to connect with these experts. Did you know that the gathering we have today here, and I was told about 1,600 people or maybe more, maybe there's some walk-ins, is the largest Trailblazer gathering at a Salesforce community event in the world. And there's about 50 plus dreaming events happening in the world. Yeah. Pat yourself in the back because you're here. There are 50 plus dreaming events happening in the world. And out of the 50, you're number one with regards to the number of people here. That tells me they're hungry and you took your time away from your families to be here so that you can really sharpen yourselves with the skills needed to move forward in this agentic era. Just a little bit about me. I've been in Salesforce for 20 plus years. And I'm more excited today than yesterday, I'll tell you. Because Salesforce is moving at a rate that, that's unheard of. And I know that you all get a chance to experience that. I had the opportunity in the 20 years to build developer relations, the Trailblazer community. We used to call it Salesforce community. Now we call it Trailblazer community. Also, the India Trailblazer community has a special place in my heart. I had the opportunity to build that community from scratch over the years when Salesforce didn't even have much presence in India. And this is what Arundhati ma'am called the One India Trailblazer Ohana. It's the vision we had to really bring the India Trailblazers together to really make something special. So this community is special. Don't take it for granted. And I think as we move into the agentic era, it's going to require all of you who are stakeholders in this community to really make an impact and help others move forward. I've been in the IT industry for more than 30 years, and I've seen a lot of shifts. I think that some of you were not even born yet when I was around. But I'm young at heart, like Gaurav. I think Gaurav always says, Kavindra, are you 16 or are you 120? And it's an inside joke, but you can ask Gaurav what that means. The shifts I've seen is going from mainframes to servers, to desktops, to laptops, to mobile. And then now we're going to go into robotics and all that type of stuff. From Java to .com. From on-premise to cloud. From CRM to Salesforce platform. From automation to AI. And now we're in this agentic era that's way different. And it is going to make an impact in how work gets done. The one thing I know for sure, and I believe in it, that the India Trailblazer community has not only is not ready for this moment, but has an opportunity to really lead it in the industry. Give yourself an applause of being here and being part of this special community. Just give a second, we have some tech issues here. That's why we need humans. And there'll always be tech support jobs. And how many people does it take to fix something like that? 4 people. All right. Before I go further, I want to pause and say thank you. Thank you, India Trailblazer community, for who you are and what you do for others. Also, the Bharat Dreaming team, I want to extend a special thanks to each and every one of you, from the founders, to the organizers, to all the volunteers. To put something like this together takes a lot of work. Trust me, I know. And it takes dedication, vision, an enormous heart to put something like this together. So why don't you all stand up and let's give a big applause. Let's raise the roof for the Bharat Dreaming teaming who brought everyone together under one umbrella so we can learn, connect, have fun, and give back. Have a seat. I'm still having clicker issues, so okay. No, that's fine. Before we go any further, just pay attention to the forward-looking statements. Based on what I shared today, please make sure that you make your decision accordingly. So I like what Mark Benioff said, and it was an article in the Time magazine, and he said that we are middle of, and I quote, the most significant transformation of work in history. I truly believe it, and it's a bold statement. This is a big shift we're going through, big shift in how we look at our jobs and the value in the workplace. The question isn't, is agentic real? I hope with what you've been hearing in the news, what you're experiencing in your workplace, with what Arundhati ma'am said and what I'll share, I hope you realize this thing is real. And it's not going to wait for you. And the question you should ask yourself is, not is agentic real? The question is, what are you going to do with the opportunity that's placed before you? And my encouragement is, before this weekend is over, that you have at least some sense of what that means to you, and you internalize it, because it is going to impact the way you work. The way I think of it, it's a mindset shift, not to just to survive in this era, but to thrive in it. As Salesforce professionals like yourself, your expertise, Salesforce expertise, your platform expertise, and your real-world experience is going to help you lead your organizations, yes, the companies that you work for, into the agentic enterprise. So for 27 years, yes, 27 years, trailblazers like yourself have turned Salesforce ideas into real world impact. From apps to dashboards to automations, and now AI agents and multi-agents. Did you know, as a Trailblazer community, that together you all created 200,000 agents in such a short time? You built 9.5 million custom apps and executed 524 billion flows every single month. And on top of that, you've earned over 13 million Trailblazer badges. A lot of this was possible because we have a Salesforce platform. The Salesforce platform is your foundation to build on top of the agentic enterprise with the latest Salesforce innovations that keep on coming. We are 21 million Trailblazers strong globally. And guess what? India is the largest Trailblazer group in the world. Give yourself an applause. We have 113 community groups across 50 cities. We have 11,000 plus women in tech members. All women tech members, give yourself an applause. We have 21 MVPs and 7 golden hoodie winners. It's just amazing. It's mind-boggling where we have come today. See, the India Trailblazer community, this India Trailblazer Ohana that started 2 decades ago when there was nothing, and where we are today, it's because of your passion in technology. It's because your strong learning spirit. It's because your hunger to wanting to go deeper in your skills. And it's also your enormous heart for giving back to the Salesforce ecosystem and the other Trailblazers. And one point I wanted to make in a serious note is, yes, it took us 2 decades to be where we are, and I know we're doing great. But one point I want to make is, what are we going to do with the next decade? And the next decade with agentics is going to require each and every one of you. You are stakeholders in this India Trailblazer community, and so require each and every one of you to partner with each other, unite with each other, work together, so that we can really move into the next generation and help the next generation of agent blazers become successful. Will you do that? I don't hear. Will you do that? Are you going to commit to that? Beautiful. So let me address a question that it's in everyone's mind, but no one says it out loud. Is AI going to replace me? And I know there's a lot of things going on in your minds. It was in my mind too. What's going to happen to me? And in the last few months, I've traveled to a lot of world tours globally. I was in Brazil, to Mexico City, to Milan, to London, to New York, Toronto, and many more cities. And one common questions I keep on getting from junior or senior Trailblazers is, what does agentic mean to my future, to my skills, to my career? My short answer is, AI is not a threat. AI is a promotion, and I'll touch on that in a second. Let me encourage you with what Mark Benioff said, and I quote, AI should elevate humanity, not diminish it. It is people who bring the creativity, values, and relationships that hold our world together. See, AI has no heart. It has no empathy, no lived experiences. It cannot read the room. and it cannot earn trust like you can. The way I look at it, as I said earlier, AI is a promotion. It takes the busy work, the repetitive tasks, the manual configurations, the routine reports, the coding. Yes, the coding too, for all you developers. And it allows you to do the imagination work, the strategic work, the smart work you were hired to do. And that's what companies are going to demand and look from you. And that's why Arundhati ma'am said that scaling up is more important, and you need to do it at a faster rate, and the right skills you need to acquire for that. And one thing I do want to let you know is that Salesforce has always been there with you through all the innovations and all the transformations we've gone through. And Salesforce is today here with you. Together, we'll be on this journey and pave the path for a better future for our families, our local communities, and ourselves. So hope you realize by now that agents are going to continue doing more and more tasks that humans have been doing. But don't forget, you have your superpowers for your advantage. I love what Arundhati ma'am stated. It was at the Trailblazer Women Summit. And I quote, "The agentic era gives us the ability to direct AI with intention, freeing people to lead with what matters most: judgment, empathy, and purpose." See, the more powerful AI becomes, the more valuable human judgment becomes. Because someone has to direct it. Someone has to set guardrails and govern it. And someone has to build and maintain the trust. Someone has to be accountable for it. And it's not going to be the agents. It's going to be humans. Gartner has a great data point that I want to touch on. By 2027, 40% of the enterprises will demote or decommission autonomous agents due to governance failures. You might say, well, I haven't even built an agent, and you're talking about getting rid of agents. Well, guess what? I hope you start building your agent like this weekend. But the point here is that AI did not fail. It's governance that failed. There was no one to build what I call the trust architecture. There was no one to build that, and it is going to require developer, admins, architects like yourself to make that happen. My point is that you are not an obstacle to AI. You are what makes AI work. I will do that one. Okay. So let me repeat what I said earlier. The story, your story, is not about replacement. Your story is about elevation. Think about how your job roles may change. Before, you manually were designing and implementing solutions. AI assisted at the margins, an autocomplete there, a suggestion here, and you focused on the mechanics and optimization. Now, in this world of agentics, you define the intent and desired outcomes first. AI drafts flows, logic, and configurations, and you validate the architecture, enforce guardrails, and ensure trust. Your Salesforce platform skill, expertise, your hard-earned knowledge that you built around metadata, permissions, automation, and data becomes even more valuable as systems become more autonomous. So as we shift more and more with AI, your job role as a developer, admin, architect is expanded, in my opinion. You're not just throwing away your hard-earned software domain expertise, but what you're doing is you're supercharging them. As an admin, your foundation is process and governance, but your agentic leap is becoming a context architect. This is where you're grounding real business data and topics. As a developer, your foundation is logic and integration. Your agentic leap is becoming a skill builder, where you're building AI actions and skills that make and actually make agents work. As an architect, your foundation is solution design, and your agentic leap is becoming an orchestration lead, where you are designing multi-agent strategies across the enterprise. See, my point is that this is a natural progression of the skills you already have. Let me encourage you with a data point from Deloitte. And I quote, 84% of companies have not redesigned jobs or the nature of work itself around AI capabilities. Insufficient worker skills are seen as the biggest barrier integrating AI into the business. Wow, when I look at that and think about it, it tells me that all of you are in the right time, in the right place. You have a head start on top of more than nearly all the companies in the world. It's a greenfield opportunity for you. You just have to have a mindset shift so that you can position yourself in this era. All of you left your families and came here to Jaipur at Bharat Dreamin. You spent your time, money away from them. My strong encouragement is that while you're here today, to maximize your time, be on purpose, get laser focused, and attend all the key sessions and connect with experts today. Build those relationships so that it can help you navigate your future in this agentic era. And for all of you that are starting your agentic journey, it doesn't matter whether you're a student, it's your first time hearing about Salesforce, or you've been around for a decade or two. Do these 4 things. Immediately, like this week, earn your 3 agent level badges. Does anyone know who those 3 levels are? There was a question that was asked yesterday to the students. Go ahead, Sonia. Champion, Innovator, and Legend. Those are 3 badges. They're on Trailhead free, and you can do it when you leave today even. I encourage you to do that. That'll build your foundation for that. And second thing, identify one busy task, something that's repetitive, something that is busy work, and build an agent so you can become more productive. Third, claim your identity. You're not just an admin, you're a context architect. You're not just a developer, you're a skill builder. You're not an architect, you're an orchestrator and lead. And fourth, be resilient. It will transform you as Salesforce professionals into orchestrators of the agentic enterprise. And for all of you who've been around and are experienced with Agentforce and AI agents, I encourage you, my plea is that you start helping others by sharing your best practices. That's going to be one of the most important things you can do to help other trailblazers. I'll leave you with some resources. that are timely, that our Trailblazer Relations team put together. And this goes deeper into what I've talked about and about how your job roles as admins, developer, and architects change. And in closing, I'll leave you with words of Mark Benioff. Trailblazers are the most important people in the world right now. You are leading the next great chapter of technology and of human potential. See, it's not about just technology. It's not about platform. It's about you as Trailblazers who are going to make a huge impact in the agentic era. And as I mentioned earlier, and Marunda ma'am said that too, this Bharat Dreaming here, this one India Trailblazer Ohana, is what special thing we have. And in order for it to thrive in the next decade, it's going to require each and every one of you to get united, partner with each other, and really help lead the next generation of Trailblazers. Thank you for your time, and I want to leave you with something. Be resilient, because resilience is how you're going to lead your future in the agentic era. With that, namaste.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, KP sir, for your wonderful keynote. Your words remind us that technology evolves, but it continues evolve. It's people, community, and the give back spirit. Okay, it going to give back. So this maybe continues a last longing spirit. Okay, now it's time to deep dive into what's next happening into Salesforce world. Okay, so now please welcome our next keynote speaker, Aditya Nagatopali on stage, Senior Director, Product Management, Salesforce.
Check. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Okay, I guess I need all of you to stand up in that case. Half the people. Anyway, so can you all of you please stand up? I need you awake for this. Why are you all still sitting? Okay, what should we make you do once that you have stood up? This is Bharat Dreamin, and I think there is one thing that was missing. Can you all start singing the national anthem, please? So you're standing and doing something for 1 minute. Why? Oh, is it? Okay, then Bharat Mata ki Jai. Sit down. Yeah, it is the same slide deck. Okay, it is good that people know all the rules for national anthem, which I did not. So what we are going to do now is just talk a little bit about what Salesforce is doing in the whole AI space and how you can be a part of it. Do you know what I'm going to talk about? So those of you who are leaving, any idea what I'm planning to talk about? All right, so we are going to be talking about headless today. So I understand all of you have been here for quite some time, so I'll keep this short as well as meaningful for all of you who are still with me today. Again, as usual, I'm going to be talking about an actual product today, so please make all your purchasing decisions based on what is generally available and not based on anything I might say. Over the course of the last 1 hour, whether it is Arundhati ma'am or whether it is Kavindra, the one thing that we spoke about is the value shift. that all of you as developers, admins, you're no longer just developers and admins, you're becoming something more. You're becoming the orchestrators of AI. And that's what the core message that we are trying to deliver. But there is another important aspect of what is happening when you start orchestrating AI agents. So as you see, when you start using AI, the apps that you build traditionally might change. So before AI was there, you spent some of your time planning, but most of your time you spent in building stuff. And finally, once you build something, that is when you realize, okay, whether it is working or not. If it's something is not working, you go back to your planning phase. Now with AI, what's happening? You're deciding what to make for a longer amount of time. What is being made is taken care by AI. So it's being done in a very short span. And then immediately you're in your phase where you want to test whether it is working or not. And this is not a linear phase. How many of you have been using AI on a day-to-day basis? Show of hands. How many of you have multiple tabs open where AI is working in multiple tabs? So see that your app development phase is actually now running in parallel, which means you are getting to the desired outcomes faster. And the apps that you're building, you're able to validate them and then keep making changes iteratively. But what you are not realizing, or maybe some of you have realized, is that these apps that you're building are also changing. So with AI, all of you are building apps, which is good, but are your apps human-facing or not? Who's the primary user of all these apps that you're building? Show of hands, human beings? No, who's using your apps? Nobody's using? Why are you building them then? Non-human users of your apps? Okay, human beings in the room? Okay, still I don't see some hands, so we might have some really advanced beings here. So the architectural shift in the apps that all of you are building is that the primary users of your apps is no longer just a human being. So let's say all of you have seen 100 demos till now on Agentforce, on any AI technology. All of them, what do they show? They say, hi, I am so-and-so person. What is the status of my case? And then you get a reply. Do you really need an agent for that? And is it really supposed to be like a 1:1 conversation? Can't agents do it at scale? Can't you ask an agent, show me all my cases? So that is you as a customer. But what about a service rep? Can they be like, can you show the status of all of my cases? Anything that is escalated? So AI is meant to do one-to-many jobs. So don't limit AI to do one-to-one jobs. One-to-many is what you should look for. And that scale is what these apps must contain. Each and every single one of your apps, by default, you should assume it is going to be used by an AI. Because even if you take a simple booking website, people are writing scripts to automate that. You're no longer going onto a website and searching for tickets. You're running an agent which is going to your website and searching for tickets. Now, the websites that allow that to do more seamlessly are the ones that are going to become more relevant in the future. If you're still a browser-based app, then your relevancy is definitely going to come down. And to enable that, to enable an app to function without a UI, that is what really headless means, where you give an AI agent API-level access so that it doesn't have to go through the trouble of going to a browser and clicking through buttons and finding out what happens. And later on in the future, let's say you want to update your CSS, then your AI agent will stop working because it is browser-based. So we want everything to be API-based in the future, and that is where Headless 360 is going to help you. And Salesforce has launched Headless 360 for the purpose of making all of your Salesforce tools API accessible. And that is something that we have been doing for quite some time. You have seen some or the other version of this slide, I'm assuming, over the years that you have been in Salesforce. We have been continuously evolving, but there is one major shift that we are making with Headless. It is not just making Salesforce API accessible, it is also bringing down the walls of Salesforce. So what does it mean? If you have to work on Salesforce, let's say as a developer, you only have Apex, LWC, and none of these can be used outside of Salesforce. So you're kind of locked in into what our platform provides. But we are bringing those walls down. And that is also a part of what Headless 360 offers. We talk about APIs, 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 but if you have been in the Salesforce ecosystem, you know Salesforce always had APIs. We always had connected apps. So what is new is all of the other wrappers that we built around it. And Headless 360 is for everyone. This is another common misconception that I keep seeing whenever I talk to people and talk about Headless 360. They're like, okay, I have used Claude Code to build so-and-so app on Salesforce. Or I'm using Agentforce Vibes to build apps on Salesforce. That is not really what Headless is meant to be. In fact, it is only one part of what Headless is meant to be. What you are using significantly is the builder side of it. But Headless 360 also empowers your end users. So the end users who don't have access to Agentforce Vibes, who don't have Claude Code, what do they use? ChatGPT, Claude, any AI agent that they're using currently to do their work, Headless 360 can help plug in Salesforce to that particular AI agent. And of course, your AI agents itself. Agents can also connect to Salesforce via Headless 360. And we do this by what we call, or what the IT industry is now calling MCPs, which is nothing but a wrapper around your APIs. Because if you have integrated Salesforce with other technologies, you know, if you want to invoke an API, you need a connected app, you need a client ID, client secret, you need to store it somewhere. There is some mechanism that you have to call the API, get the response, process the response, and then use it. All of that process is automated with MCPs. So every agent knows what the structure of the API is and what the structure of the response is so that it can start working with it. But what is the other thing on this slide is the amount of MCPs that we have already built. Every layer of Salesforce that you can think of, there is an MCP for that. In fact, we have launched around 60 MCP tools already, and by the time of Dreamforce, which is next 2-3 months, we are going to launch more. APIs, anyways, if you look at the number, there are around 1,000, 4,000 APIs. Realistically, you need not remember any of that because the agent can do it on your behalf. And none of what I'm showing you, you need to worry about it. Because everything that we are building is agent capable. So as long as you're able to ask an agent that, can you do this for me? It can achieve that output. So what we are also doing is we have recently launched the skills library. This, I think most of you wouldn't know about it because it's just a blog post that we have put out. So what are skills? It's again another layer on top of your MCPs. For example, I need to create a custom object. With just the MCPs, an AI agent can do it, but it has to go and figure out what is an object, what is the structure, is there an existing object, what are the fields it has to create. So there is a sequence of steps an agent must follow in order to create your custom objects. The agent can figure it out, but it's going to spend a lot of tokens for that. Let's say 10,000, 20,000 tokens. But if you use a skill, you're actually giving it a sequence of steps to follow. So with far lesser number of tokens, it's able to achieve the same output. And we have launched a bunch of skills, not just for your Salesforce platform, but whether it is your Marketing Cloud, Data 360, any tool on Salesforce, we have launched skills. And I haven't given any link on purpose because you can just Google for it. So just type in SF skills on Google and the first link that's come up is going to be this GitHub repo. Now, I wanted to show you a demo, but in the interest of internet and time, I have made it into screenshots. I hope that is okay. But what I want to show here is what you're looking at is ChatGPT. And in ChatGPT, I'm asking a very simple question, find the account named so-and-so, doesn't really matter, and check the account health. Now what I've done to ChatGPT is I've connected Salesforce MCPs. And it's not just the standard MCP that I've connected, but the Apex classes and flows that I've built into my org can be exposed to MCP as well. You need not do anything. It's just a bunch of checkboxes you check. All your invocable Apex classes, auto-launched flows, Aura-enabled methods, all of them can be a part of your MCP. So what happens is, in the next slide, it's a GIF. So you can see ChatGPT automatically knows to call the relevant tool. Here it is an SOSL query that it is firing. And then the next tool that it fires is my custom Apex class to get my account health score, because I have my own algorithm to run. And then it's able to summarize the results and give it to me. Now, the reason I'm showing this demo is this is completely end user facing. This is not what you're building. You're just exposing an MCP, and end users can start using your AI Salesforce logic inside any AI tool that they want. Now, this other prompt, if you can see, it is just create a sync meeting is what I said. The purpose of this is again to show that CRUD operations are also possible. So you'll not only just read data. Most use cases that I've seen on the internet, they just read data, summarize records, but you'll be able to take action as well, that is create records. Now, this is another demo where we are going to use Salesforce data in combination with existing tools, which are non-Salesforce tools. So ChatGPT is capable of building its own Excel files, building its own visualizations. So here what we are doing is we are just plugging in Salesforce data to that. So my question is only going to be that I have a list of opportunities and I need to see a bar chart for it. So the end user, without having to create a Salesforce report, they can ask this question in ChatGPT, and along with summarizing it, if you notice, it's going to create the Excel file for you along with the visualizations that you want. So again, here it is just to show you the power of MCPs for the end user, because all of you in the end are building apps for end users. While it is all fancy and all that you are able to build apps with AI, in the end, the customers are end users who are using it through the front end. That is what customers are paying us for. That is what customers are paying you for. They're not paying you to use Claude Code and build nice apps and get certified on Claude. So this is what they're paying you for, so ensure you focus on this. All right, so this is for all of you. I'm sure this is a developer audience, so I wanted to show a little bit of Claude Code as well. So this is Claude Code in which I have connected the Data 360 MCP server. It's not Salesforce, it's Data 360. So I can start creating whatever I want, whether it is data or metadata. So here I'm asking it to create a segment. And in this case, I have installed the Salesforce skills. So Claude Code need not figure out what a segment is. Then go to your Data 360 and try to get the metadata. It already knows how to do that with this skill. And once you install a skill, Claude knows that it can invoke that skill. So it's done that, and you can actually see a segment being created. So all these headless 360 demos are fancy with the output. If you really want to see a demo of this, it is just a bunch of text that will be scrolling up and down. So the power of it is the app that you're building. The next part of headless, again, all of this is MCP. All of you would have seen some version of these demos. But when we talk about headless, it is not just about MCPs. As I mentioned, we are bringing the walls of Salesforce down. So what that means is now you're not just logged into Lightning Web Components to build on Salesforce. You can use any UI framework that you want. And currently we support React, but by Dreamforce we are trying to support AngularJS and Next.js and other prominent UI frameworks. Does it mean you will have to learn React? How many of you are interested to learn React? Oh wow, some people are, okay. Others not interested? So for those of you who are interested, in fact, the technology is not the barrier anymore. React UI framework. In the end, you are using the same Claude Code, giving the same prompt, whether it is building an LWC or React, shouldn't really matter. So I would encourage, don't focus too much on the technology, don't worry about the syntax. That's totally irrelevant right now. If anybody is asking you for syntax in an interview, you have the right to walk out. All right? Because no one cares about syntax. AI can take care of it. So to help you learn, again, for those of you who raised your hands, we still want you to learn if you are interested. So just like LWC recipes, we have also given you multi-framework recipes. So this also is available on GitHub for you to Google and use immediately. And the reason we launched this is not so much to teach you the syntax, but to just teach you the capabilities. So just like LWC, you can do reading, writing, compositions, like parent-child, child-parent communications, all of that React can do. So we just want to show you all of that. And the data itself can be accessed either via Apex or via GraphQL. So go through the recipes and you will get to know. So these are APIs that you'll be able to directly call from React, and these React components are going to be deployed on top of Salesforce platform. So these are not externally deployed apps on Heroku or anything. You get to deploy this on Salesforce, and the way you do that is through VS Code. So in the same project folder where you have LWC, Apex, permission set profiles, you now have a new metadata component UI bundles, and inside which can your entire React app live. And then you just deploy it to Salesforce. We take care of everything else. So now it is React. In the future, it can be any UI framework. So this is one example of bringing the walls down, which means any UI developer out there in the ecosystem can now start building on Salesforce without having to really understand how to do all of the integrations and stuff. So that is something that we are bringing to the ecosystem. And we are also doing the opposite side of it. It's not just bringing external UI to Salesforce. You can bring Salesforce UI to external surfaces. So within Salesforce, let's say you're building a very fancy component. One demo that I keep seeing is in Agentforce. You want to book a flight, and then there are nice cards that we show you for this is the next flight that is available. What if you want to make that same card available on ChatGPT, on Slack? So that is where headless experience layer comes into picture. There is no demo for this because we want to wait until this is launched, which is going to be launching the end of July. So once we launch, maybe whenever you come back to the next community meetings, we are going to talk about headless experience layer. So overall, what we have seen is what Salesforce is doing in terms of headless and how people are building on it. Now, how many of you recognize this quote? If you're on Instagram, you would have seen this 100 times. How many of you recognize it? Nobody else is on Instagram? I thought people like to scroll. Yeah, that is by Jensen Huang, who has told that if I pay somebody 500K as salary, they must be spending at least 250K in tokens, which was his way to encourage people to start using AI more. But also he owns the infrastructure behind AI, so the more tokens we spend, the more money he makes. But that is not really true anymore. The more number of tokens you spend doesn't necessarily make you a good developer. But the new statement that I would like to tell all of you is, it's not how much you spend, but what you get for it. So let's say there are two developers in the room. One developer is building the app in the same time with lesser tokens. So they are more valuable than you. Because you can just ask AI anything that you want and token max it. I can spend like 1 million tokens in 1 hour if I want, but that's not what we are going for. The value that you build is going to be important, and companies are going to start looking at that. Because whether you realize it or not, every AI conversation that you have is cost. So whether company is paying that cost as salary to you or in tokens, it is still cost for them. So you need to get their costs down. So this is the new statement that I want all of you to go with. And the other question that you should start asking yourselves, now you have seen all this technical talk, you will be seeing more and more technical talks from Salesforce. Capability-wise, if you have been in the Salesforce ecosystem, you have made all your way to Jaipur to come to this conference, you know Salesforce can deliver. Salesforce has the technology to do whatever you want. So headless also, I can talk about 20 more slides on what beautiful capabilities headless has, how to authenticate and all of that. The capability is there, but what are you going to do with it? This is where most organizations are stuck. And that is the absolute truth. Now, even when we launched Agentforce, the problem was not with how Agentforce worked. We all taught you what Agentforce is. We taught you how to enable. We've conducted workshops for 1 year. We taught you about agent script. But even then, the demos that we have seen is again limited to service use cases where you want to ask, what is the status of my case? What is the status of my order? Or can you summarize my recent opportunity? Now, the reason all of you are stuck there is the business processes themselves have not overcome that UI barrier. You're trying to use AI to replace a UI, where instead of a button click, you want to have a conversation. But that's not really what AI is meant for. So you have to start asking your customers to challenge their business process and see, for this new AI era, for this new headless era, in fact, can this business process be changed to be done in scale with the help of agents? That is when you're going to see more value, and that is when your customers will start adopting agents, not necessarily agent force, but any agentic system. The problem is not with the technology. The problem is with customers, their apprehensions. They want their own process not to change. But as Kavindra mentioned and Arundhati ma'am mentioned, over the course of years, technology has evolved and everybody started adapting to it. So it's only a matter of time that people will have to adapt. But with AI, that time period is very less. So people who adapt faster are the ones who will grow. Eventually, everybody will adapt, just like Nokia. Touchscreens have come. Nokia took a while to adapt to touchscreens, and they are no longer in the business. So be quick in adopting whatever is happening, and give this example to your customers. Don't be the next Nokia of your industry, right? That is when they're going to come back to you and be like, okay, please help us. We are open to listen. That's what we want all of you to do. And that's what I'm going to leave you with. And in order for you to do that, these are the 5 things to remember. Again, the core part of this, please feel free to take a picture, is that there is going to be a dip in productivity before it goes up. So the middle tile, which is embracing the J curve, that is the reality. So don't just assume because you started using AI, from day 2 onwards, your productivity will increase by 10%. No. Day 2, your productivity will go down. Day 3, it will go down further. It will take you 2 or 3 weeks to start leveraging AI properly and integrating it with your business workflows. That is when you will see the productivity gains. So don't just give up in the first 2 weeks because your productivity is going down. That is the crucial time where you have to analyze what you're doing wrong and try to work with it more. And the other major key takeaway from this slide is business processes. As I mentioned, technology, relevant, but remember syntax and stuff like that. AI can take care of most of the heavy lifting for you. You need to be sure what is the business, how do you enhance that business, and how do you make it ready for AI. For that, you need to have domain knowledge. You need to know how a business works. What are their weak points? What are their pain points? That is your next strength. Nobody here who can write an Apex trigger in 5 minutes or less is going to be the next good developer. The one who can decide whether or not a trigger itself is useful, or is that business process itself worth it to build a trigger for, is the one that's going to be the next useful developer for the ecosystem. With that, I think I wrapped up well before my allocated time. So I thank all of you for staying back and listening to what I have to offer. If you want to get hands-on on any of the things that we spoke about, on your agenda papers, you will see there are 2 hands-on workshops back-to-back happening underground, I'm assuming. First one is Headless 360. So let your friends also know there is a workshop happening. And after Headless 360, we are doing a Slack workshop, because Slack is that headless interface to Salesforce. You can build automations. There's a whole lot going on. And Rashmi and Satya were supposed to be here, but they also have a box of swag. If you attend the workshop, you have a chance of getting some of that swag. So please be there, and I will see you in either of the workshops. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Aditya, for such an amazing keynote. Aditya would like to stay on this stage, and would like to invite Kavinder sir and Gelda on this stage for a small token of appreciation. Just a second.
Thank you so much, Kavin sir, Gilda, and Aditya. Our keynote sessions have now concluded. There is still plenty of happening throughout the venue, with breakout sessions, our workshops, networking opportunity, and much more. Before you head out, here are a few quick directions. So if you are attending a breakout session, or if you would like to visit the sponsor hall, please head to the first floor, okay? And you need to press 1 in the lift. Okay, so meet our sponsors, explore their solution, and thanks to the sponsor team for supporting the Bharat Dreamin. If you are attending a workshop, then please make your way to the lower ground. To reach to the lower ground, please press LG in the lift. If you are exploring the career opportunity, don't miss out our dedicated hiring sessions. So hiring space is there at the second floor. You need to press 2 in the lift. 2 means the second floor. Okay? And lunch will be served later in the convention hall in the ground floor. We all are at the ground floor right now. Okay? So there is a main OD and the convention hall. For more information, please check your agenda. And if you need any help, any kind of support, or any assistance, our volunteers are available throughout the venue. And they are more happy to help you out, okay? We encourage you to make the most of our day. We will see you back here later for the demo jam, for the closing keynote, and the closing ceremony. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, hello, yeah. Hey, very good morning all. So whoever wants to attend this session from the main Audi, you can sit over here, okay? So we're going to start in another 5 minutes. So you can settle down over here. Yes, yes.
You can download it in your local. Then you can.
No, no, no. I can anyways work on it like offline is supported, so I don't need the internet as such. But I thought it is it needed to?
No, no, no. You can
No,
tell
no,
the
you can
slideshow for the
directly
presentation
connect.
and stuff. I just said you to connect. Okay,
Okay, okay,
design
okay.
working. Okay. So I believe it's working. You can slideshow and he allows 5 minutes. Okay, he will call you back. Allows 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, sure,
So
sure, sure.
I just try to gather the audience.
Yeah, yeah. The, there were anyways less people, but after the announcement that we had already first, they thought, okay, we are done here.
They are done.
So most people left. But we can start after 5 minutes.
Yeah, fine. Good. Yeah. I'll call you.
I'll leave my or I just take that.
Whatever. Good morning once again all. We're going to start with our first session. Yeah, so it's in main audio, yes. So whoever wants to attend the session, please kindly be seated. Yes. Good morning, Jaipur. This is Bharat Dreamin 2026. Yes. This is Bala and my co-host Muskan. So Muskan, please introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, my name is Muskan Longani and I am happy to be here joining you in Bharat Dreamin 2026. So, oh, sorry. So let me introduce our first speaker of today. Our first speaker believes that automation alone isn't enough. True transformation comes through orchestrations, bringing us over 16 years of expertise in integration, AI, and enterprise automation. Please welcome Abhishek Dikshit for his session, Orchestrate the Impossible. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone. Over to you, Abhishek.
Testing. Can you hear me? No, right? You can? Okay. Yeah, the two people on the top, I hope you can still hear me. All right. Okay. Well, I was definitely expecting a lot more people to show up, but it's fine. They're lost. They don't know what they're missing out on. I'll get started quickly before more of you get an opportunity to leave the room. Okay. So, yeah, let me grab the clicker. All right. Jai Ho Jaipur. Yeah, I was expecting like a more packed room to go, you know, the filmy style. Jai Ho, but that's okay. Like Kavinder said, we have to be resourceful, we have to be resilient. We'll make do with what we have. Okay. So, but I'll not let you go. The few people that I have on the room, please help cheer me on. And when I say 1, 2, 3, we'll go together. No matter how non-filmy you are, how cringe you feel it might be, let's just go Jai Ho, okay? 1, 2, 3. Jai Ho Jaipur. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. All right. Padharo mare session ma, right? As they say in this state. Now, if you think about it, Padharo, right? If you try to relate it to your enterprise tech stack, no matter how odd it sounds, it actually presents a very real business problem in today's, which is present in most enterprise tech stack today, okay? Which is the problem of disconnection, right? Salesforce with its customer data, ERP, HR system, finance system, you know, support system, all of them are like, you know, these individually or siloed, well-guarded fortresses, right? That are excellent at what they do, but in their own realm. They are not very inviting to data from other systems or new systems, right? So I'm not here to introduce yet another fort today. Rather, I'm here to talk about something which the state of Rajasthan, you know, realized thousands of years ago before Silicon Valley, and that is hospitality, right? Being hospitable. And that, if you think about it, again, going back to the message of Padharo, it's all about just welcome, work together, and get it done, right? That's essentially what orchestration also means. And hence the title of today's session, Orchestrate the Impossible. Okay? This is the sponsor slide. There's us. No flex. But jokes apart, yeah, Vocato, we at Vocato are really proud to be sponsoring, like Kavindra said, the largest undisputed, you know, Salesforce community event on the planet, right? And a special thank you to all the co-founders, the organizers, the Bharat Dreaming team. I mean, you guys already got a standing ovation before, but let's hear it for the team who have done so much of work together in the last couple of months. So please, a huge round of applause for them. Okay. Let's move on. Oh, my laptop is thinking I'm talking to Siri. You can ignore the top right part. All right. So there's me. Thank you for the introduction, whoever it was. Name's Abhishek Dikshit. I'm a staff forward deployed engineer at Workado currently. Now I have spent more than 16 years in the realm of integration, right? And today I am basically going to talk about how that plays a very crucial part in a Salesforce professional's career, right? How integration is shaping the entire agentic era, right? Okay, let's move on. This is the agenda. So first up, we are going to talk about who is Workado, what is Workado, right? And I think, I don't know how many of you have heard about Workado before, but if you haven't heard of it, then you deserve a proper introduction, not a sales pitch. So I'll try to do that. Then we will spend a good 10 minutes into the heart of this session, which is why Workado and Salesforce are better together, right? Then we will look at 3 key use cases that are playing out in real companies around the world, right? And finally, we are going to discuss what's in it for you, right? What is your career opportunity? Why you should care about, this Workado and Salesforce combined skill set, okay? And lastly, one point kind of missing from here is the mystery agenda. We'll talk about someone. I'll introduce someone, but we'll get there when we come there, okay? Let me just quickly move the Siri out of the way as it's a little distracting. Okay. All right. So who is Workado? Workado is what we call as the leader in agentic enterprise orchestration. Okay. Now that's a mouthful, so let me break it down for you. Orchestration, I guess I already introduced it by having the, comparing it to essentially the concept of Padharo, right? So I hope you get the message there. But essentially, this is who we are. At its very core, Workato is a platform that connects apps, automates workflows, and increasingly deploys AI agents across departments in an enterprise. Okay, that's who Workato is at the core. Now, what makes us credible? These points that you see here on your screen, right? We are trusted by more than 50% of the Fortune 500 companies. We have a global clientele of more than 12,000 customers. We have data centers around the world. We have thousands of pre-built connectors, Salesforce obviously being one of them, but we have so much more: Workday, SAP, ServiceNow, Slack, the list goes on and on. And Gartner, I hope everybody is familiar with Gartner. It's the leading analyst firm in the market. So just like Salesforce, I guess every year would show up as a leader in their Magic Quadrant for CRM. Similarly, they have a Magic Quadrant for integration platforms. And Workato has been showing up in the leader quadrant for 7 consecutive years now. That's a huge deal that talks about, that we are the best in the business out there. Okay. Also, even a bigger deal is Gartner's customers. We are the only vendor who they have voted for as for the customer's choice award, right? So essentially that means our customers love us. On the business side of things, the last fiscal year of ours, we closed it at 35% year-on-year ARR growth with 50% net new ARR growth, and we have more than 700 customers who are spending more than 100K annually with us. Okay, so that's a high-level kind of overview for you about Workado. All right, so again, when you think about Workado, you can just think of it as these 3 concepts mainly. That's up on your screen: recipes, So just like in Salesforce flow, right, you know, you have flows. Just like that, we have recipes, which is essentially nothing but an automated workflow, right? It has triggers and a set of actions, okay? So that's recipes. Connectors, so we have, again, like I said earlier, we have thousands of pre-built connectors that can essentially connect to anything. So it facilitates, these connectors essentially facilitate communication or data flow between all the systems in your enterprise tech stack, right? That is what these connectors are. Some examples that I already talked about. And finally, and this is the most exciting part, because, you know, AI, agentic, our AI agents, we call them as genies, and they are not just your chatbots who can talk with you. They have the ability to take deep actions, right, in different systems in your tech stack. And they can, as it says, they can execute complex multi-step workflows, right? So if nothing else, I hope this kind of gives you an idea of who we are as a company, as a platform, what is it that we do, right? And just at least, you know, take away these three keywords when you think about Workato: recipes, connectors, and genies, okay? Let's move on. Okay. All right. So now let's get into the meat of the topic, right? Why Salesforce and Workato are better together. We all know Salesforce is, you know, great at what it does, without question. So how can Workato make it do more? That is what we try to answer in this particular part of the session. So the best way to describe the relationship between Salesforce and Workato would be, think of Salesforce as the system of record, that is where all of your customers' data lives. And think of Workato as the automation fabric. Think of Workato as the connecting tissue that connects all of your systems in a tech stack, okay? So essentially Workato, what it does is it extends and connects Salesforce, right? So in Salesforce, you can, you know, you have your, again, CRM, customer data, all of your sales team and operations team lives there. You can create service tickets in Salesforce. You can use it for all kinds of reporting and insights. Your RevOps team also uses Salesforce. But again, that's the thing, right? Salesforce doesn't live alone in a customer's tech stack. You have different kinds of systems: HR system, finance system, support system. And so when Salesforce has to interact with these systems, that is when Workato comes into the picture, right? It helps extend the utility of Salesforce, because as already, you know, the like Arundhati ma'am and Kavindra already said, and in all, even in the previous session, right, integration is a huge enabler for agentic era, right? The first few years when ChatGPT kind of burst onto the scene, people were confused what to do with AI, right? Just use it for personal productivity, you know, use it for life advice. How do you really use it to better your business processes and really get the promised value proposition from it? And that is where the where integration kind of came in. Even there were talks that with AI coming in, integration platforms are obsolete. Integration is no longer needed. Everybody will just build whatever they want. Hell, there was even talk of we will just build our own CRM. So all kinds of, but now when the dust has settled, you know, you should realize that integration is the best way to derive value out of these AI agents, right? The use cases, the business use cases everybody has been talking about, use AI agents to build use cases. Most, if not all of your use cases will involve integration between Salesforce and one or the other system, okay? And that is where Workato will come in. You have to click on it 2-3 times, okay. So hopefully by now, if you're already starting to ask this question, then you are paying attention, right? Why Workato when I can use Flow or MuleSoft? So even before I get into the comparison table, I just want you to know, being very honest, that you do not have to learn anything new or relearn something completely new when we say, upskill yourself with Workato. All of the concepts you're already familiar with, like how you build automations within the Salesforce. So all of those concepts, they can be directly mapped to Workato concepts. So for example, a flow, as I talked about, it directly maps to a Workato recipe, right? Flow trigger, it directly maps to something called recipe trigger in Workato. It's just that the scope is much bigger, right? We are talking about a much, kind of universal scale. So your flow trigger will trigger the flows whenever something happens within Salesforce. A recipe trigger will be triggered whenever something happens anywhere. It could be Salesforce, a database, a webhook, anywhere, right? Similarly, flow action, recipe action step. Flow action has the ability to take actions within the Salesforce system. Recipe action can take action in any system out there. Same Apex trigger for all the developers out there. Apex trigger, we have real-time triggers in Workato, right? Same event-driven architecture, but without governance limits. So if you have ever had to code anything to work around these execution limits, you are not going to have this problem here with Apex, with real-time triggers, right? And finally, connected app, name credential. I think this is something most of you should be familiar with. Connect to your application once, hook it up with your recipe, and then forget about it, okay? We support multiple types of authentications, and we can essentially connect to all of the more than 1200 connectors that we have. Salesforce is just one of them, okay? So the main takeaway from this particular slide is familiar concepts. So the learning curve will not be steep at all. Just put it in a bigger context, okay? This is fun, okay. But still, I have probably not addressed the question directly, right? In the previous slide, I talked about mapping some concepts from Flow and MuleSoft to Workato. So let's address this question head on now. Look, I'll be honest. So Flow is great if your automation lives strictly within the Salesforce boundaries, Salesforce ecosystem, right? But when you have to, your automation reaches out of the Salesforce boundary, Flow kind of reaches its limit, right? It's really, because I live in this ecosystem day in and day out, I have seen firsthand how frustrating it can be for both the implementation team as well as customers if we try to stretch any product, any tool beyond its limits, right? So we should kind of be, and it can be any tool, Workato included. You should be able to, first of all, confidently figure out what a particular tool is good at, what it can and cannot do, right? And then you might ask, okay, fine, I'll not use Flow if I have to automate or integrate with something outside the Salesforce boundaries. I can still use MuleSoft. So MuleSoft is also good. It's deep, right? But it's very technical, like technical and integration engineer and developer focused, right? There is a lot of technical expertise needed in order to implement an automated workflow using MuleSoft. We have seen customers spending 6 and to even 12 months just setting up MuleSoft before they ever realize their first automated workflow, right? So the takeaway again here is, whenever you are thinking about automations or integrations outside Salesforce, Workato is the answer, okay? Again, it's not, we are not saying, it's not a question of either or, right? It's again, like I said earlier, it's just realizing what the strengths of each of the tools is and where, they kind of fit, okay? So hopefully this made sense. Now let's talk about some key use cases because I think this is the most interesting part in any product conversation. Not what your product can do, but what it is actually, doing out there already. Right? So we are going to discuss 3 key use cases here. Okay. First up is your classic lead to cash automation. So if you are a Salesforce admin working with sales team, if you are in sales, if you are in revenue operations, this one will hit home. You know, your marketing tool captures a lead or somebody fills up a form and a lead is captured. You have to manually key it into Salesforce, right? Then once the lead is there or the opportunity is created, uh, or opportunity is closed actually, lead is closed, there needs to be a new record created manually in your ERP system. It could be NetSuite, SAP, Workday, whatever, right? When the quote is submitted, so that usually involves a lot of emails being, exchanged back and forth, or maybe somebody doing something in Salesforce and then, Slack. And finally, once the quote is approved, you have to again, deal with manual creation of invoices, spreadsheets being, uh, spreadsheets being exchanged manually. So Workado essentially automates all of this, right? As soon as the lead is captured in Salesforce, it is captured in your marketing system. A lead is created automatically in Salesforce in real time. And then again, it creates an opportunity automatically in your ERP system. The quote is approved. It sends the approval to the manager in Slack, right? So the manager doesn't have to really log into Salesforce. They can just, with a single click, accept or reject the quote within Slack. And finally, once everything is done, Workato will generate the invoice in your billing system. All of this happening in real time within seconds, right? That's the value proposition here. The result is 40% faster deal cycles with zero manual handoffs, nothing falling through the cracks, right? Zero errors. Moving on to, let me go back one more. Does the back button work or not? Okay, let me just go here. Okay, so this is one of the most common use cases that we solve, Salesforce plus ERP sync, and this is one of the most painful use cases for customers to manage manually, right? And again, here the entire life cycle is, these are two huge systems, right? CRM and ERPs. These are two huge systems with a lot of overlapping data, account records and whatnot. And there is a lot of duplication of work involved if you are not automating the whole thing end to end. So what Workado does is, as soon as a deal is created in Salesforce or maybe an account is created in Salesforce, it will sync the ERP system, create a customer record in the ERP system in real time, right? Again, when the deal is closed, it triggers the sales order creation in NetSuite or the ERP system automatically. And then I think you get the picture. Invoice, revenue, all of this is automated. So even the invoice, when it is closed, that information kind of syncs back to Salesforce. So your reps and the customer success teams have full financial visibility of what is happening with the customer within Salesforce, right? And your reps will also be able to see the inventory data within Salesforce. So all of that information is also being synced from the ERP to Salesforce, right? Let's move on to the third and final use case. And this is the one that is obviously the most exciting one to talk about looking at the times. AI agents, as I said earlier, Workato's AI agents are called genies. They are pre-built, right? And some examples that you see here are Sales Genie that qualifies leads. Now it automatically updates Salesforce opportunities, and then it can send these follow-ups to reps in Slack. Like for sellers, especially, right, in the sales area, we have seen so many useful agentic cases, and Sales Genie is our out-of-the-box solution to solve them. Right? Similarly, for CSM Genie, it monitors customer health records in your Salesforce and it essentially identifies a churn risk in real time before the customer is even thinking about leaving, right? And finally, Campaign Genie. This one I love to talk about everywhere I go, because it syncs campaign data between your marketing systems and Salesforce, right? And in one of the customers, for one of the customers where we deployed this Campaign Genie, it generated 2.7 million in pipeline within just 30 days of being deployed. So let that sink in, right? 2.7 million in just within 30 days. So that's the value proposition we are talking about when we say, Workado Genies. So hopefully these use cases kind of resonated with you, with what you do, with at least some of the work that you do in your day-to-day. Okay. I have 5 more minutes. I'll keep moving. All right. So far we have been talking about what's in it for your company, your organization, if you upskill with Workato. Now let's talk a little bit about what's in it for you, right? Why should you care? So today the reality of the market is, there are thousands of Salesforce, let's say, admins and even developers out there, and core Salesforce skills, Salesforce Cloud, that will not help you stand out, that will not help you get differentiated. Right? You need to go broader. And right now what's really in demand is Salesforce engineers who not only know just Salesforce, but they also know how Salesforce can connect to other applications in the tech stack, right? How you can become the guy, not just be the guy who operates Salesforce in a company, but who can become the guy who can make Salesforce talk to other systems in the company, right? AI fluency, this is something really rare and really relevant in today's times. So if you are learning genies and building these AI agents, that is a huge upskill for you. And then you also get to, once you broaden your vision, you start looking into other systems. What is the HR system for, and how do I integrate? So you get a broader vision of the business, and you can start speaking in a language that executives care about. Revenue, cost reduction, efficiency. So the takeaway from this slide would really be Workato and Salesforce skill stack, or Salesforce integration skill stack, really helps you to broaden your horizons, and that is a rare skill in today's market, and rare skills command rare opportunities, right? So that is my 1-minute elevator pitch as to why you should care about this skill combo. And I wanted to also just give you some actionable things that you can do today, right? So you can go to workato.com/integration/Salesforce. You can look at our pre-built Salesforce connector. That will be a good place to start, because you will see the triggers and actions, and it will help you understand what Workato can do by connecting to Salesforce, right? Within Salesforce. We have our own academy, academy.workato.com. You can go there, enroll for some foundational courses. They're all available for free. We have a developer sandbox as well. You can go in, sign up for it today, next week, whenever you get a chance, because nothing beats hands-on experience, right? We have our own community now. So we are aspiring, we are inspired from Salesforce community, obviously, the community of trailblazers, and our community is slowly and steadily growing. So please join there. You can watch YouTube videos. We have our own YouTube channel. So these are some of the actions that you can take next week. Remember the callouts from previous speakers. You have the moment to act is now, right? Don't wait for the opportunity to come to you. All right, and this is kind of the last part of the session. I said at the beginning of the session I wanted to introduce someone. So meet Dewey. This is Workato's mascot. This is essentially what we do and how we do things, right? Much like we have Astro and Einstein. This is our mascot, right? The name is Dewey. Okay, And the inspiration behind Dewey is essentially a dewdrop, okay? Um, because just one drop in the right place can change everything. And if you have enough drops, you can have a measurable impact in terms of a wave, right? That's the philosophy and inspiration behind Dewey. Again, Dewey is what you do with Workado. This is just some tidbits about its personality. I'll just leave it up on the screen for some time and move on. And finally, the likes and dislikes. So it obviously doesn't like disconnected tools, unorganized data. So if some of that hits home, you are in the right place. But this is, I just wanted to introduce our mascot Dewey to all of you, right? And with that, please feel free to scan the QR code, take a picture, follow the Workato community on Luma. That is where you will get updates about all the Workato events happening, right, around the world. And also join the Workato community on Slack. On the left side, please feel free to give your feedback about how we did. So yeah, I would appreciate if you could scan it or just take a picture. And since we are almost at time, I will move on. And this is the session quiz. You should have it in your web app. If you just enter the quiz code, you should get the questions. And then, yeah, you have a good chance. I think you will have very less competition for this session. So you have a good chance if you score all the right answers. And with that, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate all the people who stayed back here. And I hope this session helped you, with at least one idea that you can take back. Yeah, and that helps you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was an truly insightful session. So, as a small token of appreciation, we would like to give you something. So,
I request Kapil to be on the stage for the moment. So guys,
please
give
him
a big round of applause.
applause. Thank you so much again. So over to you, Bala.
Thank you. I believe so. People are over here. So I believe you are in a keynote and you heard about what Arundhati ma'am said, right? And what Kavindra sir said. Each one teach one. And your friends are roaming outside. Okay, they are not having any breakfast or the lunch, and they are roaming outside, and you are sitting over here. Call them, okay? Because next, the line of speakers we have, and they're going to deliver a beautiful sessions over here in the main audio as well as all the breakout sessions. So kindly call your friends as soon as possible. I request everyone, please do it. Are you guys with me? No, I don't heard the yes. One more time. Are you guys with me? Yes, thank you so much. So it's time to call Mr. And one more, before I introduce this speaker, I just request everyone to keep a big round of applause for the Voldemort Radio from the Ukraine, who is presenting from the click of prompt AI agent Brit for SFUI. Okay, the big round of applause to the Voldemort for the beautiful session. So, yeah, over to you. Language, yeah.
Okay, do I have a timer or something?
Yeah, that timer
Oh,
will be
okay.
on.
Okay.
I believe you need to mirror back your screen. So do you have the option for
Ah, yeah,
mirror
yeah,
back?
yeah,
Display, you have the option of display?
On the top. Right on the top.
This one only, there would be one option for mirror. Mirror your screen or mirror the, as Aditya did. This one. Okay, you have this one?
That's on the top. The option was on the top. Not here. No. Go to top. Top,
Go
top,
to the top.
top, top, top.
Did you find any option? You didn't find any option? It's bigger, like it is a bigger. Okay, okay. Extended one.
Guys, just give us few minutes.
Try to.
This is a general. It is in general.
Are you going
Language.
to
Yes, 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 yes. Then preferred language. They come with. Oh, done. No. Yep. It will need restart.
how to connect a Mac करो ना उसमें वो भी ऑप्शन देते हैं ना how to
हाँ
connect
वो
a Mac
लैंग्वेज
HTML करके उस पर फिर इंग्लिश समझ में आ जाएगा अपने को उन लोगों दोनों का ये फोटो भेज देना मुझे फोटो भेज दो वो शॉर्ट वीडियो का जो फोटो है ना
can you share slide to us? Then we can project from there.
जो है एडिटर का फोटो है ना तो वो भेज
Okay.
देता है
Okay.
oh you have directly over there but no that's not a reason so anyway you need to give the directly connect but you need to give the active IP so let me hello everyone, just give us another 2 minutes. We just restarted the laptop, okay, because I believe he came all the way from Ukraine, so the language is very different. right? So that's why we are getting a lagging. So just 2 minutes span of time. ना ना उनका लैंग्वेज दूसरा था ना, तो उसमें वो सेटिंग्स में चेंज नहीं कर पा रहे थे One second. Oh, one. So now you can see it.
Settings, display.
Now you can.
जी में है उसे उनके अभी देखो अभी वापस करना पड़ेगा मिरर मिरर
Okay, thank you. फिर जाके किया मैक्रोन मैक्रो पे फिर जाके फिर उसके बाद नहीं वहाँ पे एक्सटेंड क्लिक करना फिर दोबारा उसके मामले में समझ गया हो गया नहीं उन्होंने कुछ पासवर्ड डाल दिया मतलब वो लगाने पड़ता ना डिस्प्ले नहीं कर सकते नहीं गया नहीं है वो पासवर्ड डाल रहे हैं तो इसके लिए वो यूज़र के नाम लगा या फाइन डन yes yeah you can try yeah it's working so I need to put it there you can just do it yes working right hello Dada hello
Hi everyone, can you hear me well? Yeah, sorry for some technical issues. Yeah, now I'm ready to present. Are we starting? Timer? All right. So first of all, I would like to thank all of the sponsors and organizers because without them, I think we will not be able to gather here and to have this great event. So round of applause for our sponsors and organizers, please. Thank you. Let me introduce myself. So my name is Volodymyr Radko. I'm came here from Ukraine and originally based in Ukraine. I'm acting as a Salesforce architect and developer. So yeah, basically building and maintaining solutions. And today we're going to talk about clicks and prompts. I know it might sounds confusing, like the whole agenda, what's going on, but let's actually explore how we can help AI to operate on our own UI. So if we will look at our agenda, so first we will take a look at the problem, what is actually the gap between AI agents and UI. Then actually, what kind of idea I have, kind of how we can connect UI and AI operators, what kind of security constraints appeared during the implementation, then how do we implement some gate controls, and then will be some small demo, a recap, and then basically, yeah, that's it. So let's start straight away. So as we know, like all the UI systems, they were built for humans because human need to see it, to look at this. Then we know like human operate and click. For actually AI agent, UI is not that necessary because it's even overlap. So if we take a look like how the modern agents are scraping websites, so it means they need to go to the markup. They need to find relevant elements, need to analyze what they can do with these elements. So basically, when we see that something is clicking on the site, it's basically the whole things of scraping. So, but even before the AI, like API was invented. So basically, that's kind of a communication computer between computers. So you are able to send a request and you get a response. And right now, that's the most reliable way of how AI is communicating with our systems. But on the other hand, we are not able to set up any kind of approvals, or we are not able to see how this is actually executing. For example, in code or ChatGPT, we're able to see that some operations are executing, but we actually have no clue what is going on. But that's a very efficient way of how agents can communicate with computers. It is fast, it can be automated, so no issues with this. But there are a lot of processes where you as a human need to fill up a lot of information, and basically you need to validate this information, you need to fill the form correctly, paste correct information, set up correct options, and I think that's actually the place where AI could help people. So just imagine, let's say if you are prompt to fill your tax declaration, and let's say if AI could help you, but then you can validate all of the inputs and just click next, or for example, like visa applications. So I found this really kind of annoying. You have to populate a lot of info, but what if you can just put all the text necessary, then AI would be able to place it in the fields you like, then you control, check, and just submit it. So it would be way more easier. So then AI will be kind of acting as your copilot. So like, what do you want to do? You just ask, and AI will do this for you on the UI where you can see it. Okay. Oh, sorry. We're moving too fast. Yeah. So then idea come up, okay, how can we actually do this? As we know, like for web, we have like all our conversation, all our things are happening kind of in browser. So we open the site in the browser tab and we are operating on the UI. Basically, what we can do there, like what AI and modern technology expose us that, okay, browser is running on JavaScript. So what if we can do something, the bridge between AI and basically browser, where AI will be able to understand what functions are able to be executed, and then it will be transferred directly to browser. So with modern tools, like Google Developer Tools, this actually exposes a possibility for AI to operate within the browser tabs individually, and then it means that you can, through the browser tabs, you can communicate with components you have on the tab. So how it's actually reflected in the Salesforce? I have created 3 components. So first is the agent bridge utils. That's basically all the utility functions and constants which are placed there. Another one which is quite interesting and which then need every component you would like to be exposed need to be implemented. So that's agent bridge mixin. So it means that if your component implement this in a correct way, then your component is kind of AI discoverable. So it will be possible to send a request, get the knowledge what this component can do, and then AI will be able to operate on it. So as everything is happening in JavaScript, so it will look like a native operations and no AI calls will be exposed. It will be living only on your computer, and yeah, that's, I think, pretty cool. And then we have agent orchestrator because we need something that orchestrates and knows how many components are connected on your page, what they can do, and then there is a single point of contact for AI. AI don't need to discover all components. It just go to orchestrator and execute, okay, what components we have here? These components, and then we can execute some actions on it. So by implementing this, as we know, in Salesforce we have Lightning Web Security, and there was some issues that we were facing. First of all, it was not really possible to communicate through Windows variables because it was blocked. But still you're able to expose custom events. So by sending custom events, AI from the browser tools, it is able to say, okay, give me the list of things. So that's the first thing. Then I was thinking about, okay, but maybe we can store some information in session storage. But again, the thing is that inside of the Salesforce, like in your components, you can operate with the session as you usually operate, but if you want to go it from the outside, you will not be able to reach those keys because Salesforce namespace those keys, so that's kind of a protection. That external apps will not be able to see what kind of keys you have. So then you cannot really rely on session storage between communication from AI, and from LWC. Then, as we're using broadcast channel, that basically a browser API which allows you to send the message like publish and subscribe. So you are subscribing to a channel and you're able to push something into the channel. But the problem is that if you have open several tabs on the same domain, all these domains will receive a broadcast message. So it is very important and necessary to filter the messages and to create for each tab its own individual ID, so then you can distinguish, okay, for which tab message is received, like, should I operate on this or not? And another thing is that as orchestrator component is listening and pushing messages, it also listening to its own messages. So then another problem was just to prevent some messaging duplication. So you don't need to listen to your own messages, you can just skip it. But still, due to the protocol and the like API, how it works, it's still the case that you will have some messages being duplicated. So then you need to deal with the duplicates. Then you can ask me, okay, but in this sense, it means that we can kind of fully automate a lot of actions, but what about if I have a list of candidates and I want to delete a candidate? So those kind of actions, I would say they are sensitive because deletion is something which, let's say, might disrupt the whole flow, or you just delete the record and you will not be able to restore it, for example. So in such a cases, or there might be any other examples, in such a cases, we should have kind of guardrails. And also this is foreseen in this framework. So what you can do, you can expose an action as a dangerous. So each time AI will try to execute the action, it will actually ask you, it will ask your permission in the browser. So then you will not be able to accidentally delete it. So there are like two ways of how you can proceed. You either approve or reject, or you can just ignore it. So when the timer is passed, then it will automatically accept reject version. So then we are not accepting by automatically. All right, I think it's actually a good time to show you some demo here, how it works. I have prepared a simple one. Yeah, okay, so you can see. Let's do like this. Let's activate cloud. So for the sake, let's put the, okay, I was trying with different models, so it's even worked with Haiku. So the Haiku is kind of the weakest model in the family, in the Anthropic family, but it was pretty good on Haiku. So, but maybe just to run the demo more smoother, let's switch to Sonnet. In terms of effort level, I think X high is okay, but we can even switch to high because I don't think it should be an issue. All right, so then I will ask, open my SF bridge demo org and go to okay, so it's processing. All right. So we open our test org, and let me give you a little bit more context what will be going on here. Okay, so here we have the resolution should be better, but anyway. So let's say we have an account, we have some candidates which we would like to let's say recruit and to operate on them. So as you can see here, that's a simple table which has the candidates, their statuses, and some other information. Then also for a kind of demo purpose, I have injected the agent bridge component here. It's kind of invisible, but for this, like for sake of experiment, just show it here. So the thing is that once the page is opened, components are registering itself to the bridge. Then AI all the time is asking the bridge, show me available actions and show me components. And then bridge is double register all the components. So then just to prevent, let's say, just to include all of the components which might be, let's say, appeared or we missed. So basically we register and we have it. And here, for example, what is like the huge benefit of I can see, for example, let me type show me all the candidates which are in Europe. So I'm asking this to show me all the candidates which are in Europe. So then, as you can see, it discovers what actions are available. And then, as you can see here, candidates being filtered. But the beautiful part of it is that we only have the country here. And as I asked, show me everyone who is located in Europe, it means like, how should I do this? Because we don't have the continent as a value. So then AI is smart enough just to have the list of candidates, understand the countries, and understand which countries are actually Europe, but not Asia or America or Australia or anything else. So basically in the human language, I just said, filter me those candidates. Now I can, for example, so then I'm asking, can you please sort me them by interview date so I can see the earliest on the top? Basically, I just communicating this in the human language, and I don't need to interact with the app itself. But as you can see here, even now, I kind of did it on purpose. We can have some gaps in this app. So first of all, there are no filtering for country, as you can see, only the stages. And then you're able only to clear filters. That means like, if you build your app and let's say agent capabilities separately, you might have this kind of discrepancies in your app. So like building for humans and for agents should be in sync, because it's not like automatically done, because actions for agents might be done differently. For example, agent do not need to click on a pick list and select value. For him, it's like easier to extract values, possible values, and just to send you desired value. So you should be here in control. Also, for example, there is no sorting capability, but agent is able to sort it because there is sort function for agent. And for example, I can operate on these records, and let's say I want to move Sophie from screening to interview. I want to move the stage, then it will go and search again for methods available. Okay, and then Sophia is an interview, but I would like to set up an interview date. For example. So I'm trying to set up an interview date, so I kind of run the process. So it is thinking a bit, but the thing is that I have exposed update candidate option, but in the available parameters, there is no parameters for interview date. So AI is telling me that, okay, I have checked the action, there is a candidate management, there is an update candidate, but there is no interview actually as a parameter. So then it asks you like, what should I do? So that actually also shows you that you can expose exactly what you want, and you can then prevent other actions from happening in this way. Or for example, let's just keep it do nothing, or let's try to, for example, delete. If I try to, yeah, then I receive a confirmation window. So basically, I design it in the way that it's not possible to delete it automatically. So you should go to through the guardrails. And then let's say if I reject, then deletion will simply not happen. Yeah, so it says that your parameter was as a removal rejected, so then it is not proceeding with deleting. Yeah. Let's come back. So basically, that was a way how you can basically build something which can assist in your AI, in your UI. So you expose list of actions, you expose the parameters and values you can pass, and then through the AI you can communicate with your app. you can make an interaction. But again, it depends to you what you're exposing and which way you're exposing, because you need to remember that UI can be was built and handled in different way rather than agent have it. So for example, you need to understand that AI don't need to make additional clicks, AI don't need to click on the drop downs to select some options and then to select the dependent options. AI can just receive a map of dependencies and it will be enough for him to understand what he can use. So it means like if you want to build AI assistant applications, you will still have to invest in both, like in regular UI flow, which humans are using, and in assistive flow, which agents are using. So, but if you need like automations, there is already a solution for it. You have APIs. So you expose APIs, you then expose MCPs, so AI is capable of understand, okay, what kind of APIs we have, what kind of parameters we have, and then you can just go on. But in this case, let's say you cannot really control much, but in a lot of flows you don't really need. You just need to execute some orders, submit something, and then a API is simply enough for it. But you can also build the hybrid flows, for example, where something needs to be confirmed by UI, but some of the parts can be just simply delegated to backend interactions and you don't need to be worried about it. But that's kind of your responsibilities as developers and architects to define what is need to be under control and what you can delegate, like to be executed automatically. That's, yeah, so I have prepared a small GitHub repo where this project is placed. So by going there, you can actually you can actually take a look how this is implemented in Salesforce, like, and you can utilize it just for your needs, then customize, because this is only the bridge. The logic you're operating on your application, it's your own responsibility. Here, it's just a technology how to communicate and connect your UI to the agent. Yeah, so thank you everyone for coming, and here for the quiz. Yeah, and at the meantime, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll try to answer them.
Raise your hand. Balcony people? No one?
Okay, no one. Then thank you again, and wish you a great day, guys.
Thank you so much, Radko, for the insightful session. It was truly fantastic to see how AI is transforming the Salesforce experience. So from the traditional clicks to intelligent prompts, let's give him a huge round of applause. And thank you from the Bharat Dreamin team, from the wholeheartedly that you traveled from all the way from Ukraine to here, and this is small token of appreciation from our side. Guys, please give a big round of applause to him. Yeah, that's a Swedish moment. How are you feeling, Radiko?
That's beautiful.
Thank you so much, Radiko. Thank you so much for your time.
I need to think how I will carry this in the baggage. Bag, so it will not get this.
Yeah, you need to carry it in your hand.
Yeah, that's an option. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
if that possible. Let that blood flow a little bit, right? So why don't we get up wherever we're sitting and engage with us, with our panelists, whom I'm going to welcome in a short while. So come up, please occupy these front rows. And the balcony folks, don't worry, I can't see you. As such, these lights are too strong, and I wear specs, as you can see. So you can keep chilling back there, keep talking your stuff. Maybe share the jokes with us if you want to. But yeah, the ones whom I can see, please come up and occupy these chairs in the front row. All right. So before I call my panelists in, I will give them a little chance to arrange these sofas on the stage and also ask you all, for, the number of people who are there in the room, how many of you are in the business of customer success? How many of you all? Come on, give me a show of hands. Okay, I see a few hands. Perfect, thank you. So what are the rest of you doing here? Is my question. Well, honestly, I truly believe that we all, as part of the ecosystem, we all are responsible for customer success in one way or the other, right? Whether you're in the delivery, whether you're the implementation side, whether you're the discovery side, marketing, whatever, we all are responsible for the success of our customers in one way or the other, right? So now, let me ask you that question again. How many of us are in the business of customer success? The numbers of hands increase, as expected. Thank you. So yes, perfect. Well, on that note, let me introduce our panelists for today, and I would request you all to come off the stage one by one. The first one today we have is Bhupender Singh Patil, who is a seasoned Salesforce professional known for helping organizations maximize value from the Salesforce ecosystem while championing innovation and customer-centric solutions. So thank you, Bhupender, for joining us. Thank you for having us. I will be with you in a minute. Please have a seat. Thank you. The next panelist we have today is Naman Kumar. He's a Salesforce leader with years of experience working closely with customers to deliver impactful business outcomes through technology and strategic guidance. So if we can have Naman also. Thank you, Naman. Please take a seat. I will join you in a minute. Well, so this mic work? Hello, perfect. All right. So before I again start going to the questions, which I asked you earlier, is there any quick anecdote, any quick success story that any one of you wants to share with us or with our panelists, even before we start, that what customer success means to you as a professional? Anybody? Quick question, anybody in the balcony? What does customer success mean to you? Or how does it look to you? What would you say that, okay, my customer has been successful in this particular project? Anybody? Quickly? Yes, please. My friend Ankita. Go for it.
Thank you. So I work as a senior product manager in Caparo, and we are constantly in conversation, not just also asking them how those So we are constantly asking our customers that how our features or how the capabilities are. And what customer success is for us, that when they say that it's working for us, but this would also be beneficial and we can extend it to our teams. And when we actually have those features or increase those capabilities and they come back and say, yes, this gave us a value. We were able to do this, or we were able to save the cost or the time. So that is a customer success for us.
Let's have a round of applause, Ankita. Thanks, Ankita. Thanks for sharing that point of view. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so now that I have both my panelists here with me, welcome again. And Bhupender, I want to start with you first. And my question to you is, in your journey of making your customers successful, see the transition between what the expectations were 10 years back from your customers and what is this now, presently? So a quick opinion and thought around that how has customers' expectations changed over the course of last 10 years?
Okay, before 10 years, if you look, the customers were expecting a solutions in 10 years and 1 year, 2 years, right? But now the expectation is quite high. The customers want the solutions quickly. So that's where actually Salesforce can help, right? Rather than building the products from scratch, here actually we can build the products very quickly with Salesforce.
Perfect. Do you resonate with this answer, folks? Anybody, any thoughts on this? Any questions? If yes, please, raise your hands and feel free to talk to us. All right. Thank you for that perspective. My next question is to you. Salesforce talks a lot about trusted AI, right? And as leaders, you have a responsibility of maintaining the data privacy and ensuring that everything is within the gambit of compliance. So how do you ensure that?
So what I feel is customers don't mind AI nowadays. What they mind is surprises, right? Understand it from a perspective because we are using AI in our day-to-day life. Maybe Netflix is recommending us multiple movies, suggestions, right? Based on our past history. Amazon is recommending us what to buy, what we need to search for, right? Google is recommending us what and how, what is the shortest route to my home. So customer don't, right, they want to trust AI. The problem is if you use their data without informing them, right, without being transparent with them, that creates a misbalance between basically the AI and the trust. So they need to go hand in hand. And there are three major factors which we all need to consider when we are implementing AI. Those are, we need to be transparent with the customer, how and when we are going to use their data, right? The second part is we need to use their data only what they have trusted us with. We don't have to invent data for them. And third, we always have to keep a human in loop, right? So this is the implementation, how we go in Piramal. We always think about the same thing. Whenever we are doing an AI implementation is, if we can tell our customer that how this recommendation was generated without even thinking once, and the answer to that question is yes, then I think we are on the right path of implementing AI. So that's what I feel. Thank you.
Amazing. I think I really like that perspective. Yes, and the audience likes it too. Thank you. Perfect. Having the human intervention in between is, I think, mandatory and inescapable, non-negotiable. Perfect. Coming back to you, the question that I have is, we've evolved from CRM
right? Then come the co-pilot. So that helped actually to automate some of the tasks where decisions are difficult, right? So it helped humans to take decisions. Then come the agent force, which is the latest one, right? So agent force is actually most advanced one. It executes the multi-level tasks, right? So this is the most advanced one. So I think it's really important to understand how it is evolving, how this evolution is happening, right? Yeah. So yeah, so I think we should go ahead with this change. We should adopt this change.
Amazing. Thanks, Bhupendra. One very interesting question, Naman, for you. We've talked a lot about AI, day in, day out. And the memes on Instagram are just way too funny to ignore, right? Yeah. AI. How many of you heard that? Everywhere, AI, right? So, but on a realistic level, are we overhyping it? Are we over-expecting it from an Indian business context? And if not, how do you think it can help the Indian businesses leapfrog from where they are? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Interesting question. So, understand, like, okay, we have leapfrogged in the past in Indian culture, right? If you take an example, we have started using UPI without using cards, and you see, right, everyone is doing that nowadays, okay? We have done the similar thing with the transaction, mobile applications, right? We have done that. So in India, what we do is, we don't follow the success patterns of developed countries. We develop our own shortcuts, and the AI is going to be that shortcut for us. Now, coming back to the exact question which you are asking.
Do you mean to say Jugaad?
Jugaad, yes, always, yeah. So it's not exactly Jugaad. So we need to understand one thing with AI. AI is not going to replace businesses. It is going to help them grow faster. It is going to be a catalyst for them. So they need to look at it that way. It is not going to like grow like exponentially overnight, right? Another thing to look at it from that perspective is, let's assume I start a new company tomorrow, right? 20 years back, I would not be able to support all my customers, or my customer base will be very small because I cannot cater all of them, right? 24/7 support. But with AI, I can do that. That gives them power, okay? That's additional to what it used to happen. Another thing to look at it is, so yeah, so growth is going to be constant in this particular sense. But yeah, that's what I feel. Thank you for this.
Perfect. No, I was actually part of the customer support team before this, and I've been there in the team for about 2 years. And I can absolutely say with assurance that the service agents that we have now have helped us scale the number of tickets that we have been able to handle, the number of responses we used to give, and the the SLA misses that we used to have. They have reduced to a great extent. So I think I'm, for one, a big fan of what we're building on. I also want to ask the audience, how many of you have heard about this term called CSAT? Okay, almost all of us. What does CSAT mean to you all? Anybody would love to answer quickly. What does CSAT mean to you? Yes, please. Can we have a mic for this gentleman? Okay, come. Why don't you come forward? Okay, sure. Yeah. Yeah. Can I have your name? Thanks, Trevor. Thanks for sharing that. Yes. So essentially, a CSAT is more of a feedback from our customer, right? That how satisfied they are from the services we provided, right? Now, unfortunately, what it has become in the recent past is it has become a measure of a success of an employee. Do you think so? So if I get a CSAT of 5, oh, I'm doing really well. The day I get a 1, damn, you're the worst. Get another job, right? Do you agree? Does it happen to all of us? So then my question to both of you leaders is that what are the metrics that you recommend the leaders in the industry to not obsess about? And then the reason I started with CSAT is because I've seen a lot of folks obsessing about CSAT, that I need a perfect 5 or a 10 as a CSAT. I mean, it's an obsession, more of a achievement is what I feel. But again, would be eager to know from both of you that what are those realistic metrics that our leaders should really obsess about and not obsess like CSAT.
So, what I feel, CSAT is not the only metric. It could be one of the metrics. The only thing what you need to, are you keeping your customers happy in all the fronts, right? Are you giving them empathy as well, along with the technology what they need, along with the speed what they need? So it needs to be in all the directions. It should not be only one particular score, right? So that's what I think.
But what are the metrics behind this? For example, happiness is a non-quantifiable metric, right? Satisfaction, again, technically is a non-quantifiable metric, unless you have a lot of segments into it. But what is it that you would like to recommend in terms of metrics that can be, should be tracked for a business?
I think we can measure with NPI index, right? Net Promoter Index. So that way we can understand how the customers are happy or not happy, on how the product is helping them, whether that is really helping their problems. So I think NPI index can be a matrix.
Very nice. Anybody has heard of NPI before? Would you want to elaborate a little bit more? I think this is a new term for all of us.
So it's a Net Promoter Index. So it actually measures the customer satisfaction. Whether the customer is happy with the product, where they're happy with the service. So that's how it is measured. And it can be also applied within industries as well. For the companies who are building the product, within also we can check the employee survey and we can get the NPI.
Okay. And if somebody had to dig deeper into how NPI works, what are the fundamentals behind it, what would be the right source to somebody learn it?
Actually, it's an external evaluation. So they conduct the survey. Okay, and that's how we come to the conclusion. What is the Net Promoter Score?
So essentially, it's again a survey-based metric. Okay, very well. Anybody, any questions so far? Feel free to interject in between. And so the next question to you again is that we've spent years teaching people how to use software, right? And with Agentforce, software is starting to work for people, right? And how big of a mindset shift this is really? Because we've been the brains behind it. Now technically it's the other way around, right? Yeah. So what do you think this kind of a mind shift is all about?
This is actually fundamental shift. That's what I would say, right? So traditionally, if you look at the old model, right? we used to go through the, I mean, humans used to understand the intent, right? So where are the commands, how the flow needs to be done,
Yes.
right? So this is how traditionally we understood, right? But with Agent Force, things got changed, right? Now here, agent understands the human intent. What is the intent, right? We just have to provide the outcome, and then agent works for you. So this is how it works. So it's a fundamental shift, right? It's a complete mind shift. And it is not only for the end users. Okay, this is for the product builders who are building it, who are building the agents, right? So while building the agents, you must ensure that instead of designing the UI or workflows, right, we should focus more on the guardrails and more on the product, right? So that's how actually we should design the agents.
Yeah, I think I would agree to that. Again, a nice perspective. My next question is again very, very interesting, and I was kind of looking forward to this question because, so one of the core values that Salesforce has is customer centricity, right? We revolve around our customers, and we build that with trust, with innovation, with sustainability and all that. We support it, right? But the question to you, Naman, is that can technology really create a customer centricity, or it actually exposes that whether the organization was customer centric to start with? Because I think customer centricity, as Salesforce has, is a core value. It's a culture.
Absolutely. Thank you. So I work with Piramal, right? So our core value is patient centricity because we work a lot with patients. It's similar to customer centricity, but we have gone one level ahead and we follow patient centricity. And it is the core value of the company, right? That's what we all talk about. We have a separate team, we have a separate department which manages the patient-centric part of all things. Now talking about AI. See, AI does not have a brain of its own, right? It follows what company tells it to follow, right? If I implement, taking an example of, let's say, 2 chatbots, right? Both are AI-driven chatbots. One will give you an answer like, I did not understand the question and will ask you for a particular feedback. It's not customer-centric or patient-centric anyhow, right? The other chatbot on the same end, if it cannot give you an answer, it will redirect you to a human. That's what we are trying to show, some empathy, right? What we are trying to show, we are patient-centric. It will correct you to the right person, and that person will be able to answer your question. So the value is not AI-driven. It is company-driven. It is company's culture. And AI can just enhance it. It will not basically imbibe it. So that's basically it.
I agree to that. Any thoughts from you, Bhupendra, on this?
Yeah, I think I agree with him. So yeah, we should focus more on the customer centricity. Yeah.
Agreed. Any examples, any of you want to share of how you have ensured customer centricity in your organization? Anybody? How have you led your customer success through that concept? Yes, please. Yeah, go for it. Please let us know your name and organization also. Yeah.
So I'm Nitin. I run the company Krios. I'm a CTO to it. So yeah, definitely it's a quite a relevant subject. Having a technology being happy and maintaining customer centricity, it's always a good combination. Whether, let's say, understanding a customer's emotions or empathy, AI is quite a help nowadays. Okay, so what I can see where CSAT you talk about, right? Now, CSAT is a one parameter, what we can see, but again, meeting a customer, understanding his pain, looking a vision, what he is actually trying to build, and how he's emphasized on the basics of a customer. Let's say customer building one product, and again, you as a supplier or vendor or the developer understanding what the pain actually customer came from, what he's trying to build, what he's trying to sell. It's not product or commercials it belongs to. It's again some vision he's looking after, right? Now you can see Airbus building big bongs, then some customer like building a big machines to serve some purpose, right? Now those purpose are the real values and visions we also need to see. Now AI and other technology part, I definitely see, I personally worked on some project where SAP has declared this Joule as AI. Again, Salesforce has declared headless as a help to the people. Now, those tools and techniques actually helping customer. Now, you as a technologist or a solutionist, you need to understand those technology. You need to convey and pass those to your customer that, yes, this is how your vision fits into this technology. And this is how it's helping to reduce your effort, reduce your cost, because that's the small things which matters to customer when it comes to building something or making a success to some products or technology basically. So this is how I see when I sit with customer, I understand their vision, then I help them to co-build, co-create. And this is how you see that, yes, technology helping to understand how your customer is, customer centricity is important in nowadays era.
Amazing. I love that aspect. And let's have a round of applause for, can I have, sorry, your name again, please? Nitin. Yeah, come on, let's give a round of applause to Nitin. Very detailed response to what we wanted him to share. You have something to say, Bhupender?
Yeah, actually here I wanted to add, when you are building something, right, we should always focus on the customer needs, what exactly he wants. Anything we are doing around it, so we should always think what the customer's needs are. And that's how we should build the products.
So, when I speak to my youngsters who join the team and everything, I always tell them one thing, that the best way to understand the customer centricity as a concept, as a foundational value for your work is that you understand it's the nucleus like an Earth, right? And everything else is orbiting around it. So the moment you keep that perspective in your mind, whenever you have to build something, everything falls in place. And then if something is out of orbit, you ask help to get it back in the orbit. It could be a support, it could be a success plan, it could be a training, anything. But then when the nucleus itself is your customer, everything else is orbiting around it, including you and I. We are also orbiters around it. Not the other way, that the customer is orbiting around us for a help, for a business proposal, for a support before the implementation, after the implementation. So it doesn't work that way. The moment you make your customer as the center of attention and attraction for everything, then is when your customer and you become really successful together. So that's what I feel. But yeah, thanks for adding that, and Nitin, really loved hearing what you just shared with me. The next question is, Karthik is not here, of course, so Naman, maybe you want to take this question, that what is the one lesson from your education so far, including your maybe graduation, post-graduation, certifications, AI models, what is that one lesson that AI model can teach and cannot teach? So both sides of the coin. You've learned so much over the years, you've studied so much. So if you would have to pick one thing each that the AI model can teach or cannot teach, what would that be?
Good. So what I always challenged in my career or in my education was syntax, right? When you try to learn about the codings and all, always the main challenge was about the syntax, and AI can teach you very easily, right? It can write codes for you, but it cannot think on behalf of you. The ideas, the basic ideas, right? What you want to actually do it for the customers, right? That needs to come from you. You give the right direction to AI and it can do the technical parts for you. So that's what I feel. That's the major difference between these 2 coins.
So that is something which it can do for you. Yes. And what it cannot do is the thought process behind it.
Thought process. See, it can do the thought process for you, but ideally you should not use AI to do the thought process part for you. Ideally, the idea should be yours. The enhancement on that ideas, it can be AI. That's what I feel.
Okay, lovely. Upendra, what about you?
Yeah, actually here I wanted to add, whenever we are talking about the AI, right? So it lags behind the empathy, it lags behind the leaderships, right? It lags behind in the, so that's where actually we should see what the application is, what the real need is, right? Based on that, we should decide where AI best suits and whether AI is best suited and where the humans are best suited. So again, there is a good overlap and we should build the products based on this collaboration.
Amazing, very nice. I have a slightly different perspective also, and I would love to share with you and have your thoughts also in it from the audience also. And this is something which I go back to my armed forces days, where I learned my foundational skills of life, right? So what we call them is life skills. Life skills are very simple. In our outreach to learn AI and the new technology, we are forgetting life skills. And what are life skills? Talking to somebody, driving a conversation, as basic as that. Empathy you already spoke about, right? Being helpful when somebody is in need, right? Life skill. Being supportive when somebody is not even asking you, right? So these are some of the life skills that we are leaving behind. I feel that there's a dire need of understanding and revising those life skills again. So that's something which AI can never do for you, all right? What AI can do for you is to refine the information, the knowledge that you're looking at. When I do my prompting to whatever tool I'm using, I always try to give it a prompt which narrows down the information, because there is an ocean of information around us. And there's only so much that you can absorb. Then I have to find time for my Instagram also, right? I have to find time for my LinkedIn also. I have to find for my YouTube videos also, shorts also. Where do I do that? I use my AI to fill those gaps when I don't have to do probably a 2-hour reading. Okay. How many of you have you heard of something on an RFP? What's an RFP?
Request for
Folks, RFP behind, folks in the balcony, few of you, RFP, right? Now, what's a typical page size of an RFP? Approx.
7, 8 max. That's what I have seen.
7, 8 max. I have seen RFPs goes into hundreds of pages also.
Wow.
When there are technical requirements integrated into an RFP. Hundreds of pages, imagine. All right. And to give you a connotation, for a defense procurement, these run into thousands of pages also. Because it's an entire life cycle support of an equipment. You know, you all see war movies, but do you really think what goes behind those war movies on firing that missile? An RFP. I need my weapon to fire, right? I need those technical... Anyways, cutting it short. So what I'm trying to say is, now imagine a human being reading an RFP. I used to spend weeks reading an RFP. But with the AIs, I upload a PDF. I ask it to filter down, bucket down my requirements, separate out what I want to read, and then maybe offload it to some more people. Or maybe build a couple of more agents. That one is going to be only doing the financial compliance, the other is going to do the technical compliance. The third one is going to do the service compliance. I think that's where life has been made really, really easy. But the negotiation is something which I still would do, right? Right. The target identification is something which I would still do, right? So I think for me, that's my perspective, looking at both sides of the fence and what I've learned. But yes, to the audience in the room, I think one key takeaway from this discussion, out of the many, would definitely be that there's a need to revisit your life skills. Okay, how you drive your conversations, how you become empath to your team, to yourself, for that matter, right? Awesome. We're just few minutes left, and I have just a couple of more questions, right? In fact, you know, when I was discussing this questionnaire with the team, we were talking that should we divert this discussion more towards AI or the human learning part again, right? So the question is, if Bharat Dreaming had to leave attendees with one message today, what it should be? Stay human, embrace AI, or learn to master both? That's a question for both of you.
Maybe I'll start. So definitely master of both. Okay. That's the today's need.
Why?
Right? Because, see, today's world is very changing, right? So if we just talk about AI, it is not going to sustain because it is missing intent, right? And if you talk about only human, then it is not scalable, right? That's where collaboration is needed between these two to find out the optimum path, right? So this is where I feel that collaboration is needed. And also, there is change happening, right? So even the leadership is changing. Earlier, we used to just focus on employees, but now AI agents are there, right? We also think what is the intent of agent? What are the defined parameters for this agent and how it is performing? So this is the another thing. So it's like manager has to manage two hybrid teams, one hybrid team now, one for employees and one with this agent. So that's how actually it is evolving.
Thanks. I think, you know, what stuck with me from that point is the optimum path. I think that's the key. Yeah. So yes, thanks for saying that, Rubinder. Naman, what do you want to say about it?
So I have a little bit of a different opinion, but yeah, I agree with what sir said. So the point is, I want to go out with a phrase like, stay human, but you learn AI. Because we are using AI. I don't want to talk with an AI on daily basis. I want to talk with a normal person. I want to be social, like a normal conversation can happen. I don't want a lengthy answer or a very technical answer in that particular front. But yes, that optimum path, that proper mix that needs to be there. Yes, you need to learn AI and use it in your daily life. That's what I feel.
Awesome, thank you. And before we let this session finish and I ask the MC to wrap it up for us, how many of you have used ChatGPT or any tool when you were depressed? Yes. You know, I did it once. And you know what it said to me? It said that, Vineet, very cautiously now, I want to say this, that while I'm giving my perspectives to your query, you really need a human right now to discuss your emotions. Have you ever got that response? Yes, right? So the ChatGPT bot is also telling you to go back to a human being, right? So yes, I think beautifully summarized both of you, and I'm a huge, propagator of the life values which I said, and I believe nothing ever, even in 2050 or 2150, can ever replace the human connect that we can build up. You can have as many as bots to build your digital labor, and that's the need of how you should do it. You should fasten up your process, but then staying in touch with your human values and the connect that you can build up is here to stay. So my job is safe, I feel so. Okay. Thank you so much. Any quick questions from the audience? Would love to have your perspectives, but you can get connected with us offline on LinkedIn, outside this auditorium as well. That's all from us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we come to end this inspiring panel discussion, let's take a moment to thank our incredible panelists for sharing their experience, perspective, leadership, and insights with us today. As a token of small appreciation, we would like to present from our Bharat Dreamin team.
So I request Aman to come on the stage. Rupesh sir, please come on the stage to felicitate the award too. So give a big round of applause to Vineet Arora for a wonderful moderator for the day.
Give a big round of applause for Naman.
Kumar. And give a big round of applause. Hey.
For Bhupendra.
Big round of applause. Sorry, my mind got sorry. That's a great one. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to give it back to you, Bala.
Hello everyone. So I request volunteers to please gather the audience in the main audience. So yes. So if your friends are waiting outside and they are roaming near, the lunch has yet not started. Okay, so please say them to attend the, I believe the pre-lunch last session. Okay, So post lunch, they can once the session has been done, they can go for the lunch. Okay, please say your friends to gather the main auditorium. No, the lunch has not started yet. Wait for some time. ऑडियंस गैदर करना आप रुको आप ऑडियंस गैदर करो ना थोड़ा ऑडियंस गैदर करना ऑडियंस को बाहर से लेके हाँ अंदर आना जिसका भी सेशन आ रहा है ना तो उनका वो क्रिएटिव आपके पास होना चाहिए या मेरे पास होना चाहिए हाँ जिसका भी हाँ वही है आप एजेंडा में टाइम डिफरेंट है एंड सेकेंड चीज़ ये है नहीं चेंज करो वही रखना ठीक है रहने देना लगेगा कि हाँ सेशन चालू हो रहा है तो लोग आएंगे अंदर तभी जाके होता है ना तो क्रिएटिव दिखता है हाँ सेशन है कि वो ऐप में चेंज हो एजेंडा में चेंज हो ना हाँ यस हो गए लोग ऐसे बाहर आए थे मेरे को वही पूछे थे कि रुपये सर का सेशन खत्म हो गया क्या तो सर को उनको पता ही नहीं कि सर का सेशन चालू है खत्म हो गया जो 12:20 का है ना तो 12:40 को खत्म हो गया लग रहा है पब्लिक को 1:05 को चालू करेंगे ना सबको गैदर करेंगे बोल वॉलंटियर बोल first floor. She's having a panel discussion. We're going to start the session in another 4 minutes. Yes, we're going to start the session in another 2 minutes. So let's start the session. Okay. So our next speaker hardly needs an introduction. He is a technology fellow at Deloitte, a Salesforce MVP, Hall of Fame member, a trusted advisor in enterprise architecture, a life science, and a familiar face at global events, including Dreamforce and a TDX. Please welcome Rupesh Bhatia from Mumbai, who will be sharing his inspiring session titled Personal 360 Sensing Signal Taking Leaps. Please welcome Rupesh with a big round of applause. Over to you, sir. हाँ सर sorry.
Hello. All right. First of all, a big thank you for everyone who's here. I'm the last man standing between you and the lunch. So, Kamagani for that. Kamagani actually means I'm sorry. And warm welcome to Jaipur. It's my home state as well, so very proud to be here talking to all of you today. As Bala mentioned, I'm going to talk about something really personal. But before we get there, huge round of applause to all the sponsors, because they really are the pillars on which community events get executed, right? Everything requires funding, and without their support, we won't be able to execute an event of this scale, right? A huge round of applause for all the organizing team, the volunteers, as well, for all the efforts that they have put in. Can we have a big round of applause for them, please? And lastly, for yourself, for being so diligent. Before the lunchtime, you're here in this room to hear me out. So thank you for coming here and hearing me out. All right. Honestly, I don't feel a lot of you need this session. I see a lot of you fit folks here. So I'm not sure what you are expecting. But anybody dealing with challenges of obesity or overweight, or you feel that, oh, you need to get more fitter than what you are today? Anybody thinks like that? I know a few folks here. Okay. All right. So this session is primarily for you folks to see what you can do and how you can change your lifestyle a bit. So this is who I am, who I was 20 years back in 2006 when I started my first job. So I'm going to talk about few signals that I have sensed in my life during my journey for last 20 years, and how I have pivoted all throughout in the last 20 years, and how my journey has helped me along the way and how you can start thinking about your own journey and how to apply some of these tips to your day-to-day lifestyle. So my biggest pivot came in when, so how many of you folks follow me on LinkedIn? Some of you. If you've read my blogs or posts or articles, you would understand I come from a very humble background from a barber's community. When I was growing up, well-being, work-life balance, all of these terms were really unheard of, right? If you ask any grocery shop owner, if you ask your maids that comes to your house, if you ask your barbers to whom you go to, if you ask to anyone like if you go to salons or any place, right? In your day-to-day life, with the people who touch your daily life, if you ask them, do they really worry about well-being? Do they really think about whether they are overweight or they are getting healthier day by day? Yes, no? Most of the answer would be no, because they don't have time to even think about all of this. Their priorities are different. Similarly, when I was growing up, my priorities were completely different. No one in my family ever spoke about well-being, what's work-life balance is all about. And I always looked up to my father, who used to go to his shop at 7 a.m. in the morning, come back at 11 p.m. in the night. And today when we work for 8 hours, if it gets extended to 10 hours, if it gets extended to 12 hours for 5 days, we talk about work-life balance, right? So we have to look at it from a lens where I came from. Back then, there was no concept of well-being. And that's why for me, the only motto that I had from where I came from was to give my family a financially stable future. My focus was, how do I replicate my dad's customer centricity approach towards his own clients at that barber shop, to in whichever field I will make my career into, how do I bring that same customer centricity approach or client centricity approach in whatever I will do in my life. That was the only aim I had when I stepped out from my college. When I got into this first job, these were the two big things in my mind, right? And throughout this process, what I did was I ignored my health completely, okay? This is my journey till the time I hit a roadblock. 2020 was the first time where I figured out I had sugar, excessive sugar in my blood through my blood reports. The only thing constant during this journey was, again, laser focused on providing my family a stable future, both financially, getting them into a better space to live in. I started off, my entire childhood has been spent in a 10 by 10 room, like which is half of this stage. That's where I spent my entire childhood, right? So how do I get my family out of that situation? How do I give them a better future? How do I solve my customers' problems? How do I get better at my craft? Salesforce happened to me in 2010. And since then, I've been operating in the Salesforce space. But before that, also, I was doing a lot of programming-related roles. I was a developer at heart. Over the years, I became a consultant. I started playing the role of an architect. I traveled across the globe to solve client problems, been in front of the clients, trying to understand what is their problem statement. All of this basically got me into a lifestyle where I was on the run always. I was always traveling from one country to another, from one city to another, from one challenge to another, eating whatever I get at whatever time I could. I was labeled as a pure workaholic. I'm pretty sure a lot of you folks would get labeled that way as well. Folks who have lived through their journey in Salesforce for the last 10 years, 15 years, would have gone through this journey at some point where they have been labeled as workaholic. Because success and growth requires that dedication and commitment, right? So my only commitment was to my work, my family, but from a growth lens only. I was not looking inside me and what's happening with my body, because that was least of my priority. And that's what we do as professionals, right? We keep our health as the lowest priority when it comes around prioritizing stuff for our own self, right? Do you prioritize your own health on your day-to-day basis? Or do you always think, how can I get my next sprint delivered? How can I get my family the next big car or the next big home or whatever they want to do, or the next big vacation, right? We are always thinking about people who are around us and for the firm that you're working on or for the clients that you're trying to deliver. So what really got me here, right? For the enterprise, because I'm an architect by role, right? I've tried to explain this more from a technical lens. Data is the fuel for the enterprise, right? Similarly, food is the fuel for our body. Now we have to understand how our body operates so that you can understand where things are going wrong. So data, whatever you ingest in your body has a certain flow. Whatever food you ingest in your body has a certain flow, right? And then it basically, the body is a very complex architecture. Human body is the most complex architecture that you can ever understand, right? And it took me a good amount of 20 years to figure out what's happening within my body when I used to eat at regular times, be on the constant run, eat anything and everything that came in front of me. Obviously, I'm a vegetarian, so I didn't eat everything, but whatever was served to me from a veg options, I used to eat everything. Never thought about what calories, whether it is deep fried or not, whether it's healthy for myself or not. None of that thought ever came to my mind. No unified profile, because I always thought from one lens, which is client centricity, work, growth, success, how can I make my family more happier, all of that. I never took a look at entire 360-degree view of myself. So there was no unification from where I was operating. I was only looking at one dimension. And there was no governance. Absolutely zero governance. I was a kind of a workhorse, 24/7, to be online. Even if I'm traveling to the client site in different countries, I used to operate at night times as well to support my team in India, plus do the client-facing role. So to remain available for my team and for my family, 24/7 was the work ethic mode I was operating in, right? All of that led me to something very critical. Now, 2020 to 2025, what did I do? 2020 was the first time I figured out that I have diabetes, right? Since then, I tried few things, but what really triggered to where I am today, you're seeing a very different version of me. People who have met me in different conferences before are a bit surprised at what have you done with your health, right? I've lost around 14 kgs by now in last 8 months, so I've done it in a very sustainable mode, and I'll tell you what all things I did. But what triggered me was my HbA1c got into double digits over the years because I ignored my health. Even after realizing that I have diabetes, I hate medicines, so I never remain consistent with those medications. I skipped it based on my own knowledge, thinking that I can control it by my diet. I had my own notions, I had my own myths, which all came to this stage where in 2025, last November, after Dreamforce, I hit into this number, and that's what clicked me. This is the time to act, otherwise I will run into further complications. So what did I do in those 5 years? 2023, I actually figured out that there is a fitness community in Pune called Pune Fitness Community Club. It's a small startup focusing on fitness. I actually looked up to them and I said, oh, I need to get started with that. But looking at the cost, a typical Rajasthani behavior, why to spend, right? I can take control of this by myself. So I avoided that. But in 2025, when that number hit me, I immediately enrolled with them. And for next 12 weeks, I got into the rhythm of following my body, and I understood, I clarified all my myths with my coach, and I understood how my body reacts to different foods. The coach really helped me, right? At times we feel that we know everything, and that comes with experience and with arrogance a bit. Once we have traveled the world, we have looked at, we have delivered the most complex architectures out there, you get into that mode that, oh, I can solve anything and everything. But when it comes to personal health, if you're dealing with those challenges, do not hesitate to reach out to someone who can help you in that journey. Even if it's a small investment, please do that so that it will help you in your journey of getting fitter and better, right? So what did I do? For the first time in last 20 years, I completely changed my eating habits. I switched to complete clean eating. What do I mean by clean eating? Being from North India, our staple food is roti. We all eat roti, parathas, right? Either it is from maida or wheat, right? And both of them are responsible for spiking sugars in your blood. If you're not moving, if you're not doing any of the fitness activities, then these are the ingredients that you should immediately stop. So what I did was from last 8 months, I've never touched wheat. I've never touched maida. I've given up on sugar completely. Only natural form of sugar I'm consuming. So I've taken control of what I eat and how much I eat. The portion size also matters. So I've not stopped eating, but I've just ensured that I'm putting the right data in my system so that my system is able to process it, right? The next big thing which I started doing was walking daily. I was not moving. I was traveling from one city to another, but how was I traveling? Getting into a car, getting into a plane, getting into a train, right? That's not how you burn calories. It's by moving around, by walking more, is where you will get your body more efficient so that it's able to process whatever your body is doing with that intake of food, how it is decomposing it and how it is getting the right nutrients. All of that requires constant walk. So on an average, you would hear a lot of health fitness gurus talking about minimum 10K. My coach told me anything between 7K to 10K is fine as long as you're making an intentional effort of walking daily, right? So, and I'm not using any fancy apps. I'm not doing any paid subscriptions for that. I know a lot of these folks today, Whoop is in demand. Fitbit is in demand. We spend a lot in getting the right shoes, getting the right gym subscription. Believe me, it's not about those spending money in those things. Yes, that will help, but the basics are not there, that if you're not willing to move out of your chair, then none of these subscriptions or none of these shoes are going to help you. If you yourself don't have the willingness and the mindset to go out and walk. All of those are additional add-ons which will help you fasten your process if you have the willingness to start moving. Then obviously strength training, because your body, once you go through this process, there will be a lot of fat loss, but there will also be a muscle loss. To regain your muscle strength during your old age, you need muscle, and that's why strength training is a must. So recommendation is to do at least 2 times or 3 times whenever you get time, half an hour of strength training that will allow you to remain in a good state. And the last part, there are 2 more parts. I think I missed out one part, is fix your sleep schedule. If you're sleeping right, minimum 7 hours, it will allow you to get into the rhythm of following the right steps. All of these steps are possible to follow only if your sleeping schedule is fixed. And the last bit is consistency. I have tried multiple variations of this where I have, during Navratris, during religious festivals, I have given up on eating completely, like 1 month of complete fast. Nothing worked. I've done 4 to 6 weeks of just dedicated gym sessions. That also didn't help me to go beyond a certain limit, right? What helped me was a combination of each of these activities which did a compounding impact on my body. And after 6 months, after 8 months, people around you will start noticing a change in you, right? And that's where you start getting validation of all of your efforts that you have put in. So this is what I have gained. That's the benefit out of doing all of that. It's not happened in one day. It took me 8 months to get to here. Last weekend, I did my blood reports again after 8 months. My HbA1c, which was in double digits, dropped by 4 points. I'm right now at 7.5. It was 11.7 back then. You can imagine whoever tracks these metrics, how dangerous it could have been. for me and for my health and for my family if I had not acted upon it, right? So don't wait to go to the extremes. Take proactive measures to take control of your health. This is me for last 20 years, where I started from, where did I reach, and now I've started taking control of myself. So I'm somewhere, I'm not done yet. I still have another 5 kgs, 6 kgs to go for my goal. Honestly, I'm not, I would say, qualified enough to talk to you about personal health because I'm still on my journey. I've not reached to my goal yet. But whatever I'm here sharing is for you to take control of your health and not wait for those signals to come to you, because human body may or may not give you signals at times. I'm going to narrate you 2 incidents which has happened in those last 6 months after I started my fitness journey. 2 incidents which has been in my close network, and why is this important for you to hear that? First incident. One of my close relative, he was on a field job. His body was giving him signals. He had some acidity issues. He ignored them. He took local medicines. He never got his blood reports done. One final day, he collapsed, and he passed away, leaving behind a very young family. Okay. My nephew is here, Yash. It was his uncle as well, and it was very close family. Today, that young family is trying to figure out how to live without him, right? And when you see something like this from your close quarters, you realize the importance of health. Another story is, I had a college junior. During my engineering days, when I was in my final year, there was a first year engineering batch who had came in, and I knew this person since then. So 20 years back, this college junior was in touch with me through LinkedIn, and I recently, few weeks back, I heard his story. He was going to attend a marriage function with his family. By the way, I've never met this person since last 20 years, right? But I got to hear this story, and I had to tell this story to you. What did he do? While in a cab, going to the marriage hall, he pushed the entire family inside, and he felt something is wrong with his body. That was the first signal he ever sensed. He took the cab, went back to home, took his Activa, drove to the hospital, asked the doctor to check him out. They did an ECG. They could figure there's something wrong. He was recommended some other test. He was immediately in ICU. He had 2 blockages. Immediate operations was done. It got fixed. Imagine if that person wouldn't have sensed those signals, wouldn't have acted upon it in that moment. Again, he has a very young family behind. So don't do this for yourself, right? If you're asking, why should I take control of my health? Do it for the family that revolves around you. Whether it's your kids, whether it's your spouse, whether it's your parents, whether it's your friend network, anything and every person who revolves around you, do it for them. I did it for my kids also, because my kids were observing me as they grew up. I was busy working. They developed all the bad habits in terms of consuming food. They grew healthier as well along with me. And today, I always had this guilt, oh, I'm not giving enough time to my kids. Every IT person has that guilt. We don't give enough time to our families. But more than that, they had picked up these habits which I wanted them to change. And for them to look up to me and change their own habits would have been only possible if I changed myself. That was also another triggering point, more of an emotional connect. But take any signal that you get from your daily routine if that helps you to push forward in your fitness journey, right? Now, sorry. Okay. Last thing I want to leave you with is this. I've shared a lot about what I had done. It's not that whatever has worked for me will work for you 100%. Reach out to a coach, figure out what works in your daily schedule. There's no magic formula here. It's basically doing some basic steps consistently over a period of time, and it will show to you in results, right? So you can follow these basic steps, take care of your health, and the cliche quote that goes along with health is wealth. But for me, health is not just wealth. Health is the backbone for your entire family. Your health is the backbone of your entire family. Do it for your family, do it for your kids, do it for your parents. Take control of your health and get better at it, right? And whoever is dealing with those challenges, if you want to connect with me offline to go into specific areas, I'm happy to do that. With that, I'll wrap up the session. I know it's lunchtime, so we are all hungry. The last bit is the quiz code. There's some quiz in the app which you will need this code for. Take a screenshot if you need. And few basic queries about your health, which will allow you to reflect on yourself. And that quiz will allow you to think about your health more, commit to certain things. Also, a byproduct of that activity would be you'll get some reward points. It will help you to get some rewards at the swag station. All right. Thank you for patiently listening to me for the last 20-25 minutes. I'm hoping you're all enjoying the Bharat Dreamin event. Thank you again for being a patient audience. Thank you for showing up for this session. I'm Rupesh Bhatia signing off. Have a great day ahead and enjoy the party as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rupesh sir, for such an inspiring and throughout proving session. Your insights remain as the growth comes and they recognize opportunity that makes a meaningful lives. With that, from a Bharat Dreamin team, we have the small token of appreciation for you, where I request Kuldeep sir, Rupalika, to felicitate the award to Rupesh sir. Kindly give a big round of applause to Rupesh Bhatia sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rupesh, sir. Okay, so it's the time for lunch. I believe we can come back by 2:30. We can take a 1 hour break and we can come back to 30. We're going to start the session in another 3 minutes, okay, 2 to 3 minutes. So be seated. So whoever your friends are outside, please call them in. Okay, if they completed their lunch, please call them in. Hello, hello. Arshit, are you at balcony? Arshit, volunteer. Good morning, everyone. No, it's good afternoon or good morning? Good afternoon? So I believe you had your lunch and it's not a good afternoon. Okay, I believe people are not sleeping. For them, it's good afternoon. People who are sleeping, it's for good morning for them. Is there anyone sleeping? Yes? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So we're going to start another session. Okay, the line of speakers we're going to start now. Okay, so it's now time to welcome another incredible leader from our Salesforce ecosystem. He is a director at Forensics and Salesforce MVP, Hall of Fame member, marketing champion, author, Udemy instructor, community leader, and 16 times Salesforce certified professional. Welcome Manish Sundari from Hyderabad, who is speaking the future of Salesforce developer, the road to FDE. So please put your hand together to welcome Manish sir. नहीं louder हाँ ठीक है इतनी slow voice नहीं चलेगा. Come on, keep your hands together and welcome Manish sir. Over to you.
Hello. Hello. Okay. How many of you are attending my session for the first time? Great. That means you have no knowledge about how I handle these sessions, which is great. I always do my sessions in the afternoon when people are sleeping. It's not because I don't want anyone to hear, because I'll make sure everyone is awake in my session. If I find any sleepy faces, I'll come to them, I'll give them the mic, and I'll ask a question. Okay? Even if you're not sleepy, I'll still come there, and I'll make sure this will be an interactive session that you will not miss. And the topic I chose is also an interesting one. So before I get into the topic and everything, let's do some introductions as well. First of all, thanks to the sponsors, without which none of these events are possible. And I'm thanking all the sponsors. I'm also part of some of the dreaming events, so we know how important the sponsors are for any session. So I am Manish Saduri. I am a Salesforce Director at Forces. I'm a Salesforce MVP Hall of Fame. How many of you know about Salesforce MVP? Very few hands. Hall of Fame, do you know what Hall of Fame is? I'm not going to cover those. Let's talk it offline. So I'm a Salesforce MVP Hall of Fame, marketing champion. How many of you know marketing champions? Very few hands raised. Interesting. We should all talk. If I have time, I'll talk about these two later, but let's stick to the topic for today. I've got 16 years of experience in Salesforce. All my experience, right from my graduation, has been in Salesforce. Even my internship has been in Salesforce technology, not Salesforce company, but I've been working with multiple clients, multiple partners, and I've done lots of cloud sales, surveys, experience, now Agentforce, Data Cloud, Marketing Cloud, a lot also. So I've got some good experience, so if you want to talk on anything, please feel free to connect on LinkedIn. I'm here to help, not just for today, but anytime you want something from me, please reach out to me. And I have also done some Udemy instructor courses, so Marketing Cloud courses I've published. Again, those are on certification, so if anyone is keen, you can also go through them. I blog at SFDC Fanboy. This I started long ago, 2011, 2011. And I am part of Singapore Dreaming, so I was actually in Singapore. I moved to Hyderabad recently. I was working in Singapore for almost 10 years. So I've done similar dreaming event in Singapore that was inaugural back in 2020, before COVID. And Southeast Asia Dreaming is also something that I've done, which we've collaborated with multiple countries. All the Southeast Asia countries, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Philippines, all of these teams have come together and we've done a similar event there. So I've got pretty good experience. And MC Square, if you are not sure about Marketing Cloud, Marketing Champions, how many of you know about MC Square? I don't expect any hands to be risen. 1, 2, 3, 4. So MC Square, 5. So MC Square is also similar event, but there we focus on Marketing Cloud, AI, and Data Cloud. And my MC Square, we have been doing this across cities, in different cities within India. We've already done 5 seasons, so we've done 6 seasons. Jaipur was our first one, so we're coming back again. So let's get into the topic. As I said, I want this to be interactive. I'll also come there, but I also want you to scan this first, because I'll ask some questions because I cannot reach onto the top. For them, this will be a good option to answer. You can open slido.com, or you can scan this code directly. If you're opening slido.com, you have to enter this code. Otherwise, you can just directly put it here. So the first question, for that I'll just, while you still do it, I'm not going to ask questions on that. So, hand mic. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to ask, like, how many of you are developers? Just want to gauge. 80% is developers. I want to know what are the rest doing. So consultants, not a lot, few hands there. Top, all the consultants are sitting on the top. I think there's some gap, they want to maintain some gap. I'll clear that gap also. The developer and consultant, why they're sitting upstairs, we'll talk about it. What are the rest doing? Architects? Any architects? Few architects. BA? Then any other roles that I'm looking at here, apart from the 4 I mentioned? Just shout it out. Sales. Okay, sales people are here. I'm not selling anything, so I'm okay. Any other roles? Okay, let's get into this. And how many of you are using AI? I'm sure AI, everyone is using. Those whose hands are down, please, next time you should also be there to up your hands. And when I say using AI, I don't want you to be using for writing emails, not just simple coding. Try to create an app using AI, okay? And what percentage? So this is the important question. So I want to get this answer from the poll. So if you go into your poll, you will see the question there. Let me start the poll. So you should see a question there. What percentage has your work speed increased? Think through this. If it is 10%, that means, let's say you have 10-hour work and you are doing that work with using AI, okay? And by what percentage has this increased? So how is AI able to help you? So I'm getting answers. I'll show it on that as well. So 70%, 80%, lot of votes I'm getting it. 50, 60, 70 is still leading it. So 70 is still what I see as your improvement. So let's take 70 as the average. That means there's a 10-hour work and you're doing, AI is able to help you with 70%. That means you will be able to complete a work within 3 hours. You still have 7 hours work. Okay. Next question. This is the most important one, and this is what this session is about. you should see your next question there. What are you doing with the rest of the time? So now in an 8-hour job, in a day, you have 3 hours being handled by AI. Your 8-hour work is being done by AI. So what are you doing with the rest? Another task, relaxing, learning, exploring, more work, chill. Great. Those who are chilling, you should wake up. Learning, next task. Great. Trying to improve my skill more without AI. Maze karte hai. Okay. Reviewing AI code, learning 9 other clouds. Sleeping. How are you able to sleep in the office? I'm very curious with this. Work from home. Okay. Coding. Okay, let's stop with this. So most of you are chilling, I understand, and if you are learning, which is great. Okay, did I miss anything there? Okay. That's all same. So by end of this session, you will know what you should be doing with the remaining 5 hours. That's my goal for this session. So what does a developer do? I'm not going to put a poll for this. We all know what they do. So they build they get specified. They measure success in story points. This is my Jira ticket. This is what I do. By end of the sprint, you'll count, okay, I've done so many tickets or so many cases. And you'll think in objects, flows, and what are you accountable for developers? Did it work as built? So you have got a task. Has it been done? Has it been deployed well? That's what you do. And you will leave when the code is deployed. So that's a developer task. So you're basically saying the developer has the technical depth. Now I'm going to the upstairs. Let's talk about consultants. Please listen. Okay. So what do consultants do? They get the requirements. They sit with the client, get the requirements. They define the problem. And they speak to executives. They think in process and KPIs. They do not think much in technical terms. And what are they accountable for? Was the advice that they gave to the client, is it good or not? So that's what they are accountable for. And when will they leave? They will leave once they've got the BRD done. They hand over to developer and they move. Developer builds, deploys, developer moves, right? But there's something missing in this. That is the gap I was talking about between developers and consultants. So what are we missing here? For this, I want you to answer as well. Let me pull the poll up again with this next question. So let's be serious. I want you to think from project perspective as well as from the company perspective, from your perspective as well. Let's see what are we missing? Deploy it. Developers will deploy it. That is not missing. What are we missing? So that gap, I'll talk through it if I'm not getting anything. Oh, we got answers. So testing, understanding the problem is done by consultant. Business context is a very good answer. Creativity, critical thinking, business analysis is also done by consultant. I'm talking about the gap here. Suggestions, time framing, techno consulting, architecture, yes. So developers, technical architects, I'm considering into one group, so they also do that. That is not the gap. Requirement scope is from consultant. That is also not a gap. System design is done by architect. That's also not a gap. I'm still missing something very important. I think I got one answer which is good, ownership. Who has given that answer? Because that is the missing piece, ownership. No one is owning the solution. Consultant, what he does, this is what I've got, gives to developer, he does it, and give it to client. But no one is owning this. Is it working or not? Maybe developers will check for 2 weeks. But what is the KPI of that? Who is taking the ownership of it? That is missing. So let's get back into the slides. Where is my mouse? Any shortcut to click on slideshow without mouse? All the developers, tech guys. This is a Windows laptop. Come on. Okay, I found it. I think it was also sleeping. It took a break. So, where was I? So that gap is the ownership, the accountability. That is missing from everyone. Okay? So who's filling it? Before that, I'll just give you 3 sample examples. I have very less time. So let's get into some stories, real examples, so that you will be able to relate to it. So the developer gets a requirement, build a flow that auto closes within 7 days. So the developer builds, no questions asked, this is what it is. But what was never asked? Why are we doing this? Why only 7 days? And who is owning the escalation? Like, should we actually escalate this case or not, right? Another requirement, this is from a consultant point of view. There's a CPQ requirement. Client says, I want CPQ. Consultant goes, gets the CPQ requirements. What is my pricing? What are the products? What should be the discount? He builds it. He develops it, gives it to the developer. But he should actually own the ownership. If, let's say, the consultant finds that there is something actually missing, it's not the CPQ problem. There are actually business problems that should be solved. So he should take, instead of taking a comfortable path and giving the BRD, he should own the outcome ownership and say, this is the difficult path for a consultant, but you make sure that this is being conveyed, okay? The third example is developer spends 3 weeks on a bad job. He completes it, and when he presents it to the client or to internal, what is the statement? He says, I have optimized the batch process, reduced runtime from so many hours to so many, and some DML operations also we have reduced. Again, something is missing here. The communication should be in a way such that it's not technical, it should relate to your business. So 3 things that we have looked here. One is the discovery communication, discovery ownership, consultant should own it. Discomfort communication, second type of communication. And the third type of communication is translation communication. So all these 3 types of communication should be held by someone. Right now, it's not being done by developer, technical architect, it's not done by consultant. Instead of saying, I build the flow, give the business outcome. Instead of receiving the requirements from a consultant point of view, you discover requirements. You sit with client. You have to be with the client, discover these. They won't give you requirements, okay? And do not leave when the code is deployed. Code deployed, we celebrate, cut a cake, no. We should wait until that deployed code is making changes to their KPI. What is the purpose of this code that you have deployed? Is it moving the KPI? CSAT score should increase from 2% to 5%. Is my number of clicks, if you're building an agent, if my number of clicks is being reduced, is my lead conversion increasing? All these KPIs, you have to wait, monitor, and then celebrate. So all through this time, I've been talking about a developer with these qualities, okay? And this has a name for it. It's not developer, senior developer, architect. It is nothing but forward deployed engineer, FDE, okay? So what does an FDE do? He discovers requirements. He won't gather requirements. He will solve business problems. He will sit with the client and solve the business problems. He uses AI as a force multiplier to build. That means he's not just doing consultant role. After getting the requirements, he's actually building it. This is where your AI will help. You don't need to sit for 8 hours and build it. You are building it in 3 hours with AI. The remaining 5 hours, you have to focus on these. Own the outcome, stay until the metric moves. So forward deployed engineer, this has actually come from a different term. It's coined by Palantir Technologies, they have used it. Even before that, it was actually the soldiers who have been deployed at the base or where the war is happening. So these are the actual forward deployed soldiers. They have taken that concept, put it into tech. Palantir started it. All of them have been using it. Now it's forward deployed engineers. That means the engineers, the developers are sitting with the client, facing the war, solving the problem, building it, deploying it, and waiting until the metric moves. You might be thinking that this is a crazy job role, right? You're asking me to do everything basically. But let me show you the reality. The reality is in the last 1 year, the number of FDE roles have increased by 1,000%. Not 10%, 20%, not 100%, 1,000%. That means a lot of companies are looking for it. Salesforce wants 1,000 FDE roles this year. They have a team for FDE. They have not completed their goal. They still have 6 months' time. We're all waiting here to skill up, to get these knowledge base. Then you can directly join them. I'm not asking to leave your current company. Every company will have an FDE role in the next 1 year is what I feel. Don't quote me, but this is what I feel, because based on looking at the market and everything, everyone should be an FDE. I am an FDE practitioner. How do we get it? I'll talk about it later as well. So this is the gap. Owning the outcome. So how do a developer get into FDE? How do a consultant get into FDE role, right? So developer should expand, lean forward, lean outward, and look at the business picture. Consultant, come back, look into the technical depth. AI is there to help you, so you don't have to worry about that. So 5 skills that are required. This is from an FDE director. Salesforce is saying, these are the skills that I want for an FDE. First is the problem-solving skill. Second is technical breadth. Again, when we say technical breadth, in Salesforce, it's different. I'll talk about what are those. They also want communication skills. This is a soft skill, but they also want it because this role will sit with the client. And they want business acumen as well, and a learning mindset. So the technical stack, this is the most important one. Let's go through it. Foundation, you all know. Apex, LWC, everything you know. Agentic core, you have to learn. Agents, topics, prompt builder. Data 360, you have to learn. The new muscle, which is not part of that, which is not being showcased everywhere, is you have to own the outcome. You have to build that multi-agent orchestration. This is high level, okay? So if you complete this 4 sets, that's what an FDE is. I've given some roles, like for a developer, it's very easy to get into, that's the easiest path because they already have some technical knowledge. They have to build the remaining 4 skills. For a consultant, they have to learn into the technical part. AI is there to help. You don't need to learn syntax and coding. They will be able to help. AI will be able to help. Architect and developer are much closer to an FDE role compared to this. And admins, we think, okay, FDE is purely technical. No. Admins are the ones actually who sit already using the system. They're already with the client. They know the business problems. They just need to enhance the skills to match an FDE role. So final thoughts. You don't have to choose between technical and or being strategic. FDE is both. You just have to move closer to the problem. With that, you'll be able to become an FDE. That's all, and thank you. Any questions? I think we don't have time. I'll take it offline. I think we have the code for quiz code. Yeah, it's on this. Yeah, I think you can take the quiz code. And if you want to connect, I've put the LinkedIn code here again, just so that you can connect with me and ask any further questions. But the quiz code, I think we've already done some of the quiz questions. It will be very similar. I hope you answer them correct. Yep. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Manish, for sharing such a valuable insights into the future of Salesforce development. I'm sure everyone is leaving with the fresh ideas of inspiring that what has. Let's hear it once again from Manish. Thank you so much, and give a big round of applause to Manish. And I request Kapil to be on stage to felicitate the award to Manish from the Bharat Dreamin 2026 team. So thank you so much, Manish. Yes, give a big round of applause to Manish, sir. we are good.
And what would be the closing time then? Chief guest is about to reach in.
Yeah, so it was 5 minutes. Yeah. So I request our next speaker, Somesh Karpal and Gaurav Gaya, are presenting. They are presenting their reimagining patient experience with the Agentforce Headless 360. I believe this is going to be from the healthcare industry. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's going to be a wonderful session. Give a big round of applause to Somesh Karpal and Gaurav. Yeah. So over to you. Please clap. So you presenting or you have any video? No video, right? So just, I believe we can directly do it. Caller mic is in. Oh, so yeah, it is. Oh.
No, that is a mouse. USB will not work.
USB will not work.
No.
Okay, so any from your I believe office laptop.
Yeah.
USB नहीं काम करेगा इसमें शायद से रोबोटिक ऑफिस लैपटॉप में USB काम नहीं करेगा ये तो क्लिकर है ना क्लिकर काम करेगा
हाँ नहीं क्लिकर कैसे काम करेगा विदाउट USB डायरेक्टली प्रेजेंट कर देते हैं यहाँ से
वो बंद है वो हाँ इधर लगा देता है
हाँ यहाँ से प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं मतलब आपको क्लिकर नहीं चाहिए क्या आप कुछ बात करने वाले
हाँ क्लिकर चलेगा सही है ना
हाँ वही क्लिकर चाहिए ना सीधे
तो
मतलब
तो इसे USB से
आ रहा था क्या हुआ
It's okay. Yeah, we'll do the presentation. Sir, एक मिनट
He will be here. Sure.
Okay. Rishikesh. Yes, over to you.
Okay. Audible? Team? Chalo, good afternoon. Let me get started. Quickly introducing myself. Call me Som, partner here with the ZS India office. I'm a principal and I lead the digital products and solutions area. I'm joined by my colleague Gaurav Ghia, who leads the Salesforce practice. A quick shout out to what ZS is. ZS is a premier technology and management consulting firm. We have a thriving Salesforce practice, the fastest growing within ZS. We are a summit partner. We are a life sciences partner advisory board, and we work with all the top 20 pharma companies globally. So that's a little bit about ZS. As I go through this was the topic. It says, reimagining patient experience using technology, AI, Salesforce, and human care. In this session, I'm not going to tell you about whether you should be learning AI or not. I'm not going to tell you how you are going to use Agentforce. What I'm going to tell you is how we have used AI to change patients' lives and to give them a quality of life that was earlier not possible. So that's what we are going to speak about. We are going to actually see how AI and technology has been used. Right? For that, I'm actually going to walk you through a lens of a patient. This is Sarah.
Sarah has been recently diagnosed with small cell lung cancer. I'm going to refer to that as SCLC for the future. She has been recently diagnosed with lung cancer. She is 58 years old, and this is a true story. I've obviously changed the names, but this is something that has happened, and this is something that we have worked with our clients to ensure she gets the type of care that she needs. So I'll tell you a little bit about small cell lung cancer. It is one of the most aggressive forms of cancer that there exists. The 5-year mortality rate for that is 68%. That means only 32% of the people survive. I'm going to take a pause. 32% people survive. Right? So that means it is an aggressive form of cancer. It needs a lot of management. It needs aggressive therapy. It needs to be diagnosed quickly, and interventions have to happen quickly. Right? What we are going to talk about is how, in this process, where there is a lot of complicated care management, lot of support that is needed by the patient on a day-to-day basis, how does Salesforce really come into the picture? Salesforce is not in the market of making drugs. It doesn't do infusion therapies. But how does Salesforce come in and then help Sarah here? How does the complex care management becomes a wee bit simpler when Salesforce and technology come together? So that's what we are going to talk about. The actors or other roles that you will hear when I speak about this, obviously we have patient, the Sarah. We will have the caregivers, which is her immediate family members. How are they impacted with technology? A case manager and a doctor. I think most of them you will know. Let me tell a little bit about what a case manager is. And this is a US geography. So whenever such complex treatments happen, and if a patient is undergoing therapy using a certain set of drugs, that drug company or the pharmaceutical company assigns a dedicated case manager for that patient. Why? Why do they need it? Because these are not pills that you just swallow once a day or twice a day and be good. It needs to, the symptoms have to be managed, the side effects have to be managed. Sometimes they need a lot more, they have, when multiple drugs come in, there could be chemical reactions, so it has to be managed, right? And these are costly drugs, by the way. So it comes with a lot of hefty premium and insurance. So that's why you have a case manager. So as we go through this journey, I will talk through how this happens. Okay. If you can see the screen, and this is a real life application that has been developed using a combination of Experience Cloud and mobile applications. So this is what you're seeing here is the patient has got, this patient's iPhone, they have got a pop-up saying that the liver function test that you were supposed to be doing has been missed. Now you might say, what is got to do with liver function test and on cancer? So to tell you a little bit, this disease, the lung cancer that they are going through, has a lot of side effects. It has, what it needs is that the patient has to undergo a liver function test every 2 weeks. They have to undergo a cardiac function test every 4 weeks. And this reminder helps the patient to ensure that they remain true to that particular testing regime. But it looks like Sarah has missed the appointment. Obviously, that's a challenge. Something needs to be done about it. The moment she has missed the challenge, she has got the particular alert. Her case manager, who is seeing a Salesforce Life Sciences Cloud screen, also got the alert. So now both of them know something has been missed. The case manager definitely knows, needs to do something about it. And here's where AI starts to come in. They now need to figure out what should be the next steps. Should I schedule an appointment? Should I call up Sarah to figure out what's happening? Do I need to do something else completely? This is where some of the AI starts to come in, and the back-end agent starts to kick in. Right? So this is first step. So she missed it. Something is wrong. The case manager probably calls her, says that, hey, you need to get your appointment done. But behind the scenes, the agent has already started to book the appointment, the lab appointment. Now let's fast forward a couple of days. Appointment done, the lab tests are done. But unfortunately, what has happened is her symptoms or the liver function test has given an alert. Looks like her parameters are out of scope or out of bounds. It says 92. Something is definitely wrong. Something needs active intervention. Possible, normal. But what I want you to take notice is that middle section, this, where the heart symbol, right? So this could be frightening for a patient, right? Okay, suddenly what has happened to my liver? Something is going wrong. What do I do? Basis the analysis, the Einstein, Salesforce Einstein agent that is working, it has also figured out that basis all the case histories of all the other patients, this happens 60% of the time. It is a thing that needs to be taken care of, but also happens. So this is something that is a comforting message to Sarah, that yes, you need to do something about it, but don't get too worried. Happens with many. We can figure it out. So again, it's not an agent just doing tactical stuff. It is also coming in and playing a little bit of a humanitarian role. Right? So that's one. So this is something that is happening on Sarah's mobile. At the same time, I'll come back to the case manager. He has also got the particular alert. And the agent behind the scenes, the agent force agent behind the scenes, has started to create an appointment with the doctor. It says auto schedule, automatically it will get scheduled. At the same time, all the information about Sarah's timeline is now available, right? All of this is happening because they're all getting information from the same place. An invisible agent behind the scenes, which is agent force in this case, is starting to think, hey, what do I do next? What do I do next? Something's gone wrong. I need to do it. Let me figure out, oh, maybe I need to set up the doctor's appointment. Let me auto-schedule it, right? So this is something that is happening. Now, agent force is orchestrating the follow-up. Now, this screen is not a Salesforce screen. This is an information that has gone to the doctor to talk about, hey, this Sarah is going to come in tomorrow. Something is definitely wrong. Here's all the case history that is there. And you need to see what you need to do for that, along with all the information that has happened. Now, how did the doctor get this information? So this patient CRM that is there centrally located that the case manager is using also has integrations with the doctor's office. Information has flown in on real time. It is available for him to now use and diagnose Sarah correctly. Right? So again, this is behind the scenes that is happening. The agent force agent has actually decided that, hey, I have scheduled a follow-up appointment tomorrow. I need to send all the information of Sarah to the doctor. No one had to run around getting files. No one had to tell Sarah, hey, get all the lab reports of the last 90 days. None of that was needed. Friction was reduced. And at the same time, this screen, this is her caregiver, let's say her daughter, has got a notification on her phone saying that, hey, something is off. Sarah's ALT, which is liver function test, is elevated. Doctor's appointment has been booked. Your care team is actually taking care of it, and we are working behind the scenes. So what did it do? It gave the caregiver the comfort that, yes, something is wrong, but at the same time, someone is working on it. Someone is taking care of Sarah. Don't worry about it, right? So this is all happening behind the scenes because we have built a platform on top of Salesforce that can orchestrate this journey for our patients and for our caregivers and for our doctor, right? So that's a little bit about this. Now, question is, why did we do that? It might sound apparent. It makes sense. It should be done. But I think the first and foremost that I want to talk about is it reduces cognitive load. What does that mean? So when a patient is undergoing a serious illness like cancer, obviously the body is not working well, mind is not working well. You don't want to be in a situation where you have to keep thinking about, hey, what do I do? What do I do? That worry is also as painful as the disease itself. So can the cognitive load from the patient and the caregiver and the doctor be reduced? Can the care manager have all the access to the information that is necessary along with AI-enabled insights that can help quickly decide what should be the next course of action for the doctor or for the patient? And at the same time, can I make sure this information is available to the people who really need it, for the people who really care about it? So all the stakeholders stay informed. Right? So this is something that is happening as you build this platform out. As it says, how did we do it? And before I get into the technology stuff for it, what are the tools that we have used, what are the Salesforce modules that we have used, I'll hand it over to Gaurav. But before I go there, this was all possible because we built this one connected platform that everyone had access to. We had this connected patient context. So all the information about the patient, about his history, about the lab reports, about the diagnosis is available in that one common data 360 center, and is also connected with other areas using MuleSoft. We have this AI-powered orchestration engine, which is making the decisions. Okay, data is here, but is that enough, or do I need to do something about it? And then all of this is not just a workflow. It is a customized experience and a workflow for the patient and for the caregiver. Right? So combination of all of this was brought together in one platform for our clients, but more importantly, for the patients that this client actually services. Right? So this is a little bit about the patient CRM that we developed. There's a lot of Agentforce and AI going behind the scenes. And for you to now understand, this was what we developed. Now the question is, how did we do it? Obviously, it's not going to be easy to finish that off in 15 minutes. I'm going to let that difficult job to Gaurav to finish. I did the easy part of it to tell what it was. I'm going to let the difficult part to Gaurav to handle how it was done. With that, Gaurav, if you want the clicker, I'm going to hand it over to you.
All right. Thanks, Om. Audible?
Yes.
All right. So, so Som talked about the entire gaps in the care journey, right? I mean, what challenges that Sarah went through. So that was just one example of it. There are multiple such gaps that a patient like Sarah would actually go through in their entire patient journey, right? And the reality of implementing platforms like this, that is there a single brain that can actually orchestrate all the journeys end to end? Is there a single platform or a brain that can help bring all of the service together in a single coordinated orchestrator manner? That has been the question that most of our clients and most of the companies trying to solve patient problems are answering. And the answer is yes, Salesforce Life Sciences Cloud combined with Agentforce and Headless 360 can help us deliver that. Now, how do we do it, right? So intelligent platforms like patient services platform thrive on the data it actually uses, right? There are multiple internal systems as well as external systems that needs to get integrated. Internal systems will include a lot of MDM systems, your ERP systems, your commercial data lakes that have been developed, and a lot of external systems which basically comes data that is coming from your pharmacies, the data that is coming from your provider systems, the data that is coming from your diagnostics lab. All needs to basically come together. But how do they come together? Now, MuleSoft actually acts as your integration fabric that harmonizes all the disparate data sources, the protocols that they follow, the data models that they have, and bring them all together. But what do they do, right? Now, all of this data get essentially pushed into your data cloud or data 360, which basically forms your harmonized data foundation and also forms your context layer or the semantic layer for all the agentic use cases, right? So all your data sources integrated using MuleSoft, all the harmonization layer becomes your data 360, right? And then comes the heart of the entire platform, that's Agentforce Life Sciences, which acts as your master orchestrator, right? All the services that a patient like Sarah requires, which includes benefits verification, prior authorization, help with her disease education, help with raising cases whenever there are side effects, right? All of those services are activated and built in Life Sciences Cloud, right? And then we have the entire layer of Agentforce and Headless 360, which essentially helps in building a lot of automated and assistive agents for all the different stakeholders that you saw who helped Sarah in her journey. There are agents for case management. There are agents for disease management. There are agents for enrollment, right? And there could be multiple channels through which this care is delivered. So using Headless 360, exposing all the APIs so that the app, the mobile app, the agents, the CRM, the external web portals, the instant messaging, they all receive the same coordinated, orchestrated process experience that is configured in Life Sciences Cloud, right? So this is how we put together this golden stack for patient ecosystem. Now we'll see, we'll dive a little bit deeper into some of the challenges, like some very nuanced thing that we have solved on this platform. Okay. Okay, this is not working. Okay. Now, just to give you a little bit of examples of what we have solved for, right? We talked about integrations. Most of the integrations are with disparate systems. Some of them are following the protocol like FIRE protocol. Some of them are following the HL7 protocol. Some of them be having their proprietary REST protocol. So using MuleSoft, orchestrating them, harmonizing them, and bringing them to a common canonical model was one of the key challenges that we solved for. We talked about Data 360, but what exactly we want to do in Data 360? Patient unification is the key problem that we have to solve for in platforms like this. What do I mean by that? Now, the data for patients like Sarah can be existing in your internal systems. They can be existing in your external systems. That Som showed that there was a provider portal that was shown where Sarah's information was getting posted. So there could be tons of platforms like this where Sarah's information might be floating. Some of them might be having an ID, some of them might not be having ID. So how do we basically collate all those sources and create a single longitudinal view of Sarah as a golden record? That is one of the challenges that we solve using Data 360, right? Omnichannel engagement. Now Sarah must be starting her journey on an app. She gets a phone call from a case manager. She gets an SMS about her prescription and her missed reminders. She also might be logging into a patient portal. All of them are disparate channels, disparate mode of execution. The single problem that we solve is how do we maintain the context of her journey across all the channels so that each channel delivers consistent message and one channel does not contradict with other channel, right? Now we have deployed an army of agents. How do we govern this army of agents in a highly regulated environment like a pharma company in a healthcare ecosystem? That was one of the biggest problems that we had to solve for, because every prompt that you write on an agent force have to be PHI compliant, right? Every grounding that you do for an agent we have to make sure that it uses only the approved data sources, right? Encryption, hallucination, the entire governance layer across Headless 360 and Agent Force was one of the key challenges that we have to solve for in platforms like this. Last but not the least, the trust and compliance, because it is a regulated industry. There are country-level privacy laws, there are state-level privacy laws, there is GDPR, there is HIPAA. So having those compliances and trust baked into in every touch point that Sarah has been paramount, right? So these were some of the key challenges that we solved in the platform, right? Now, yes, this is important, but moving ahead, right? We talked a lot about the architecture, Shom showed a lot about screens, right? And the story would have half done if we don't talk about the human care. All of this, the objective of putting together platforms like this is never to automate Sarah's journey. It's always, the goal is to essentially help the caregivers, the humans that are involved in delivering Sarah's care, the confidence, the time, and the insights so that they can deliver care faster, right? So that's the goal of this. Using AI and agentic, you can help your case manager with all the next best action in her CRM so that she is 2 steps ahead of Sarah's journey so that she can help you well in time, right? Similarly, for nurse educator, she will always have the insights in the moment about the missed prescription that Sarah has had, the side effects that Sarah is facing every time, so that she has all the information to help Sarah whenever she needs it. Similarly, insurance is a very big consideration in diseases like this. So how you can help roles like the reimbursement managers and the benefits managers to give them all the information that Sarah can ask for. So AI and automation is solving for a lot of these roles, right? But human care, the care in the loop is always paramount. Whenever Sarah is going through a hard time, whenever she's facing a side effect, she wants to call someone. It's not an agent that is accepting a call, it is a human agent who is accepting the call and empathizing with her that we are there to care. So that's the care in the loop framework and it baked into the design principles, right? So like this, essentially, when the AI, automation, and care used in a balanced fashion can not only help Sarah to stay on the therapy, but also trust the therapy and thrive on the therapy. This is what we are delivering for patients, and this is what we are building for our clients to deliver these type of outcomes. Okay, so that was my spiel. Thank you very much. It has been a great audience, and we'll be here around if there are any specific questions around this platform or the tech that has been used.
We have some time. We purposefully left some time. If you do have questions, we can answer them live.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can always take another 10 minutes extra. But we were here. We'll wait for another couple of minutes. If you have questions, just raise your hands. We'll be more than happy to answer them. Go next.
Hello, I have one question.
Yeah.
So basically in this whole scenario which we discussed, mainly the patient, care manager and doctor have their own roles, correct? But generally like care manager belongs to the family member or someone who will like take care of that person or the patient. But you know, like care manager, like let's suppose we are family member of Sarah, then we have to like put down all those pointers always in our mind. So does that help us, that system, like to like check the patient details, everything on time?
Yeah, so that's a good question. See, it does not remove everything, but the fact that there is a centralized portal along with a dedicated case manager, not a caregiver, a case manager, that is handling a lot of these things. So there's this centralized portal where all her lab reports are available. All the prescriptions that have been given till date are there. All the drugs that has been administered is there. All the possible side effects that could happen is there, and possible workarounds for that is there. So that reduces the burden. And again, we come from the healthcare industry, life sciences industry, so we do not want to say that AI or the system is an all-encompassing thing. It can probably solve 50% of the problem. It reduces the cognitive load, but the patient has to still go through that journey. If you are a son, if you are the daughter, if you are the husband, you are the wife, you still have to go through it. It just reduces that kind of a cognitive overload. It reduces the worry that, oh, if I miss something, will that be a life and death situation? Or is there something behind the scenes that is both a tech and human that can solve the problem, even if I have missed it? So it's kind of there. But I agree with what you're saying. It cannot reduce all the burden that you have. We have to all empathize with people who go through this.
And also, like you showed, like the doctor have some different dashboard,
yeah.
Correct? So, like, are we exposing some page to the doctor in another website, or we build something different for them?
So that system that I showed was something called as EHR, Electronic Health Record. Most of your doctors actually already have systems, even in India today. When you go to a doctor, you will see that he's entering something on his iPad or laptop. Hey, he will ask you the question, hey, what was your side effect? What was your symptom? What happened? So that is called an electronic health record that every doctor has. It is very, very prevalent in the US. It has also started to percolate here in India. So this system actually connects with that. So we didn't develop that system, but the integration of the patient CRM with that EHR has been done so that all the information that the case manager has goes at the right time, at the right quantity to the doctor. So that's an integration. It's not a application that we have developed.
Thank
Good.
you.
Anyone else? I see one more question there.
It's relevant to the certification. I wanted to give the Health Cloud professional certification, and I see there is a new certification which is upcoming. So is it a good? Is it good to have both, or I can have one and maybe is it similar, or is it too different? Like both the certifications going to be?
Maybe I can answer that. So erstwhile there was a Health Cloud certification. It was more focused on the Health Cloud data model that is there in erstwhile Health Cloud, right? But now if you look at Life Sciences Cloud, there are two versions of Life Sciences Cloud. One is a Life Sciences Cloud for patients, and one is for Life Sciences for entire pharma, and then Life Sciences Cloud for healthcare, right? The recent certification that is there, that is for more for HCPs. The data model that you have is for doctors. That is the commercial engagement data model, right? Obviously, it is a very valuable certification because it's a new cloud, and there is limited expertise in the market. So if you get that expertise, why not?
And one more challenge I face when I'm talking to some of the leads or clients, upcoming clients, they most of the companies or most of the hospitals, they don't share the data EHR which you're talking about, electronic health records in India, because it's not sometime it's not updated, or it's not up to mark, or you say, and there is something which government is also introducing with the Ayush, I think. They are kind of building their own EHR. So how do you tackle that? Because we want to have some clients in India, especially in our part. So, yeah.
So if you look at more in the US and Europe part of it,
yeah.
So there are standards that are there.
Exactly.
There are fire standards, there are HL standards. So there, the provider systems are actually mature enough to basically match up to those standards, right? Obviously, here also we are trying to get those standards with Ayush and all, but I think eventually, I think there are active discussions in the industry where some of this will actually merge into a common standard like HLS and fire.
Like currently, how you are handling, you must be facing the same challenges when you are.
So this has been developed for the US market primarily. So challenges there are different, but if we have to solve it for India, then it will be very different. Right now, the focus has been the US market.
I understand. Okay, thanks for that. And also the quiz is, I think, not active. It says not active. Thank you.
It said not active?
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Wonderful. I'll wish you all the rest of the day. Continue to have a great time, and thank you.
And if you have not visited the ZS booth, do find time to go and visit our booth on the first floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you.
So that was really a lovely session, the health cloud. I believe we need to visit that booth to know more about what all the products they have, what all they are currently running with the agent force, because in a healthcare industry, if they are using agent force in a day-to-day activity, you need to learn about it. So give a big round of applause to Soumya and Gaurav, and I request them to be on a stage for a small momentum from the Bharat Dreamin 2026 team, and I request Kapil sir to felicitate the award. Yes, guys. Please give a big round of applause to Gaurav. And give a big round of applause to Somesh Karpal. Thank you, Kapil sir. Thank you, Somesh sir. Thank you, Gaurav. So to call our next speaker is someone who truly represents the spirit of the Salesforce Ohana. He is Salesforce MVP, Agentforce legend. Okay, 9 times Salesforce certified, community leader, mentor, co-founder, and a YAL Salesforce Ohana and YAL Dreamin. Okay, he is a co-founder of YAL Dreamin as well. And joining us from the Jaffna, Sri Lanka, please welcome Triyambakam Sharma. Okay, I'm sorry to call your name like that. Sharma on the stage. So give a big round of applause to Sharma. This one?
Hello. Cool. Sure. Fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Cool.
So give a big round of applause to Sama. Come on, guys. You guys have not had a lunch?
Hi, guys. Good afternoon. Oh, already good evening. Yeah, let's give it good evening. Thanks for joining. I know it's very hard to focus after lunchtime It's almost like third session after lunchtime, I think. Fortunately or unfortunately, this is not a technical session. So you might have had a lot of technical session today. So I discussed with the organizing team when I was submitting my speaker proposal. I requested them to keep it non-technical. Because this is one of the area that we don't talk openly, that we are going to talk. First thing first, thank you for our sponsors of Bharat Dreamin 2026. Being a conference organizer, I know how hard it is to conduct an event. So my heartfelt thanks to all the sponsors. So as I mentioned, from burnout to belonging, the hidden power of community. The burnout is one of the things we rarely open up or we rarely admit that we have burnout, which something I feel personally that has to be openly discussed, right? So that's what we are going to discuss within next 15 minutes max. I will try to keep it. So my name is Triyamaga Sharma. I'm a Salesforce MVP. I'm working as a principal consultant for Salesforce in Coterius. I'm a Trailblazer community leader. I'm a MuleSoft meetup leader as well. I'm a MuleSoft mentor. I'm a AWS user group leader. I'm a CMS Connect chapter director. And I'm the co-founder of YAL Salesforce Ohana, Hackforce, and YAL Dreamin. So yeah, I do quite a lot to the community. The reason I'm coming from the community. So the context. The ecosystem we love, Salesforce, and the hidden cost of the love that we are having towards our ecosystem. So as you know, we almost have 3 releases to observe per year. And there are other lot of technical and security updates as well. And there are 200 plus Trailhead badges earned every month by the Trailblazers. And we expect ourselves to achieve a lot in this Salesforce ecosystem. So we are always learning, we are always delivering, and we are always striving to the next milestone in our career ladder. Ultimately, this creates incredible opportunities as well as an incredible pressure on each one of us. So what is burnout in the first place? So as per WHO, the World Health Organization, the burnout is a syndrome caused by chronic workplace stress that has not been successfully managed. So there are 3 aspects here. First, the emotional exhaustion. So we can think like you are feeling drained, you feel depleted, you are unable to give back to the community or the people. And then depersonalization, like you are not feeling yourself, right? And you are going through a lot of motions psychologically. And then reduce accomplishment. So you are doubting yourself. You are starting doubting yourself whether you have achieved everything that you wanted to achieve, whether you have done enough to stay in the career race that you are running. So these are not weaknesses. We have to acknowledge and agree in the first place, and we have to accept the other predictable responses to unsustainable conditions. So before we discuss about burnout, we have to understand what are the phases are there for the burnout, right? So first thing first, the honeymoon phase. So usually we think, whenever we are going into anything new, whenever we are doing anything fresh, we feel high energy, we are very enthusiastic, we are overwhelmed, like, we are in our best mode. That's the honeymoon phase. So in this phase, there is no problem, all good. You feel very comfortable, you are doing very well. Then come the next step, the onset of stress. So after some time, you are starting to feel little bit fatigued, right? You are feeling like a little bit of reduced productivity. And then the third stage, the chronic stress. So it's more and more exhaustion. You feel a lot of stress and you are trying to withdraw yourself from whatever you are doing currently. It can be your community work or it can be your work related things. Then the burnout. This is the actual burnout phase where you completely physically and emotionally you are burned out, right? Then the habitual burnout phase. If you don't address the burnout phase, then you will reach the habitual burnout phase. Ultimately, the burnout becomes the baseline of your lifestyle. So, first of all, you have to understand in which stage are you if you are in the burnout, ladder. So, if you identify and address it, then you can quickly came out of this burnout and you can get down from this ladder as well. So, we can put a context from our Salesforce world, how it can look like, right, from a burnout perspective. So, you can say chasing the next certificate, right? We always want to upskill ourselves. We always want to achieve our next certification, right? Or you can think of like speaking at every event because you don't want to say no for someone, or you don't want to say no to your colleague or another community leader. And you are answering each Slack question even during the midnight. For example, that's one of my habits. Whenever I wake up during the midnight, the first thing I do, open my Slack channel and see, what are the messages I have. And then feeling guilty for taking a day off from the community. So we have to understand we are human beings as well. It's okay to take some rest. It's okay to take a day off, right? And it's normal. We have to accept it and we have to normalize it. And then you are comparing your journey to others' highlight reels. So, we are in a social media world where we spend a lot of time in Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp statuses. So whatever we see can be one side of someone else's life where we don't know the other side, the backstage or the behind the scene of their lives. So if we start to compare our lifestyle with those reels, then you will be burned out a lot because you will be thinking that you are left out a lot, you are not achieving a lot because you are only seeing one side of the story, but you are comparing that story with your 100% side of your story, right? Obviously, it's not going to match, unfortunately. And also helping everyone else grow while you are stales. It's good and we must help everyone else to succeed. At the meantime, it's our responsibility or it's something that we do ourselves, a good thing to take care of ourselves as well. So if you have any 1 or 2 points true for yourself from this section, you are not alone because a lot of community leaders are on the same page. So in order to come out of this mess or this burnout issue, first thing first, we have to address the burnout and also we have to rethink what is the meaning of success, what is the meaning of high performance, and what is a work-life balance. It can be from a work perspective, it can be from a community perspective, right? So I have put in like 2 areas, the old myth and the sustainable performance. So if you consider the old school way, you are always on, louder is more valuable, you have to be like 24/7 occupied and busy if you want to be productive, or if you take rest, which means you are falling behind or you are staying back in the race. we have to disagree with these all myths, and we have to accept the sustainable performance. We have to accept that consistent quality is more important over time. And also, we have to manage our energy properly. And we have to focus on the outcome rather than measuring how much of hours or how much of time we have spent in a specific area. And the main key point is we have to accept taking a rest, taking a break is part of the cycle. So think like an athlete, for example, we are not machines, we are human beings. So we have to sprint, recover, baseline, and rest. So I'm from Sri Lanka basically, so one of the easy thing to compare or correlate here is cricket, right? So we have IPL matches, test match, ODIs and everything. So usually, currently BCCI are rotating players. The reason is longevity, to make sure we are not breaking our key players. You can think of Bumrah, you can think of Kohli, obviously Kohli is retired, but especially Bumrah's case. Bumrah is currently not part of the T20 international team, which is traveling to UK, right? Because managing the workload. So taking rest is acceptable. Likewise, we have to think from our own world perspective as well. So what is the antidote to come out of this? So this is my personal view, again. You can agree or disagree, but mostly it will be common or applicable for everyone, I believe. So for me, it's community is my antidote. So it's not about events, it's not about badges, it's about real connection, and we are sharing the struggle, and we are making everyone feels belonging to the community. Because, you know, it's not about thriving the tech, and also it's about who is working with you in this community journey. So actually what community does for you when we think about the community. So first, normalizing the struggle. When you go to a community or when you actively participate in a community, you realize that you are not alone. You see others who are on the same page. You feel, okay, there are certain people doing like this, oh, it's okay, I can do the same likewise. And it's giving a permission to take rest. As I mentioned, you see example from others and you are taking rest by looking at those examples. And we create reciprocal energy by helping someone to re-energize. This is where the helping others part community picture, and also we build resilience together. Like KP sir said in the morning keynote, from a community perspective, resilience is the key because we have a long walk to walk, right? So community is not a nice to have thing, it's a resilient strategy for a longevity. So the Salesforce Ohana, right? You know, the Ohana is a Hawaiian word which means family. So when we think about family, we don't keep our family alone, right? And we don't leave anyone behind when it's come to family. So we have to think the same in our community perspective. So we have to make sure we have trust, equality, innovation, and giving back. Those are the 4 pillars of our Salesforce Trailblazer community. And we have to make sure we are following those 4 pillars in our community as well. And then succeeding together in practice, how it looks like. So here we are in one of the best example right now, like Dreamin events. Bharat Dreamin is one of the biggest global event. So you can participate in such Dreamin event because it's done by the community, for the community. And then you are mentoring the next generation. If you are a leader or if you are a veteran, you help others to build themselves, and you are creating cross-community collaboration. It's something worked very well for myself, for example, as I am across multiple communities. So you are kind of building the cross-collaboration between multiple communities to make sure you are sharing across multiple ecosystem and normalizing these taking rest and staying behind kind of a things and having the honest conversation. As I mentioned earlier, looking at the reels, looking at the success, everything is glamour, but we have to accept the pain and the hard work and all the struggles. Those are behind the scene as well. So we have to make sure we are having the honest conversation. And I would say your move can be using community as your recovery tool. If you are an individual, first of all, you have to name your burnout stage, and you have to understand which stage you are and address accordingly. And find one person to whom you can be honest and have a honest conversation, and attend a user group meeting if you are already not doing so, and sharing your stories with others and make others also feeling belonging to the community. And if you are a community leader, for example, it's your responsibility to build rest into your community calendar as well, and celebrate members' wins as loudly as your own. It's as a community leader, it's our responsibility to celebrate the victory of our community members. And also create safe spaces to say, I am struggling. So this is part of the honest conversation as well. It's okay to say, I am struggling. It's okay to say, okay to have the open conversation as well. And mentor someone. Always make sure you to publish yourself, you are there for someone else. So that's the beauty of our trailblazer community. And if you are a manager or organization, I put some other stuff as well. But the key point is community thrives when leaders create the condition for it to exist. So it can be managers or it can be organizations. It's our responsibility to make sure our employees having a good work-life balance and they are having a better working conditions as well. So remember this. So high performance isn't about how loud or fast or always on you are. It's about bringing your authentic self-sustainability. So community is how we do that. Find your people, show up for them, make sure you show them that you are there for them always, and share your real story, not only your wins, share your struggles, share your failures. For example, when I was doing my first administrative exam like 9 years ago, I failed 2 times. I passed my administrator exam only on my 3rd attempt. It's okay to fail. As long as you have tried hard, as long as you have put enough effort, it's okay to fail. We have to normalize that. We shouldn't only glorify the success stories. We have to make sure we are running with everyone. And make sure you help someone else to belong, and your own burnout lessons will help them to understand they can also catch up really soon with you all. So I will leave with one African proverb. I hope you, most of you might have already heard this. If you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, walk together. So collaborating is essential for sustainable success and long-term journeys. The beauty of our trailblazer community, we are succeeding together and we are carrying each other. So please keep that in mind. Openly admit if you are having struggles, have open conversation, and also make sure you are helping others to succeed on the whole. Thank you so much. So that's the quiz code. If you have any questions, I hope you will not, but happy to answer. By the way, thanks for the whole organizing team to giving this opportunity. I know how it's hard to have a Dreamin conference on my own, leading 3 times. So congratulations and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amo. That's really a wonderful session, and it's taught us the remaining as a behind every successful career is a strong community that supports, inspires, and uplifts us. And know that from Yal Dreamin, I got to know that how much you love the Havana, and from your session we got to know about it. Thank you once again for coming from Jaffna to Bharat Dreamin 2026, and this is the small token of appreciation from our side. And please, Kapil sir, felicitate the award to Shama. Give a big round of applause to him. Thank you so much. And by I believe by 5 to 10 minutes we're going to start the panel discussion. Okay, and thank you so much, guys. That's not it's add-on point. If you want to, but last minute script change करेंगे कुछ confusion ना हो जाए, नहीं just make sure कि तुम कैसे करोगे. भाई थोड़े पानी के बॉटल्स भी रख देना टेबल के ऊपर. थोड़ा पानी का बॉटल भी रखना, ठीक है, जो आ रहे हैं वो बड़े गेस्ट हैं तो पानी के बॉटल्स रखना तुम आपको. माइक रखना है, 4 माइक रख देना, 3 माइक रख देना. एक माइक तो हाथ पे रहेगा, बाकी के 3 ना हो. People who are sitting in a balcony, please come down. We have a lot of seats empty over here. Yeah, you can come down as well. Yeah, please. Good evening, everyone. We're going to start the panel discussion in another 10 or 15 minutes. I request everyone from the balcony, please come downstairs. Okay, lots of seats over here. Are they empty? Please come down. If people are not sleepy. Hi. Yeah, please, you can come down. Yeah. Harshit, volunteer, please make sure people come down. Come in now. Yeah, please make sure people come in.
And also the people who are sitting in back, can you please come at the front side as we have some seats empty here as well?
One more time.
Please come in the front seats.
Balcony, from the balcony also.
And from the balcony as well, please can you come downstairs? We have seats here.
Harshit, नीचे भेजना है आपको. नीचे भेजना. नीचे भेज दो. हाँ, मैं बोला बालकनी बंद ही कर लो. बालकनी बंद करेंगे तो चलेगा, तो लोग नीचे आने देंगे. Salim, Aman, please make sure everyone coming down. Yeah, don't make them to sit at balcony. Yeah, let them. Yeah, thank you.
Hello? Hi. Can all my friends who are sitting in the back stand up? Can you guys come closer, please? We need to fill the front. Come on. Come on. We got 5 minutes. Everybody that's sitting in those back rows, people who are sitting in the back rows, that's you. I'm watching all of you. Let's go. Come on. Don't be afraid to sit in the front. We don't bite. Let's start filling this. Let's give the speaker some respect. All the back, I'm looking at all of you over here. Yes, I see you. Yeah, all of you. Yes, back row over there. The three, I'm pointing at you. I don't like pointing. I'm watching all of you. Don't have me come in the back. Come. Right, you see this side? People who are sitting up here too, there's space here. Come downstairs. Come downstairs. It's not the keynote time. Come on. If you're sitting on stage, you can come sit downstairs. Come on. All over here. Yeah, all back row. The two over there. I see you. Right there. Yep. Come on. I'll have you come to the stage and tap dance. The back rows, the two. Yep. Come on, friends. Yes, you two right there. You waved at me when yep. Come on. Let's go over there on the right-hand side, please. Everybody, come on. I'm going to come and pull you in the front. Come on. Come. Let's fill these seats. Thank you. It's really appreciated. Back row. All of you in the back row, come sit. Yes. Come sit over here. We need to fill these seats. Yes. Come on. Fill these seats. Thank you. Yes, that's right. Please come to the front. We're asking everybody that walks in to sit in the front. Nobody's sitting in the back. If you're just walking in, we're asking everybody to sit in the front. Yes, all of you that's walking in now, sit in the front. Yes. Thank you. Everybody that's walking in, please find a seat in the front row. Thank you. Thank you so very much. You guys in the back row over there, the four of you, raise your hands. Please come. Yes, please come sit. Thank you. Okay. Hello.
Oh, yes.
So let's start with our panel discussion. This isn't just another panel discussion. It is a conversation about leadership, about trust, AI, community, purpose, and the future of Bharat. And this conversation will be started by Piyusha Pilania, an accomplished leader whose passion for people, innovation, the Salesforce ecosystem continues to inspire professionals and communities. She is the moderator of our session. Then we have Kiran Malyala, a respectful Salesforce leader, mentor, community champion, known for building high-performance teams and driving meaningful business transformation. And then we are deeply honored to welcome Soumya Rajan, a visionary technology leader whose expertise in enterprise transformation and customer success has inspired organizations to embrace innovation with confidence. Please join me giving a grand round of applause for Soumya Rajan, Kiran Mandara, and Piyusha Pilania as they take the stage over for panel discussion.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone's day going? Can we get some cheer? How many of you were able to learn something new and interesting today? Okay, I see so many hands. Well, it looks like you all are having a fantastic day. So thank you so much for joining us here. And I know it's the end of the day, you all are tired, but please stay with us. And we have two really amazing, sorry, my mic is, I'm actually very loud, so I think even if without the mic, I should be able to share what I'm about to share. So please stay with us because we have two amazing speakers with us today, and you're going to learn about their interesting journeys, how they have changed the narrative, and become part of this community in a really ingrained way. Because both the leaders, they come from two different backgrounds. One who built a lot of interesting communities and who has actually led the growth of Trailblazer community in India, and the other one who actually helped businesses succeed. And she comes from a really strong financial background, and they have done a really fantastic job. So thank you so much, both of you, for joining us. So first, I would actually like to start with Kiran. Kiran, every leader has a day zero. So I would like to actually understand, before all the recognitions, all the titles, all the community growth which started, looking back, what was the defining moment which actually, when you realized that you wanted to build something larger than yourself?
Great question, Piyusha. I sincerely feel that there was not one defining moment. It was a patch of, connecting dots, which led me to believe that we had something huge in front of us. And for me to believe that, I had to see it first. So when I moved into developer relations, thanks to Kavindra, who hired me here, somewhere in the crowd, there you go. Kavindra hired us into this team in 2015. And back then, we knew that Salesforce was a good platform to build applications, but being an internal employee of Salesforce, I wasn't really sure of what Salesforce was actually capable of in the overall ecosystem. And when we came into the developer relations team, what we understood was that Salesforce was slowly picking up in the India market back then, and we needed to build the workforce for the future. Salesforce was at an inflection point where it was actually telling the conventional platforms that we can build applications in a month where you build it in 6 months. And that was a game changer. It was a disruptive movement and a proud moment for all of us. And entrepreneurs like Shiv, Abhinav, Ankit, Gaurav, they were already started thinking of building their own companies. And one challenge in front of us was that a lot of educational systems or the colleges we had in India didn't know what Salesforce was. That was a huge challenge in front of us to actually convince them that this is not just a platform to build applications, but a platform to build their careers and their lives around it. And that was the turning point. I mean, that was a challenge, but at the same time, it was an opportunity because we were empowered by great leaders like Kavindra and Adam Seligman, Nick Tran, back those days, and they backed us up. I mean, the true mark of a great leader is you trust in your people and you trust them to, do the job. And that is when we started approaching various communities across India, various colleges, and we had so many challenging situations. For example, when we went to the college, they used to ask us, are you selling something? Because one of the biggest challenges in India is that a lot of other companies go to college to train them at a cost. But we were doing everything for free of cost, and it was too good to believe. And we thought if we could get 100 success stories across these college ecosystems, we will see a huge revolution. And that is when we started enabling students at scale. And the culture that Salesforce built is so beautiful that it values people more than anybody. It's not the platform, it's not the money, it's not the job. You have to see people for who they are. And we started doing the same. And that is where it all started. And when we started seeing success stories, more and more people started believing in the community because that was how they got mentored. And it happened day by day. And if I have achieved something, I would totally dedicate my success to the whole community here, and a big round of applause to all of them.
Yeah, I can actually totally relate to this. From where we started and where we are, this room is full of trailblazers, all who started their journey either from college, learning through the programs which Salesforce was doing, or learning from Trailblazer community groups, the local groups, and the dreaming events, being a part of them. I think most of us can actually associate our careers to one of these things. I personally can actually. Following on to that, Samya, when you first started your career, if someone had told you that one day you will be recognized among Forbes 50 under 50 or any other big title, what would you have believed it then? That's the first part.
So thank you for having me here today, and it's a pleasure to be here with all of you and to see this wonderful community of trailblazers. So if somebody had asked me that question, the answer would have been absolutely no, for sure. Just to give you a little bit of a background about myself. So my parents and my family actually is a middle-class family. My parents were both bankers with State Bank of India, and we kept moving from town to town, city to city, and grew up with many different educational institutions, spent time in India as well as overseas. I got a scholarship to go to Oxford. I read mathematics there, and then decided to plunge straight into a very safe kind of career option, which was in banking with a foreign bank, though my parents were in a public sector bank. Now, when I look at that, and then I continued and chugged along in a corporate career for 17 years with one organization. I had turned 40. This was about 15 years ago, and I was very restless. And there was a word that Kiran used, which was disrupt. And for me, I looked at my industry, which was in wealth management, and said this industry is not doing what it should for the community. And a lot of you over here are thinking about what you're doing for your community. And where I was, and we were talking a little earlier outside, that finance in many ways is the root of all evil in many ways. But at the same time, finance also can be an enormous enabler. But in order to do that, you have to align what we call incentives so that you are not creating the wrong kind of behavior. And what I did at Waterfield, which is the company that I founded, was in wealth management to say that we will do what is called advisory in investments as opposed to distribution, which means that we get compensated by our clients, like you compensate a lawyer, a doctor, and we don't get compensated by the product manufacturer. So 15 years ago, I decided to take that plunge, but I can tell you that it was full of a lot of doubt, because I had my peers and friends say, you are doomed to fail. This is a concept which is just not going to work, because no one had ever done it in the industry, and there was no regulation around it. I also had my family very concerned, because I was heading the private bank of Stan Chart at that time. I was the youngest woman in that position. And they said, are you crazy? You're giving up your job, everything that you built over the last 17 years on a whim and a dream. And also, I thought about my family, because here we were going to give up one source of income, and I was going to put all my savings into this, which seemed an enormous risk. But I think at that point, that restlessness changes into action, and you want to disrupt. And then you say you have an opportunity of a lifetime, you've got a vision, and you're going to see where it goes. And I think for women, it's actually even harder, because there are so many societal pressures on you, and it's just not your day job that you do. You've got your family to take care of, you've got your parents to look after, your in-laws. It's just very tough. But I think I had a great family and made it happen.
Well, I will say that hearing your story from your mouth specifically, I was literally getting goosebumps, and I think a lot of us can relate that being a woman is really hard, especially in Indian society, and taking the step of running your own business is extremely challenging. When you have a cushiony job and you have to leave it to pursue your dream, you get so much pressure about, okay, why are you doing this? You could have stayed in your job. So kudos to you for actually taking that step and, you know, being a role model for a lot of us here.
Being a woman is very hard in Indian society.
It is, yes. You might not realize it, but it is.
It's like you're starting from -10 and then finding your way up.
Well, Kiran has a conflicting opinion on that.
No, I agree to it.
We have so many women here. I would like you to raise your hand.
Wow,
if
you're
you
turning
think
this into a poll now?
if you think that being a woman in Indian society is difficult, please show your hands. Okay, see, almost all the women have raised their hands because they know the struggle day in and day out. So
I mean, it's a wake-up call to all the men out there to support their women more going forward, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the spirit we need. Well, I feel like both of you actually have very remarkable journeys, and we are going to learn so much from today's conversation. So let's talk about how those journeys have shaped your definition of leadership. So, Samya, first to you. Both of you lead in the worlds driven by performance and outcomes, especially in the finance industry. Yet the people who inspire us are most remembered by something more human. What does success mean to you today that it didn't mean 20 years ago?
I started my career 30 years ago. So I will say that in those days, for me, success was almost climbing the social ladder, climbing the corporate ladder. It was about titles, it was about promotions, it was about the next job, the number of people you lead. It was always about more material factors because I never thought about success in any other way. I think the realization of what success means changed for me when I became an entrepreneur, because the realization of being an entrepreneur, you're creating something, and you're creating something for, I would say, impact. So my definition of success changed from what was material to what is impact. And that is how I now look at what I do. Is it the problems that the client has that I'm solving? Is it the number of women that I can now mentor? Is it about helping women who are looking for a second career, and can I assist them in their journey? My husband and I also recently started a scholarship, which was the 6th Road Scholarship for India, because both of us were beneficiaries of having a foreign education. And we realized that most Indian families do not have that benefit. So could we then contribute to helping an Indian every year have a graduate program that they could have out of Oxford, because it changed our lives and the way we thought about the world. So I think for me today, success is about impact. But I would say that for every person here, their definition of success can be different. But what's important is to feel comfortable with what you determine as your metric of success. And do not, for heaven's sake, do not be conditioned by what is expected of you socially or from your peer group or otherwise, because success is very, very personal at the end of the day, and you need to feel comfortable with that.
Yeah, you actually said a really powerful statement, and I'll say that it's most of us in the room, everyone is driven by their promotions, title, and they call it a success. But I think, like, everyone's success is what they think is a success for them. It could be different for different person, and projecting somebody else's success metric on yourself could be very difficult and hard for you. So having your own metrics for that would be really helpful to grow in your career, to grow in your personal life as well. So thank you so much. Moving on to Kiran. Kiran, you know, the world is teaching this generation all about how to build careers, earn money, and now even use AI. We talked about Agent Force, we talked about headless, everything. But very few people teach us how to build a life. Looking back, what does a life well lived actually look like? I know you have really amazing plans for your future, but what would you have thought maybe 14 years ago when you started your career?
I mean, when I started my career, a great life for me was a huge bungalow with a couple of German manufactured cars. I mean, that was what I thought success was. A lot of household help around me, a lot of people to praise me around me when I'm down, and a lot of things coming to my table whenever I wanted, and a bank account with, you know, crores of rupees. This was success for me when I started my job, because that was how I was conditioned by the society as well. I mean, ma'am very beautifully pointed it out that success should be your own definition, which is really personal to yourself. And I was conditioned in those 2 to 3 years of my corporate career where I saw the ups and downs of it. And I saw a lot of visible examples around me on who were trying to define success around me. But during my childhood, my father worked in an Andhra university. He was a professor there. He retired as a dean of academic affairs. For him, success was very different. He was one of the most loved leaders in the Andhra university because he got people together. He didn't believe in criticizing people. He believed in driving people towards productivity in a very organic way, because he believed in them, and when they built that kind of connection, I mean, work was only a consequence. So that was success for him, and that he still believes that getting so many people behind him when he wanted to do something nice for the university was success. For me, when I stand today, I mean, the cars, the bungalows and all, it means nothing to me. For me, success means seeing you all successful in the ecosystem. I sleep very peacefully because of that. I have so many memories we have built in the last 14 years in the Salesforce ecosystem, and I think this ecosystem has totally changed my mindset. I mean, what started off as a job has ended up as a responsibility, and as you know, responsibilities never end. And for me right now, a good life is being healthy and being available for people when they need us.
Well, thank you for sharing your genuine response, I'll say, because sharing your actual thoughts from 14 years ago that you wanted a lot of German cars and all the comfort and cushy life. Not many people accept that they wanted that 20 years ago when they grow up, because it's very difficult to accept the truth. So thank you so much for sharing that, what you had in your mind and where you see yourself now. And I feel a lot of people can actually think about it and see, because there are young folks in here and their metric for driving themselves to work harder is more around earning more money, buying a specific car. Maybe they can take this as an inspiration to build their new career goals.
I mean, you can buy your cars and bungalows. There's no doubt about it. It's just that, you know, people are more important in our life.
Yeah. Yes. Well, you know, building on this thing of uplifting community, working through genuine integrity, Samya, your organization is actually built on the idea of insight with integrity, which is very difficult to find in this world. And a world which is driven by algorithms, AI, I feel trust is really fragile. So how do you maintain that balance of integrity with insight?
So I remember the day we actually crafted the motto. There were about 7 of us in the company which was sitting around a table, and we were playing around with the words of insight, because we are knowledge partners and helping people in terms of their investments. But we also had a very different business model, which was about transparency and trust. And that's when we said, hey, integrity is a nice word to bring in as well. And we said, we linked it together and created that line, which was insight with integrity. But I think in today's world, where we're so dominated by AI, and artificial intelligence is a discussion in every single boardroom and every single corporate discussion, you're asking yourself the question about insight, and you're separating both those two words. At least we are. Insight is something that AI in some ways is giving you today. It's democratizing insight, it's democratizing information. And earlier, the scarcity was on information, whereas today there is no scarcity on information and the insight. So what it's effectively doing is that, let's say I have the information and I have the answer. What you're really asking for now is that if everybody has the same information, who is using that information in your best interest or the client's best interest? And that will differ from company to company, from individual to individual. But ultimately, that's the difference between trust in its in the form of what you're getting, which is democratized on just the insight itself and the integrity of how you translate it. But I think the second part is that when I look at AI, I worry, because in some ways AI can also fake or imitate trust or trustworthiness, because I can have a product which I see as an investment product, and that investment product is basically AI can deliver a wonderful note which sounds so authentic, it sounds so convincing that it makes you want to invest into something, and you as a layperson will not be able to distinguish between whether it's actually good for you or not good for you. And that's where I think AI comes in, but it's insight in some ways without integrity, because it doesn't have the accountability that comes when you're actually having someone like us actually giving you that advice to say, this is good or this is not. So when I look at this entire mix, I worry personally, because I see a lot of what we do, AI is coming in, but it lacks that judgment, which I think is the core of what so many people are debating about the ethics of AI, the judgment behind AI, and ultimately, how do you use AI so that it actually helps rather than creates a monster?
Absolutely. And I feel like AI is such a powerful and helpful tool, but at the same time, if not used properly, it could be a monstrosity for the world as well, depending on how you're using it. So on that note, Kiran, I feel like a lot of people are using AI to write their LinkedIn posts, to do a lot of things. How can leaders actually genuinely stand out in this AI era and build trust with their community members, with their teams, rather than how they can use their voice authentically in this AI era?
It's a very challenging situation we have kept ourselves in. We are responsible for it at the end of the day. We human beings are responsible for the situation we are in right now. And it is very important to lead with emotional intelligence in these uncertain situations. Because, I tell a lot of my friends and the community very frequently that we have all the intelligence we need around us. In fact, we have almost hit the threshold in terms of IQ. We have got all the comforts, all the automations. Our life has become lazier than ever, right? We have become the laziest generation till date. And the point is that we have the intelligence around us, but if we don't have the emotional intelligence to balance and used the way it should be used, I think we are led for disaster. And I think leaders should stand out by leading with empathy, leading with vulnerability, to accept things they don't know and they are uncertain about. At the same time, making people consciously think what this world is actually about, right? It started off as a very beautiful place, and it should go on as a very beautiful place, and AI should be used as a tool, just as a tool, to make our lives better. I am really impressed with the kind of developments that are happening, especially in the medical medical field, wherein we are using AI to making some path-breaking inventions in terms of drugs to deal with cancer and all. That is how AI should be used. Again, AI is productive and dangerous at the same time, and I think our judgment comes into picture here, and the people who can lead with empathy, emotional intelligence, and with the right judgment will rule the world tomorrow, will lead the world tomorrow.
Well said. Now, we only have a few more minutes left, so before I move on to the end of this, I was asked to throw a curveball. So both of you tell the audience one thing which people don't know about you today. I'll start with Soumya.
I have a twin sister who's a professor of economics at Cambridge.
Ah, okay, that's an interesting.
I didn't hear that.
I said I have a twin sister.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so I'm one of a twin, and she's an academic. So while I chose a profession in business and entrepreneurship, she chose the more traditional role, which our family has had a fairly long legacy in, which is teaching and academia.
So who's sitting here today, ma'am? Who is sitting here today?
Good question.
There's no way to know about it.
No, you don't know. I may actually be secretly the professor of economics.
Okay. Both are equally intellectual, so it's very hard. You guys know almost everything about me, but for those of you who don't know, I played cricket at the state level when I was in my graduation. And I was part of the state probables team as well through my university. And I would really be happy to continue playing cricket. Not at the professional level though. My son is showing a lot of keen interest in that game. So that is something a lot of people don't know.
Well, that's a really interesting fact. I was not aware of that actually myself.
Yeah.
There we go. Alrighty. So, Kiran, before we wrap up the panel, I feel like a lot of the young professionals here, I have a conversation with a lot of the folks actually, and they somehow feel that they need to leave India to create a big impact, to create a global impact. Looking at your own journey, do you think the next generation has a different opportunity?
Everyone has ambitions in their life, and we should definitely give them the freedom to pick their choice of place and their choice of work. And at the same time, I also feel that India should be more enterprising in terms of providing opportunities to create products and consume them. I think we are a consumer market. And the day we start thinking like a market that produces things, right, for people to consume across the world, I'm sure the talent would stay back here in India, and they will show the power of what this generation is. So my suggestion is the story runs both ways. I'm sure we are all patriotic individuals here, and we want to do good for the country. And trust me, you can mark my words, next 2 to 3 decades will belong to India. Yeah.
Well, I really believe that.
So I'd just like to add just an interesting data point that we saw recently when we were looking at venture funding at the seed stage and for people who are coming out of institutions, educational institutions. And we saw that a lot of money was actually beginning to go towards people who had foreign degrees and were coming back to India to build for India.
There you go.
So that's
Yeah.
data, which is actually there.
There you go. I mean, that is
Yeah.
exactly what I'm talking about.
I can actually relate to that. We can see your story.
That was 30 years ago.
I feel like I can also relate to it in a sense that I did my master's from the UK as well, and then I decided to move back because I felt like the opportunities here are a lot better than what we'll find there. Even though when I go to the US, specifically on the West Coast, I realized that a lot of my friends who have moved there and have done their graduation or their master's, when they're working on their startups, they get a lot better interest from investors versus like startups in India. So there is still a huge gap which can be bridged by a lot of favorable policies or government-backed programs, or I feel like even entrepreneurs showing interest in small startups. So for sure, it's going to be an interesting decade. And piggybacking on that, for a lot of years, companies were using India as an offshore partner, or a place where all the back work has been done. Today, Indians are shaping products. We have people like Satya Nadella. We have so many popular faces everywhere across the globe who are leading different brands, building products. What do you think where India will go in the next decade or so? With the wave of AI, with all the changes happening, what do you see the future will look like?
So I'm going to give you a more, what we talk about wealth creation, because I think that's something that we look at from where I sit. What are some of the big themes that are going to play out over the next 10, 15 years? And we've identified 3 of them. The first is actually on manufacturing and production and manufacturing products in India. We think is actually a very important theme, including infrastructure in India. So supporting that for wealth creation is going to be key. And I think the role that everyone in this room can play towards that is going to be very, very important. The second is really around consumption. India has now just hit $3,000 in terms of per capita. We've just become a middle-income country, which means that consumption is at an inflection. So we actually see that consumption is going to be a fairly big theme in terms of discretionary products or otherwise, because you have more disposable income. And the third one is really around financialization of savings, which is that we traditionally had lots of people investing in gold, real estate. That's now moving towards capital markets and a whole lot of other different places. So broadly, 3 big themes. If you're thinking of investing, maybe you should start looking at some of these.
Really insightful conversation, I'll say. Thank you so much, both of you, for sharing your insights. I personally have learned so much through our conversation, and it was really amazing to have an opportunity to have a conversation with both of you. Can we get a big round of applause for both of our speakers? And thank you so much for staying patient and listening to our conversation. I hope you were able to get something out of this conversation, and you'll take that back home and use it to make yourself a bit better. Thank you so much.
What an enriching and inspiring conversation that was. On behalf of everyone at Bharat Dreamin, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Soumya Rajan, Kiran Malyana and Piyusha Pilana for sharing the invaluable insights, leadership experience and their vision for our future. As a small token of our appreciation, we would be honored to present our honored guest with a token of gratitude for their time and inspiring contribution. I would like our founders and co-founders of Bharat Dreamin, to come on the stage and facilitate our guests.
And our organizers as well. So I request Kapil, JB ma'am. So yes, and I request Aman, Kuldeep, Kumar, and Par and Rupalika to be on a stage. So both the organizer and the founder, please be on the stage to facilitate the award. So yes, give a big round of applause, guys.
Thank you so much for this insightful panel discussion. Now we will start the demo jam in next 5 minutes.
Thank you all.
Good evening, guys. Okay, I hear one good evening here. Thanks, Rishabh. Everybody's busy looking for a place. How much time? We're late actually, so I don't think I can wait for all of you to settle down. But how many of you know Samay Raina here? Samay Raina. For which reasons? That's a good question to ask. नहीं वो जेल नहीं जा रहा अब जेल से बाहर आ गया so now you can call him your friend if he is your friend. No, FIR is not continuing. Done. That is closed. Huh. No, let's not get into that now. As long as you know him, he doesn't have to know you. If you know him, you can raise your hand. So I'll ask that question again. How many of you know Samay Raina? This light is very difficult for me to see. अच्छा ऊपर भी हाथ खड़े हैं क्या? Okay, good. You're not sleeping there. Okay, very good. What do you know him for? Unfiltered comedy. Okay. I couldn't hear that. Sorry. Hosting. Acha, hosting. No. Roasting. Acha, roasting. Okay, हाँ, roasting. Have latent. Honesty. Oh, बाप Controversies. Timing. Jail. बोल दिया ना FIR के पास नहीं जाना है फिर jail. So while I ask that question, that has got nothing to do with what's going to happen in the next 20 minutes here. But some part of it. All of you have to put on Samay Raina's height. Are you ready to do that? I ask that question again. All of you have to put on Samay Raina's hat and do something here. Are you ready to do that? I'll tell you which hat. Not the unfiltered, not the controversial one, definitely not the jail one. Huh? Judging. Yeah, kind of that, but in a way that you know him doing it. So, but yeah, you're going to judge the next 20 minutes, whatever's going to happen on the stage, and it's going to work in. Where are the judge panels? Okay, I've got the panel here. So if you've watched, I see I'm personally not a fan of it. I only watched it after it made into the news. The show is called India's Got Latent, and there's a performance and there's a panel, and then they rate the performance. Either I'm not too loud or my ears are too sharp to hear every other conversation going on in the room. Can we have like one conversation in the room? Not for me, for the next 20 minutes, something else is going to happen. So we'll need your attention here. You're going to decide somebody's future and career. So this is what I had to say. Until I said that future and career, everybody was talking. Now I hear some silence. Thanks for that seriousness. Some people are still. Okay, so my name is Roshan Kotla, and I'm going to be the host for today's demo jam for the next 20 minutes. I've never done this in the past, so please be easy on me if you don't like something, or if there's a joke which you don't like, please don't file an FIR. But I'll do my best to keep it sane and professional. And let me ask you guys, how many of you know what's a demo jam? I said I'm hosting a demo jam, but how many of you know what's a demo jam? Okay, we need a KT session here for somebody to come and tell what the hell. I only see 4 hands. 5, 6. Oh, nobody knows what a jam is. Okay, interesting. So maybe take a step back. There are going to be teams here presenting demos, live demonstrations of their products. And you guys in the audience have an important job to do of judging which one is the best. And they get, I don't know, 10 lakh rupees, 15 lakh rupees, whatever. That's why I said you're deciding somebody's future and career. Simple enough. Any questions on that? Audience up there, any questions? People are still talking between themselves, so I can't help much. कुछ भारत ड्रीमिंग का स्लोगन है क्या? जोर से बोलेंगे तो सब भारत माता की कुछ ऐसा. There themselves. अच्छा वो बोलेंगे तो बोलेंगे क्या? Okay. Okay, she gave me an idea here. I'm going to use that and see if that's going to get the energy up here or get your readiness. How's the Josh? works? Yeah. तो एक और बार. How's the Josh? अच्छा लग रहा है सर सुन के एक और बार. That's a good idea, Piyusha. So she said, now you have to say Roshan. But कहाँ बोलेंगे? Hi Roshan क्या? ठीक है. How's the Josh? Good. I think we are ready now. Vidit, ready? Okay, we've got our, where are the teams? Are they backstage? Okay, once I announce them, they'll come. So the game rules are simple. They have 3 minutes each from, once they step on, they have a timer here and they have to stop sharp at the end of 3rd minute. They are not going to use anything other than the demo, just to repeat the rules. There's nothing other than the demo that you're going to use. There's no presentation or anything like that. And you'll have to have your utmost attention, because if you miss, you'll not be able to judge well. And then you can't become the panelist. We still have panelists here. I'll introduce them shortly. Do we have time to bring them on stage? Huh? Okay. So we've got 2 specialist panelists anyway. Along with your votes, their votes are going to matter a lot. They've been in the industry for a long, long time, and most of you might be knowing them. The first one, give it up for Mr. Kapil Batra. खड़े हो कैसे हाई बोल देने तो टाइम के लिए हाँ. So he's a famous YouTuber. A lot of you must have learned a lot of things on his channel. He's spoken about a lot of development aspects, lightning. And the second one we have is Miss Smita. आप भी एक बार उठ के ऐसा. She lives in Jaipur. She's here. She leads the architect group here, and she runs a company called Think Vibes along with her co-founders. That's the quickest intro I could give in the interest of time. And these are the 2 panelists along with you who are going to judge them. Okay. So who's the first one? I wish to make sure I don't do a mistake here. All right, so the first one we have here is Axel Q. Give it up for Mr. Josley, who's representing Axel Q. हाँ energy चाहिए थोड़ा. You need it. He needs it. Yeah. He's a tester by heart. He's been a tester for close to 2 decades, but he's driven by community. You must have seen it at a lot of community events, and he's representing his own firm, which is what I hear is the ChatGPT of Salesforce testing. You can talk to the bot and test your applications and your agents. I should not talk beyond that, because that's why he's here for. Josley, over to you. Your time starts now. No? Do you need this?
Check.
Can you share the screen?
So, as usual, the demo gods, we all hate them. Every time you start a demo, there's something which has to be going wrong. How many of you not faced difficulties in your demo? Or sorry, faced difficulties when you go for a demo, perfectly prepared, everything is there, but on the demo day, at that time, you get into a meeting and something goes wrong. You know those people whose hands are up? Okay, keep your hands up, I'll tell you something. And then look around whose hands are not up. उन सबको पाप लगेगा, सब झूठ बोल रहे हैं. There is not a single person who's lived in IT consulting and whose demo has not failed, or something has not gone wrong before the demo, right? So now can we raise your hand again if your demo has gone wrong and you can give an honest answer? Yeah, 2 hands raised. Yes, I see 2 hands as well. So that's what is happening here as well. So you can empathize with them, exactly what's going on here. But yeah, I gave a session on how not to do this, but that was not about the logistics part. This is a different. क्या हुआ? हो गया? So if this demo is not going to get started in next 2 minutes, Mudit will sing a song. Mudit is my co-host. Please come. Please introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, Mudit this side. I am from Varanasi and currently working in Pune in a company called Transivo and managing the sales, marketing and the outreach and the alliances program with the ISV partners. Thank you.
Hobbies.
Let's sing together.
कौन सा गाना गाना फिर? हाँ? बताओ फिर. Okay, we didn't come prepared for this, right? Obviously, as you can see.
I'll join you.
No, I think they're ready. So after the jam. Oh, the second team, is it? Okay. What happened? Okay, so the logistic difficulty. No, we are not doing song. We are setting up the next person. नहीं वहाँ पे the next one is in line. So we'll finish that and I'll definitely do that. Yeah, see. So the next one, because we could not fix the logistic issues yet. Mr. Suren is here. Please give it up for him. He is representing Habil Labs, which is a Jaipur-based company. So
Hello.
the only Jaipur-based company, if I should say, amongst today's participants here. So if you are local, then you have an advantage there. They've been doing what they're doing for more than 10 years, and he's running Salesforce practice. He's the AVP of Salesforce practice representing, and I don't know the app names because I'm going to watch along with you and give my vote. Suren, all yours.
Screen change कैसे हुई? चलो cool. How I can change the screen? Sorry, if I have to click somewhere, you can just change the what presentation. If I have to Windows here, make it. Mouse user.
Rupesh, now I agree with you, but now it's too late. No, but
एक minute, just okay, fine. Yeah, sure. Hello everyone. Good evening. So I'm going to talk about ISV insights. Okay, so last year one of my friend published application on App Exchange. Okay, and recently I had a discussion with him like कैसी भाई application कैसी चल रही है आपकी? So he said कि ना तो मैं user retain कर पा रहा हूँ and we are working very hard
like we are working very hard late nights on new features, but still we are unable to like features customer कौन सा use कर रहा है कौन सा use नहीं कर रहा है, we are unable to detect it. Okay, so I said I have a solution. I have my product that is ISV inside. Okay, so this application, what it can do, it works on a simple but unique principle. It first identify like why, which customer is not using your application. Then it understand what are the reason behind this, and then finally your customer success or your account executive can do act on that. Okay, so this is a magic screen. Why I am calling this as a magic screen? Because like from a single screen you can see like which accounts are on a high risk. That means like these accounts are not using your Apex application very well. Okay, so you can directly you can say communicate with these customer. Like this section where like these customers are on high risk. So let's say if I click on this, okay. So from KPI score, I can figure out what is the reason behind that my customer is not using my application. So there are, you can customize your KPI score, but there are few KPI score are predefined. That is core feature adoption. That means user are not using your application at all. There are some other criteria also. Like let's say you recently built some features, but users are not using those applications. So you can provide some kind of admin trainings and those type of stuffs. Okay, from here we have quick filters also. So let's say renewal with low score, so your account executive or your customer can directly contact with your like customer that why we are unable to use those applications. Okay, and then EU key accounts, this is again a quick filter. From that, you can see like which a particular reason accounts are under the like not performing well. If you ask like same ISV have multiple packages, can I detect same thing for the multiple packages also? So yes, we can do multiple packages also.
Suren, sorry to interrupt, but I think your time is up. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This was their first demo jam. This was actually their first ever attendance at a Salesforce or a Salesforce community event. So please give it up for Habil Labs and Mr. Surender. You people are doing good to make it to the panel here, but a lot of you are still not. So you have to do better to reach this panel and then the India's latent panel. Meanwhile, so next up is somebody who you might have met at the booth. If you all walked to sponsor space, there was a shiny little booth there. I'm sure you must have walked there. And they're doing a small check, so I'll wait. Okay, so demo guards are still very angry. Please do all the pujas. The pujas are not working. And no, we have the next one in line. So they're on stage. The demo guys are not here for that. I know what the panel will rate if I start singing here. But anyways. So we have another Surendra here, this time representing ZS. Please give it up for him. This is a company which has been in existence for more than 40 years. And again, coming to a Salesforce Trailblazer community event, doing this demo jam for a first time. So yes, that shout out banta hai, jisne bhi kiya. They are, while I have more time, ZS, they are into life sciences and pharma. They are so-called McKinseys of IT consulting for pharma and life sciences. And they had a similar session by their team member, and Surendra here is going to extend that and show extension of that product of the patient journey which he was talking about. So over to you, Surendra. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening. I said good evening. Okay, I can understand. Today I would like to showcase a medical assist, an AI-powered application. It is built to help the field representatives to help them make fast and data-driven decisions. So basically, it is powered by Agentforce, Data Cloud, automation, speech-to-text, although I will not be able to represent that here because of the technical issues. But yes, it has that feature as well. As I log in, you can see on my screen, the system immediately represents me all the alerts configured for me. And I can see quickly here that my product, or the brand, which I am promoting, is actually declining. The sale is declining in my territory for Dr. Kevin. I can quickly go and check the details. So here in the back end, in the back end, it is the data cloud is working, collating all the details, creating and powering it to Agentforce, where Agentforce is giving me the actionable insights, as well as the system is also suggesting me what are the next actions I need to take. Okay, it is suggesting me to talk to Dr. Kevin. Before talking to Dr. Kevin, I have to understand more details, what's going on behind the scenes, okay? So for that, I can quickly ask Agentforce, give me my sales insights for the last 6 months. And it is going to generate me a very quick, cool graph, which I can understand easily. Yeah, sale is going down. I need to take a decision, and as per the suggestion of my Med Assist, powered by Agentforce, I can quickly understand why, I can quickly set up a time with Dr. Kevin, and I need not to go and do all this all together by typing all this stuff. I can ask my agent to do this for me, and hence, the meeting is scheduled tomorrow, okay? I need to, again, prep for that call, right? So I just ask my Med Assist, give me some brief about Dr. Kevin. What should I know before talking to him, before going or visiting his clinic tomorrow, okay? It has given me all the cool features, right? And where I need to focus more. I need to focus on the declining sales. I need to address the barrier of the Dr. Kevin, okay? Now fast forward, I need to finish in 3 minutes. So I completed the call. I had a very nice engaging discussion. Now I need to log my call after the visit, which I generally hate, and hence I'm using again my Med Assist to log a call on my behalf, and I just need to give a simple prompt. Earlier I used to go through a lot of screens in order to log a call, hence it
Sorry,
has
Surendra.
logged the call. My work
Your
is
time
done.
is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It is also prompting me to meet Dr. Sunil Roy in Jaipur. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So do we have the next ones ready? So give it up for Radhika Gupta, who's the rock star of marketing at TestZeus, who are the world's first Agentforce. Bhul gaya aage ka. No, they're the first ones who've created agents for testing Agentforce solutions. And I don't know what's going to be demonstrated, but I'm sure it's an extension of what I just mentioned. So all the best, Radhika. Over to you. Are you ready?
Yeah, thanks, Roshan. Khamma Gani, Jaipur. Ghadi Khamma. Thanks for correcting. That's testing is all about. Okay, so how are we doing, guys?
I think, Roshan, I should do that again. How's the Josh, guys? Thank you. So I'm just getting it started. Just wanted to have a round of applause for all my organizer friends who have been pulling up such a lovely, amazing Bharat Dreaming event today. And I could see some of them limping as well. You know, it actually takes a heart out to carry out this energy and, you know, to execute it so well. So a big round of applause for you guys. Okay. Are we still? Which one?
Settings page open नहीं हो रहा.
Is it connected?
Settings page close out.
Why is it not opening? It's probably.
सेटिंग ओपन हुआ है, इधर से देख के करो ना.
अच्छा ओके.
ये हुआ है. हाँ, इधर आया.
ओके डिस्प्ले पे चल जाएगा.
ओके सर.
लेफ्ट में लेफ्ट वाला. उसमें मैक्रो वाले पे क्लिक कर दो एक बार. मैक्रो सिलिकॉन. मैक्रो सिलिकॉन पे क्लिक करो एक बार. ऊपर वाले पे. हाँ लेफ्ट साइड. हाँ ठीक है. इस पे एक्सटेंडेड की जगह मिरर कर दो. ठीक है मिरर.
प्लीज.
Stand right. Hello, hello, mic check. Okay. Yeah. Okay, guys. So my name is Radhika. I'm the founding growth marketer at TestZeus. TestZeus is an AI agentic software testing platform where we have built AI agents for Salesforce and Agentforce testing. It's not just, we have been doing API security, UI accessibility, and voice as well. So today I'm going to show a brief demo about voice testing, which we've built recently. And the scenario is, so let's say, how many of us have elderlies at home? Any show of hands? And how many of them are suffering, those elderlies are suffering from diabetes, heart ailments, BP, cholesterol, right? So let's say there's a scenario, right? It's late midnight and somebody is trying to reach to a hospital agent. Maybe the hospital has enabled at Apollo, Manipal or somewhere. And they've been trying to reach out to them asking for their medication concerns and advices. And suddenly the agent is not able to understand, you know, what they are trying to say, or you know, what are they trying to relate to, or should they be connecting to the doctor, or it's just, you know, not happening. So this is a scenario. Well, I'll be showing you a demo. We've built a hospital service support agent where our agent will actually mimic the agent and will try to break the hospital agent, asking multiple scenarios. So let's just go to the tool. So at TestZeus, you can just go to agent harness. And then we go to this hospital agent. It's pretty simple, guys. We can connect the Agentforce agent on our platform. And once the agent is connected, you can create multiple pathways on how those scenarios can be judged for a particular voice agent. And let me tell you, voice agent is actually very different from the normal web testing, because with voice, a real customer is interacting with you, right? So it will have a lot of interruptions, mumbles, pauses, some background noises. So it's actually very difficult to understand for an agent, you know, that it's what the human is trying to say. And if that goes haywire, then it's actually a real scenario. It is not some e-commerce website, you know, where only a loss of sale is happening, but in scenarios like hospitals, it can actually lead to a demise of a person as well, right? So over here, we can see we have focused the agent on the agent has been focusing on the scenarios which an elderly or, you know, can
scenarios can they have, like for rescheduling appointments, etc. And these are the multiple pathways we can create. We can just select these pathways and can click a run simulation. So meanwhile this is running, let me show you a consolidated run simulation report. So this is how the agent will evaluate multiple dimensions and will try to tell the score on what the actual agent quality has been, it's coming out for. And this is very important for the leadership because they will get to know.
Sorry, Radhika, time is up. So you want to close that line?
Okay, yeah, just wanted to know that it's actually very important for the leadership, so they actually get to know that what is the score and the release-ready evidence for the agent.
I think that's your last line there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Roshan.
So you realize how hard it is to do a demo itself, and that too within 3 minutes is a different challenge altogether. So that round of applause was not enough for not just her, but for all the previous people as well. We have one more to go. अच्छा और टाइम लग रहा है क्या? नहीं, आई थिंक देखो हाँ नहीं वो तो छोड़ेंगे नहीं बट बस जो काम करने आए थे वो खत्म कर then they will have the QR code. Check. Will have to add my name. Nice one.
So one lesson learned today. We may be in the age of AI talking about LLMs, MCPs, but HDMI cable for a Mac system has to be arranged manually.
Yes, you can clap for that. So I gave his intro as a first one. For logistic difficulties has come back. Quick question, if you were attentive or not. How many years has he been testing, did I say? 20 years. So everybody is attentive. Good. Are we ready? Yes, all yours.
Hello everyone. I'd like to introduce you to my friend. This is the Automation Panda here. Hi. How are you everyone? Doing good? Hey Automation Panda, welcome to Bharat Dreamin. Today we are going to see and help you out with your automation. Hey, how do you do automation from Jira? Hey Automation Panda, just ask. So you simply type in your Jira ID, put in your test plan, and it's going to generate the test case test automation. Now this test ID, test plan, you can put in your PDFs, you can put in your screenshots, you can put in various different screenshots of your applications, wireframes, and it's going to do that for you. So here you can select your application, whatever you want to test, select next, proceed, and it'll build the test plan for you. Hey, that's so wonderful! Okay, Automation Panda, just wait for it. It's AI, it needs time, and this is a live demo, so let's see as we build the test plan for all of you. So this test plan will give you positive test cases, negative test cases, edge cases, everything in one shot. So Harshini, if you can switch to the section. So our test plan is basically with regards to, you will get the edge cases, what has been done, what has not been done. All the list is done here. Once you get this, you can click on automate now, and it'll build the automation logic for you. So once your test plan is ready, you can simply click on automate now, and it'll build the automation for you. Okay, you can select the test case that you want to automate. It'll give you the test steps and the test data, everything for you. Oh, that's wonderful. So here you can see the create contact test logic is created, and your test cases and test data are done. Hey, how do you handle test data? Panda, it is just ask. So you just have to ask the test automation converse that creates synthetic test data. Simply give it a prompt, and it'll build the test data automation for you. So let's say you want to create a Salesforce contact. The AI converse engine will automatically identify from your org what the fields are, and it'll generate the test data for you. So here it is taking we are generating synthetic data for 3 records. So it is kind of searching through your logs, finding out what elements are configured. And from the elements, you will get basically the entire test data for you, which you can use in your testing or test cases. So as this prompt is getting generated, you can see here that you will see various test data logic. Okay? So in the interest of time, we'll just quickly show you the one that we ran. So there goes. You see here, you'll get various test data, account number, phone number, etc. here. Oh, that's wonderful. Lastly,
just time up.
Yes.
Time up.
Yeah. So how do we see the
Time
release
up,
readiness?
Time up.
Okay, thank you. So that's about it. Thank you.
Now, while we were thinking giving a demo is difficult, giving a demo within time is difficult, he just added another element to it. So, yeah, that was cool one, Jocelyn. Thank you. So, now you all have to become Samay Rainas, right? Think of some other judge, your favorite judge. You want to become the Supreme Court judge, but you only have one question to answer, and the answer, okay. Vidut, are you going to put up that slide? Yeah, so there's going to be a QR code on your screen. You have to scan, you will have one question and only one answer. You can only answer it once and choose only one. That's what the SOP says. So this gentleman is looking at me like, yeah, that's very obvious. Why do you have to repeat it 2 times? So, मेरी फोटो ले रहे हो क्या? हाँ ठीक है फिर मैं खड़ा. No, I'll sing, Rupesh, but I just want to ensure that that flow is not disturbed because of whatever I do or I end up doing here. What if people stand up and go away without voting? So I don't want to be the person making people leave. So I'll let the people answer that question, give their vote, and then I can sing. No excuse. I'm saying I'll sing after that. Yeah. Okay. People up there in the last row, are you able to scan? ये बात अलग है, नहीं भी बोलते तो I wouldn't have been able to help much, but yeah, we can zoom in. Maybe you can make it full screen, zoom, corners. Run the slideshow, na? Just run the slideshow. हाँ. Better. So you have 2 minutes, 50 seconds left to vote. And judges have made their choice. They're already walking towards the stage. If you've already finished voting, please give it a round. It's hard to judge. The judgment is bad, right? Judging people is so tough. And these 2 people here, Smita and Kapil, have been given the tough job. Kapil and Smita, are you going to announce or should I announce? Okay, looks like there are going to be some calculations, so I can use this time. Right? Everybody voted? I know Shiv and Rupesh voted there already, yes. Anybody who is yet to vote? Okay, so how many people in the room? What is the capacity? I see a full house. 1,000? 700? We should have at least got 500 votes there, right? Okay. So now Rupesh mentioned and he said before that high changes to something else. So the challenge, Rupesh, is I've not been singing at events, at any such event for a while now. I can't remember the last time I sang a song at any stage. Yeah, so, I can't unsee that. I can't imagine that, and I won't want to. But, which means I'm going to go back to the first ever song I sang on a community stage. I think there are few people who were present on that day who are still here. Do I have Kiran here? Yes. Neetu? Neetu was here, but she's not here. And I don't think anybody else here since that event. I'm sure. Yeah, Mr. Reddy is here. I know Kavindra wasn't there. So this is a song I almost sang 10 years ago. Okay, will you sing along when the line comes? Or if I forget the line? Both. Some people like, हो गया बहुत footage खा लिया अब गाना गाओ. ठीक है. I'll close my eyes like Rupesh thankfully suggested. महफिल में तेरी हम ना रहे जो गम तो नहीं है, गम तो नहीं है, किससे हमारी नजदीकियों के कम तो नहीं है, कम तो नहीं है. कितनी दफा सुबह को मेरी तेरे, कितनी दफा सुबह को मेरी तेरे आंगन पे बैठे मैंने शाम किया. No, that's not the line. I changed that. But okay, sorry for that high pitch, but that's how it is when you don't sing for a while. अच्छा चलता हूँ दुआओं में याद रखना, मेरे जिक्र का जुबां पे स्वाद रखना, दिल के संदूकों में मेरे अच्छे काम रखना, चिट्ठी तारों में भी मेरा तू ख्याल रखना. अंधेरा तेरा मैंने ले लिया, मेरा उजला सितारा तेरे नाम किया. चन्ना मेरे या मेरे या, चन्ना मेरे या मेरे या, चन्ना मेरे या मेरे या ओ पिया. I think that's all I could do. Oh, Kevin, you just walked in. I just finished singing a song. No, if it's for him, it's a different song. Yeah, I will have to go back to 8. But okay, was that okay? Like, बीच में गला वाला फट गया and I'll need another round of applause if I have to sing again. अच्छा, where is Aman? Aman, late नहीं हो रहा क्या? हो रहा है ना? वो backstage he will. After party very much very important. I know 50% of them are like हम तो आए थे उसी के लिए. ये सब this is extra add on. But yeah, no, I'll announce the winner. What is this once for? Yeah, we'll announce the winner. If we have any gap, I think we'll take one song. I'll go ask KB what song he wants and then I'll go for it. After party, no, nobody. They will kick me out of the place if I sing like this in after party. No, first we'll pick the winner because they're waiting. We'll congratulate them. We'll do it and then yes. So, any guesses in the crowd? I have the winner with me. Any other name? ZS, I hear GS. Yes. XLQ, here XLQ. And the audience never goes wrong. It is XLQ. Give it up for XLQ and their team. Woo!
Judges, please be on the stage. Judges, please be on the stage.
We'll need both the guests. And we'll ask them to do that mimicry one more time and sing a song and then mimicry, right? Jocelyn, can you sing a song with that mimicry voice like that? Give a winning speech with that mimicry voice.
Thank you, Bharat Dreamin, voting for us.
The
technical glitch said go last, but this says it's a good call.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for voting for us, and thanks to all the participants. It was fun being here and presenting with all of you. Thank you.
So I think we have the winners. What do you call it? It looks like Wimbledon. Yeah, good timing. It looks like Wimbledon. A good trophy to have. And my job's done here with that. Thank you so much. You've been an amazing audience, clapping, keeping up with all the gaps, all the issues. Some very obvious, transparent ones, but that's how it is. That's how life is. So thank you again. My name is Roshan Kotla. Follow me everywhere that you can. I'll see you next time.
Smita ji, please can you be on stage? Yes.
Song.
Small token
I
of
think
appreciation for you. Yeah.
Kumar. What's next? Oh, sorry? Surprise is coming for everybody. So do I have a minute? Because I'll use that. KP is here. So Kavindra, this song is specifically chosen because you are in the house. Well, because I don't know if others would like me pick this song. Pleasant surprise. Don't look at me.
Let's have a big round of applause for that wonderful performance. Our Agent Force Astro truly lit up the stage. Thank you for bringing so much energy, joy, and excitement to Bharat Dreamin. Now, it's my honor to invite one of the advisors of Bharat Dreamin, a leader who has inspired trailblazers around the world, and our closing keynote speaker, none other than Gilda Hiller, Senior Director of Marketing at Salesforce and advisor of Bharat Dreamin. A big round of applause to Gilda Hiller.
I'm not ready yet. Oh, hold on. You're quick. Well, how do you think it's not going to slideshow? I know, but I don't have Wi-Fi. It's not going to slideshow. Yeah, it's not going to go here because I don't have Wi-Fi. Who's Chandra? Where's Chandra? Let me just get on her phone. Connect. I won't look at your password. I'll close my eyes.
It's very easy.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I think so. Is the clicker working?
I just checked. काम नहीं कर रहा.
That's fine if it's not working.
I will do that. You just,
No, that's fine.
I'll just do that.
It's okay, it's not working. That's okay.
Okay. So okay, no issues.
No,
but
this
is it working then? Okay.
the clicker does not want to work today. That's fine. No.
You change it, no? I will do that.
No, I'll do it. That's fine.
You done?
You guys could just relax.
Thank you so much, Gilda.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hi, everyone. Woo! The light. Let's dim the light. It's hot up here. How's everyone doing? What? KP said this is the largest community event, and that's the reaction. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Awesome. We could put the light down. It's bright. Okay. First of all, I walked around the sponsor stations, and I just want to thank every single sponsor for your support. Like, especially now where we are with this economy, to sponsor an event is not easy. But we have some sponsors that this is not the first time they're sponsoring community events. Some of them are like, this is my second, this is my third, and I'll definitely be back next year, and that's exactly what we want, correct? So can we give a round of applause for our sponsors? Can we give a round of applause to our sponsors? Okay, do I have everyone's attention now? Hello? Hi, is everyone here? Let's clap. Let's all clap. Okay. So, today's keynote, I usually do my, I usually write my key, this is very interesting because I usually do my keynotes 24 to 72 hours before I get on stage. And the reason I do that is because I base a lot of what I am going to say off of my motions. And some of you have heard me speak today, and some of you might say, she's going to do the same keynote. I'm actually not. I'm going to do a keynote, and some of you may like it, some of you may not. But I'm going with my gut instincts. And I'm basing this off of, I'm online a lot, I speak to a lot of community members, and sometimes I just go with what the Spirit is telling me to talk about. So today's keynote is about how every agent needs a champion. Okay? Every agent needs a champion. And I want you all to remember this first line. So we're going to do a bit of exercise. Is everybody ready? Everyone's ready. I need all participations. I'm watching you, and the agent is watching you. You ready? Okay. Everybody's sitting up straight. Everybody's paying attention. If somebody's sleeping next to you, nudge them. Say, wake up because I need you to participate. You ready? Okay. First thing you're going to do, if you've ever been the person a teammate turned to before they turn to a help document, raise your hand. Keep your hands up. I'm going to repeat it in case people were sleeping. For the people in the back, if you've ever been the person a teammate turned to before they turn to a help document, raise your hand. Keep your hands up. This shows the strength. How many of you have been working out, lifting weights, right? Keep it up. If that person that reached out to you did not have the same job title, or if that person was not at the same company. Okay, look at that. No one shifted. A couple people, okay. Keep it up. If it wasn't your manager, and it wasn't the expert on paper. While your hands are up, I want you all to turn around the room and look around the room. Look at how many people kept their hands up. Look around at how many people kept their hands up. So guess what? That's the room. I didn't need a chart. I didn't need a survey. All of you are agents. But we fundamentally have a problem in the ecosystem. And although Arundhati said, we are one community. Did she not say that? Did we hear that this morning? We heard it, or was I the only one that heard it? How many of us heard Arundhati say, we are one community? And KP gave stats on how many trailblazers they are in this one community ecosystem. Is that correct? Correct? Okay. But fundamentally, although 70% of you kept your hands up, let me ask you a question. How do you show up as a champion while you're still carrying this list of failures that you think are failures? So I want you to read this list. So for a lot of you, you're carrying the anger with you, which is causing you to fundamentally not become that champion or that agent because you didn't get selected to be an MVP. Because the CGL acceptance didn't get approved. No, see, the room is quiet now. You didn't get the raise, so you're upset. You didn't get that certification. The panel you weren't picked for is still eating you till this day, which is why you've never submitted to speak at an event. You continue to think about the launch that flopped. So therefore, you don't raise your hands to help out anybody else because Your launch flopped. Your startup failed. The Dreamforce session you submitted for was not accepted, so therefore, you're never submitting to speak for a session ever. Or you wrote a LinkedIn post and nobody liked it. Or the delivery date that you missed. And it's important to say that because we want to all show up as change agents. We want to show up as champions, but a lot of us are still carrying this list. And for those that are carrying this list, you all raised your hands. So every champion in this room got here without waiting for any of those badges. Remember that recognition is a program, being a champion is not. So I'm going to leave this list up. Everybody studied this list? We studied this list, okay? You studied it, you have it. Now, we're going to do another exercise. Are you ready? Are you going to be honest with yourself? You're going to be honest? Okay, here's what you're going to do. Turn to the person next to you, tell them one thing on that list that happened to you. Turn to the person next to you, look at this list, and be honest and tell them one thing. I need to hear a conversation that happened to you. You could whisper it. Tell them one thing that happened. Whether you didn't get that raise recently, you didn't get that promotion, you lost a customer, tell the person to your left or tell the person to the right one thing on this list that happened to you. Everybody's honest? Did you whisper it? You told somebody next to you privately what happened, right? It felt good to get it off your chest? Did it feel good? It felt good. I want you to turn to that person and tell them that's not my whole story. Right? So now tell that person, that's not my story though. And the reason that's important is because for a lot of us, we continue to carry the weight of what happened, so therefore it's prohibiting us from what could be. What people don't understand is that's not your whole story. But did it feel good to get it off your chest on what happened? So the thing is that we also have to realize is when it comes to being a champion or that agent, is that there is a thing that we forget, which is a champion loop. And with any champion loop, there comes recognition, there comes with equip and connecting and amplify. What each moves look like is recognize. See someone who's already doing the work before they have a title for it. So the person that you turn to on the left and the person that you turn to on the right, did you even know their title? No. You didn't introduce yourself and say, hi, my name is, this is my title, this is what I do, and this was the thing that I failed at. Did you do that? No. So you have to understand, when it comes to recognition, you don't need to recognize people because of the title that they have. When it comes to equipping, you have to give them what they need to help others, not just themselves. And then when it comes to connecting, you have to put people in a room with each other, not just with you. So let me ask you guys another question. Raise your hand. Raise your hand, let's be honest. We're gonna do another exercise. Let's see how the room reacts. Raise your hand if you recognize your peers and you do so on a daily basis. So you see, we need to figure out a way to amplify and let their story be the story, not just a case study. because so many of us raised our hands and were able to identify our failures, but the same amount of people that raised their hands to identify the failures, there were more of you that raised your hands than more of you that raised your hands on how you recognize others. So when it comes to me and self-identifying, I feel like I am right here, where I try to be honest with myself, what I need to work on, areas of improvement. So how many of us feel highly confident on where they are right now with their career? And that career being Salesforce. Raise your hand if you feel highly confident. I know everything. I don't need a mentor. I got this. There's 3 people, 4, 5, a couple people. But let me tell you this. No progress starts with being highly confident. No progress. Because if you already know everything, where is the room and the opportunity to upskill comes from then? Then nobody needs to tell you anything. You don't need to be here at this conference. You already know everything. If you walk into a room and you're highly confident, then you don't need mentorship or guidance. And it starts with being honest, Reed, of where you really are, which is where we heard from other leaders on upskilling, progress, and that appetite for risk. The other thing is you can't recognize someone else's readiness until you've named your own readiness. So whichever seat you're in, so raise your hand if you're an admin. No admins here? Wow. There are no admins in this room. So I know for admins, rebuilding the flows you've maintained for years, you don't need permission to be the first others ask. Where are my developers? And even as a developer, you have to rethink what you build versus what an agent builds for you. But guess what? Your architecture calls are the thing no model can do for you. And even as a marketer, we're learning to let go of campaigns that ran on instinct alone. But now, if our gut is still the filter, AI is just faster hands. So as marketers, we need to learn how to maximize the use of AI. And for any leaders in this room, we have to decide whether change is a mandate or a practice. And we have to be able to know that our team doesn't follow our model. Our team follows our model, not what we announce. But most importantly, the reason that I put all of those obstacles is I feel like for a lot of us here in this room, when we don't get what we want, we tend to let that identify who we are. We tend to walk around for days, weeks, and months with built up anger because we didn't get what we want and we allow it to identify us. So when we introduce ourselves to somebody, we say, "Hi, let me tell you what I did not get." You're like, "Whoa, I want to know who you are as an individual." That's your identifier, not your current circumstance. It shouldn't have the final say over your work, your brand, your team, or even your future. Who's ready to do another exercise? Ready to do another exercise? Okay. Turn to the person next to you again. You guys are going to be besties at the end of this. Tell them one thing you've helped somebody with, no name, no title. Tell them one thing that you've helped somebody with. Just one thing. No? You guys have not helped anybody with anything. You haven't helped anybody do anything. Tell them one thing. Or can some of you not remember the last time you helped somebody? How many of you can't remember the last time you helped somebody? And you could be honest and say, you know what, I don't remember the last time I helped somebody. So now your task is to go out there and help someone. But for those who continue to help, regardless of somebody's title or name or their failures, that's what we call a champion move. You've already made one today by being open and honest and sharing your downfalls with the person next to you, with the person on your right, and the person on your left. So the only advice I can say is we can go up from and we can walk toward. So when it comes to that failure, disappointment, and not being accepted, we have to learn how to walk towards happiness, satisfaction, success, love, and appreciation. So now we're going to pause, and I have a final homework for you guys. Are you ready? You're like, wow, she came up here with homework. How many attendees did KP say is here with us? How many? 1,600. Well, 1,500 plus. But 1,600 champions are in this room. 1,600. Over the past 2 days, that includes students, that includes marketers, developers, architects, and leaders. 1,600 of you over 2 days. Who are you recognizing before you leave this room? Who are you recognizing before you leave this room? Not in 90 days, today. There's 1,600 of you, so who are you recognizing before you leave this room? What I would say is, we have a task as one community, and that's to be someone's champion. That is to be someone's champion. If somebody comes to you angry about something, your job is to be their champion and remind them how fabulous they are and how amazing they are. It's to connect the dots. It's not continuing to pound on them, but it's continuing to lift them up. They didn't get selected to be MVP. That doesn't define them, and you need to remind them that. They didn't get selected to speak at Dreamforce. Remind them there's 50 plus Dreamin' events across the globe that they can speak at. They didn't get selected for a Dreamin' event. Remind them that there are CGLs that are looking for speakers. Remind them that they can write a blog. Your job is to be someone's champion and to lift somebody up. Why? Because every agent needs a champion. And when you leave Bharat Dreamin and you go back home and you start working on that keyboard, your job is to be the champion for someone. And as we heard earlier, Arundhati said, we're here to build up on soft skills, technical skills, but the people skill also includes being that champion for every single one of you who are agents and sitting in this room today. Are you guys up for that task? You're up for that task? So when some of us leaders go on LinkedIn, we're going to see you all recognizing somebody. Yes? When somebody doesn't get selected to be a speaker, you're going to push them to continue submitting? Okay. Somebody doesn't get selected to be in a program, what are you going to say? Doesn't matter. That's not who they are, right? Perfect. Well, thank you for that. Bala? So thank you so very much. It was short. It was short, right? It was short. Whoa, that's a shiny plaque. Did you win? You did? Okay. While the team is getting ready, no, you're not ready? What's next? Huh? The brand, ooh, we have the winners? Ooh, do people know about the brand ambassador program? How many of you participated? Nobody participated? They did? They must be really tired. Nobody is as tired as the committee who pulled this together. Nobody, you all are sitting in here, nobody is as tired as the committee that puts together a Dreamin' event, correct? So, can we give them a round of applause? Can it be louder? Louder, like you won $1 million. Thank you. So, I'm gonna ask one more time, what is next? For who? Oh, yes, come on up. We're the organizers. Okay, so what's next? Brandon, okay, you have the winners? Okay, let's boogie woogie. We're not over. We have stuff we're giving away. Where's everybody going? You ready?
Still have some interesting things.
I do?
We do have still interesting things. So
Give to them? No one should be leaving. Sit. If you are a winner and you are not here, I'm taking your prize with me. That's right. If you're not here and they call your name, I'm taking your prize. KP and I are going to put it on eBay. Oh, we also have the grand prize, right, JB? Well, they're getting ready. They need 2 minutes. No, don't take it. She takes that back. That's okay. Come on. So, we're giving away one custom. You can take it out. You can stand. Don't be shy, JB. Come on, JB. They all know you. So, we're giving away a custom Labubu. There's only 500 of those. I gave 425 away at Connections. It took me 6 months to make this. That's it. So whoever wins this prize, they're one of 500. I don't know who's going to be the lucky winner. I am? Of course. This is your thing. Like, I just am making up time for you. Oh, you're calling the winner now?
Yeah, I got the expert.
You got the expert? You know who's winning? Ooh, if they're not here.
No one knows who's winning.
Oh, no one knows. Oh, you turn off my mic? I need it's off. Testing. Oh, long press? Oh, now it's off. Testing. Oh, you don't want them to know who won.
So basically what we have done is...
JB, come on here.
Hello. Okay, so basically what we have done is...
I don't have to get it. Call KP up. KP needs to, we got to put KP to work. We have to put KP to work.
Kavinder sir, can you please come on the stage?
We have to put KP to work. Come on, KP. Partner in crime. Okay. KP's giving it, yes. Yes, I've done a lot of work today.
Okay, so we'll have to spin the wheel for that, should we?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Are you guys ready to spin the wheel? Oh. You guys are ready? Ooh, how many people? Wait, how many names are in here? How'd you select the names?
So we have top 20 people here based on the points. Guys, pay attention, please. So we have top 20 people here based on the number of points they have earned so far till now. Okay, and we are going to do the spin the wheel, and one of them is going to get this limited edition brandy Labubu. Okay, so you guys excited? Shall we start it?
If they're not here, we spin.
We'll spin
Yeah.
it again.
So we'll call your name maybe three times, and if you're not answering, we'll spin. Yeah.
Don't text anybody either. If they're not in the room, they don't get it. They're outside the room.
They missed it, yeah.
All right.
All right.
5.
3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Okay, let's see who is the lucky one today.
3, 2, and 1. I thought!
Sagar, please come on stage if you are here. Sagar. Oh.
Oh, take. You earned it, man.
Hard work pays off.
The hard work pays off.
Guys, again, this is a limited edition swag. You won't be able to get it anywhere.
Good one. Remove good one. Hello.
Headset, plus pulse, and then pop up. Three things.
And the chargers.
Chargers, I didn't bought it. Chargers.
remove
there.
Hmm?
Chargers, power bank.
Yeah.
I'll get that also.
Yeah,
Power
in
bank.
the bag they get the power bank, the headset, and
Bag इधर अंदर लाए हो ना? नहीं उधर है. Can we get them later? Can we get that later? I'll give them.
Yeah.
Okay, I know that you are eagerly waiting to go for the after party, but you know what? From last 6 months, we are really working tirelessly, and there are few among this team who has gone above and beyond to contribute for the community for Bharat Dreamin. And for that, we have introduced this brand ambassador program, which felicitates or which recognize those people who has went above and beyond to do the work for Bharat Dreamin. If you find this Bharat Dreamin very successful, very, I'm lost of words, sorry for that. But yeah, if you find it very well organized, so it's the team who is working it, but there are few that we had to choose. It was a tough choice. So we'll start with, so we have 3 winners, and they get special swags from Gilda. So can we have a round of applause for all of them? So, these are the winners. I would request them to come alphabetically. We'll start with Rushik Balar.
Come on the stage, Rushik.
Rushik Balar.
Here.
Yes.
Where is Trilok? Trilok?
Shivam Suryavanshi.
Where is Trilok?
And Trilok. We also call him TCS. It's not that TCS, but Trilok Chand Swami.
Trilok, are you around?
Guys, can anyone call? So, Shivam has been a part of our design team, but he has brought up some of the best creatives. If you have seen the starting keynote we started with, right, the welcome part, that was his plan to do it, and most of the creative ideas he has brought it. So again, huge round of applause to Shivam. Trilok is like you name it and he will be everywhere. When the event then started, he made sure that Bharat Dreamin is everywhere. Every day we wake up and before we post it, Trilok was posting it. Today also he made sure he has a walkie-talkie, he made sure that everything is going well. Trilok, we request you to please be here. And he took as it like it's
task.
Trilok, would you be doing so much work for your marriage as well? You are getting ready for that little bit?
It will be depending upon the task assigned by the manager.
You mean manager as in like your wife to be? Okay. And the third one is Rushik Balar. Again, he is very creative and he has been doing so. All the speakers here, all the sponsors here, you like that candid pics, right? He was the guy who was running behind the scene everywhere. Like I think you have lost a lot of calories today, right? Yeah. So yeah.
Yes, he is.
Put your hands together for 3 of them. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Gilda ma'am, for creating such a beautiful closing keynote. Now we move on to the last part.
AV Tim, checking, you have some glitch. There's something glitch over here.
If Kavindra has been labeled as the father of India Salesforce community, you, my friend, truly deserve to be called as Big Brother. You've truly been a champion for all of us, putting the next best India story out there in the world map. You've been the face of Salesforce for this community, and you've been the face of this community within Salesforce.
Men behind the Indian Trailblazer community.
There was always something about Kiran. Um, he had that fiery spirit. He always thought out of the box. Always had unique and different ideas.
It's been 11 years since you started your developer advocate days. I believe Bangalore was your initial developer advocate days where you started your journey. Since then,
You didn't just grow a team, you built a great community. You're a great human, true leader, and an inspiration to many.
One thing that I really admire about you is how approachable and supportive you are.
The MVP program, the user groups, the student community, India Dreaming, all of it.
Hi Kiran, the Salesforce ecosystem will definitely miss you. You have been a backbone for this community.
as a Salesforce MVP and community leader, I realize whatever we have created today is possible because of leaders like you. You have not just started these events, you have always empowered people and encouraged community leaders to dream big.
The impact of the work you have done will speak for years to come. Wish you all the best, all the love from Chennai. Thank you.
The best leader I've seen and the best leader I've worked with.
Things actually stand out the most. And I feel we all should learn how he's able to grow professionally and maybe financially as well. He should give us some tips on those two as well. But on a serious note, we all will miss him.
So Kiran, wishing you all success and best wishes. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I'm very sure you'll be successful. God bless.
I remember our very first interaction attending one of the developer groups event in Jaipur. I got inspired by the work that you and your team has been doing, and that motivated me as well to join this community.
But I think just the impact that you have created, it cannot be measured in terms of words or numbers. So it's a big loss. I was the first one to actually know accidentally that you are leaving Salesforce. And then I did not believe it, and I pinged you, and
till now you are my role model and you are the inspiring. Every time whenever you are on the stage, whenever you speak, I just follow you.
You played a major role in building the Salesforce ecosystem and the Trailblazer community in Sri Lanka. My personal best memory with you, obviously, that you have participated as the keynote speaker in our last year Bharat Dreamin Salesforce conference, and you shared your wisdom and knowledge with the whole community. On behalf of Yar Sales Ohana and the whole Sri Lankan Salesforce community, we wish you all the very best in your next adventure.
Thank you for creating a community in which people feel welcomed.
Lots of love from the entire Trailblazer community and Bharat Dreamin organizing team.
Some people build products, some build careers, but every once in a while we meet someone who builds people. Kiran, your impact cannot be measured by titles or achievements alone. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and join me in welcoming Kiran. Kiran, we would like to hear a few words from you.
Thank you, thank you. I'm running short of words. And this was exactly what I was fearing about when I took the decision to leave Salesforce. It was not the job, it was the people that I'm going to miss and leave. But seems like it's not going to happen that way. It seems like I will be meeting you every time you come together. I'll be there when you want me. And right now, I think I'm running short of words. I don't know what to say. All these years, I just surrendered myself to your love. And I did the best I could. And I think without my amazing team, it's just not possible. I don't know if they're here in the auditorium somewhere. But it's been a wonderful ride. I didn't expect while I was joining Salesforce that I would be able to do these things. It just happened step by step, as I mentioned in the panel. There were so many dots that got connected together. And in fact, everything that we did as part of developer relations in India was, I think it reflected from people who were already there in the community. I mean, Ankit, Gaurav, Shiv, Abhinav, Neetu, Meera Nair, Jyotsna. Right now I'm not able to recollect all of them, but all these people and much more. Rupesh, Rupesh is there. Then we have Piyusha. Piyusha, last 3 years, she really taken off and she has represented India on the global stage. We have Kapil. We have Sharma from Sri Lanka. Jigar, again, a wonderful trailblazer from India. And I don't know, I wasn't prepared for this. I can just say thank you. And thank you, Kavindra, for giving me this community. It's not something I was expecting. The day you got us in, I think it was your infectious passion and commitment to do something for India that really, drove us forward. And we just took the torch from you and ran with it and slowly expanded to Asia Pacific as well. And it's all the trust that the leadership had in us. And so yeah, I will miss you is a very small word. I'll be indebted to all of you for giving me this wonderful role and for letting me be who I am in the India community. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kiran. We all love you a lot. All of us have really special memories with you. And yes, I believe this is not the end. We'll still continue to build more memories in future as well. Thank you once again. And right now, I would like to take a moment. Yes. Sure.
Amazing conference. I was just got it off my mind. I think Parth, Aman, Jyotsna, who else? Rupalika, Payal, Kapil, Kumar, Kuldeep. I think amazing conference, guys. I think this is one of the best in the recent times, especially because, especially because I think they've changed the way how the communications went out, how the promotions were done, how they were following up with each of these speakers. Trust me, we have done one of the best conferences in India last year, Trailer DX, the largest ever for Salesforce in the ecosystem. This coming from us is a huge compliment because it takes a village to run an event that is so big. And I think huge kudos to the whole organizing team. And I think, I just hope that, these conferences get better and better. And a tip before I leave. A tip before I leave. The next conference, think out of the box. I think all these conferences are going in a very similar framework. You guys have done something new. The memento that you have given had augmented reality in it. That was very cool. But let's see how we can actually change the framework of a developer conference. It can be more interactive. It can be more gamified. So I'm telling this to you because you guys have the potential and have the capability to change these things around. Okay? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much again, Kiran. We love you all. And I do have some personal memories with Kiran as well. I got an opportunity to sit next to him on my way to Bharat Dreamin once. And we were sitting next to each other, and I had a good leadership, thoughtfulness. I mean, all the insights which I got from him, they were like really amazing. That is one of the best memories which I have with Kiran, the longest duration of conversation which we had, basically. And yes, so now moving ahead, I would like to take a note over here, and I would like to thank all of our sponsors who have made this particular event possible. Other than that, nothing is possible, right? They are the base of the whole event. I would like you all to please give a big round of applause to all the sponsors over here. And we would like to invite our diamond sponsor, Workato, on the stage. I believe, yeah, I remember Workato did, they left, right? Okay, yeah. Sure. So coming next, I would like to welcome our platinum sponsor, ZS Associates. Coming up next, I would like to invite our second platinum sponsor, which is SLQ. Okay, coming up next, our gold sponsor, Test Juice. Maybe they are at their booths. Our next sponsor are silver sponsors. They are Skill Horizon. Come on, people. These are our sponsors. They are the ones why we have enjoyed all the food, all this, the decorations and everything, right? We have learned, we have connected with new people. So this is because of you guys. Thank you so much, sir. Coming up next would be Habal Labs. Coming up next, 360-degree cloud. Next we have is APT Cloud Solutions.
May I request our co-founders to be on the stage, please?
Next would be Wattbox, Innovali Solutions. Please. Hi. Thank you so much. Hi. Next would be Wattbox.
People, I know you are tired, but yeah. Thank you
so much, guys.
This Dreamin is possible because of them. So they do deserve some appreciation. Thank you so much.
Even the after party. Next would be Pletra Tech.
Wait,
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Next would be Atman Cloud Consultants. And Atman was our first sponsor to lock in. Coming up next is S2 Tech iSync SF. Thank you. Coming up next is Cloudy Coders, our photo booth sponsors. How many of you guys did create the 360-degree reel? Woo! Please. Coming up next is Nuclear Coders. Coming up next would be Giricon. And the next one would be Krios and for Solutions. And one of our organizers has joined Krios recently. Coming up next would be Sparkverse Technologies. One of our co-founders and organizer.
I think it was very creative, you know. How many of you had chai there? Yes? Woo! I hope you all enjoyed it. The way they had their booth, it was really creative. Thank you, Kuldeep.
And last but not the least, we have Jivark. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Give a big round of applause to Parth. Come on, Parth.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. So, yep, that would be all. And I am like really happy. We started a bit slow, but towards the end, we got a lot of support from the community, from the sponsors. So once again, I would like to say a great thank you, a heartfelt thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you all. I wasn't going to end the show. No, it was just an end for sponsors.
Check, check. Okay, once again, thank you so much, our sponsor. Without you, this grand event would not be possible. Thank you so much. Again, it's time to call our support system. Any guess? Right. So I would love to call our tech team on the stage. Tech team. Hope you enjoyed the digital experience of Bharat Dreamin. Are you? Great. Tech team. Please, I know you all are tired. Please encourage them with the big round of applause. आ जाओ. तुम लोग ही काम कियो, आ जाओ. Yes. कुलदीप भाई, कपिल भाई, आ जाओ इधर, आ जाओ सेंटर में, आ जाओ. जाओ यार, काम करो. Heman, please. नहीं, तुम कर लो. कर लेंगे. Thank you. Yeah. Go. Again. One. आपको मिला तो? मेरा मिल गया.
Jairam, would you mind sharing thought of words, your experience from last 6 months?
Sure.
Okay, I am smiling right now. I hope the app experience was good. Of course, this was a tech job. It did not come without hiccups. The last bug we fixed for this app was couple of hours back. So it was live, we were fixing the bugs. There were a lot of things happening. But yeah, at the end of the day, these guys have put in a lot of efforts, day in, day out, including their office work, Saturdays, Sundays, working till 3 a.m. I should really state that, working till 3 a.m. yesterday, just made that happen. So just a huge round of applause for the entire team, I would say. Thank you so much.
So Swag Store, one more task to you guys, Swag Store. Okay, next, content team. Whatever beautiful content you've seen on the Bharat Dreamin LinkedIn page or any website and the X, the content team, please be on the stage. Content team. Gandharv.
I would request Chandrika, Gandhar, Kirti, Akansha. Okay. Chandrika and Kirti. Gandhar, are you there?
Gandhar.
Gandhar. We are kidding, Gandhar. Don't be serious. We want to end it on a happy note. Okay. So by the time you come, Gandhar, we will do the felicitation. So how many of you like the way the buzz Bharat Dreamin has created? Please, let me know. I would tell you the fun fact about this creative team, or I would say creative team, including the tech team, because when I joined Bharat Dreamin, we had around 2,800 followers, correct, Kumar?
Yeah, right.
And within 3 months, I would say, we reached out to 6,000. And every day you wake up, I know in the age of AI, you might be like, it's not so difficult, but at the same time, it's not so easy to give you so much of work, so much of dedication, that too selflessly. So yes, content team, creative team, you would really deserve this. I would request JB to do the honors. And one more thing I would like to highlight here is the team that you are seeing here, they are still out of, apart from Chandrika, they both are still in the college. Thank you.
Okay, next, whatever flyers, designs, and apart from that PPT that our speaker are using, right? So that will not, that beautiful PPT will not be possible without these guys, okay? I would love to call our design team, lead Sagar on the stage. Entire design team. And
Shivam,
website team also.
Satish.
This is again a young team, and Sagar has been the consistent player from last year. Sagar has really done a good job. I mean, Canva would really like to hire you, Sagar. You have done a lot of great job, Sagar, and if you see those creatives coming up, right, it was the brain of Sagar, and then they were the mocking minds. So, round of applause to you, Sagar, and Shivam, as well as Neeraj. When you work selflessly, there are few people who believe in you. And one such person is Satish. I tell him, Satish, this is not working, there is some mistake in website. He'll be like, ho jayega. And literally within 5 minutes, I don't know what magic you do, Satish. You have done a really good job in the first edition, in the second edition, and really, we are really proud to have you. So Gandharv, Suraj, Sagar or Satish, you want to share anything?
How's the Josh?
Hi.
I am again asking. How's the Josh?
Hi, Roshan.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much, team, for the opportunity. Uh, as I'm, leading the content side, I have only one thing that I need to notate over there. I think if you are creating content consistently, only one thing that actually matter is that impressions, engagement, and all. And I am very pleased to announce that our last, I think, 3 months data have an engagement of 500,000 of impressions. That is itself a very big number for us. And thank you so much, team, for trusting us and giving us the opportunity. It really means a lot. Thank you.
Okay, apart from that, registration volunteers, logistic volunteers, on-ground volunteers.
Let's call them the torch bearers,
Okay,
that's the
sorry.
main thing that they're doing.
Okay, torch bearers, all the three format apart from that who are all helping us, who are the backbone of our Bharat Dreamin, please be on the stage.
I would request all the torch bearers to be on the stage. When we coin the term torch bearer, not a volunteer means you are voluntarily doing it, but torch bearer means you are paving the vision for others. So that was the thought process when we coined this term. And I hope they have done a very good job. So if you really like their job, I would request you to give a round of applause to all of them.
Hope everyone received? Okay. आ जाओ बैठो.
All other trophies are at backstage. Please collect from there.
बस अभी बाद में collect करो.
Yeah, last deck, guys. Please hold your trophies, please. Sit down in the front.
Oh, sorry. आजा.
Okay. One India, one team, one Dreamin. Woo! चलो स्वैग स्टोर में हेल्प करो चलो बस आफ्टर पार्टी में मिलते हैं अभी चलो थैंक यू सो मच